But he was a man of very little discipline, apparently. So he rolled his eyes and said, "A wet fish would slap harder." She gasped, huffing into the cold air, and lifted her fists again. The next blow was a little heavier, enough to rattle teeth if it landed on someone's jaw. But she was too easy to rile up, and it was too easy for Patrick to fall back into this temptation. "Would it help to picture Arlo instead of me?" he said. She punched again, grunting. "Keep talking and it'll be inspiration enough." And there was the slip, back into that tongue she'd had when he'd met her. He hid a grin. Another punch. This time, he caught her hand and threw it away. "Ah, come on, Scotty girl. I know you got some of that Eastern blood in you somewhere." This time, she advanced before he put his hand up, and he had to lean away to avoid her fist. She advanced again, this time aiming for his jaw. He had to block it. "Whoa!" Her legs kicked out, her boot aiming for his groin. He hit it away, smiling, and had her wrapped up in the next second, colliding against the inner walls of the smoker's hole. One of her wrists trapped in his hand and pinned beside her head. The other caught between his chest and hers, his arm all the way around her waist. The tin walls rattled threateningly, and all the breath punched out of her. Her eyes were wide with surprise, then unshrouded humor. The last rule is to not tell the man you're fighting that you'll kick him in the groin. Otherwise, he'll know to anticipate it. He watched the planes of her face, the flakes of snow stuck in her hair, lips turned upward in a smile that couldn't last. After a few moments, it descended again. A sinking raft. Nothing, not even he, could hold her afloat for long. She let her forehead fall to his chest, giving in to gravity. She gasped, in and out, her whole body slackening. She was all around him, and he all around her. Patrick made himself retract. He dropped her waist, let her hand fall from his grasp. He stepped away from her and cleared his throat. His mind churned with indecent images of all the things he could do to her here, now. He turned his back to scrub his face. His heart hammered, blood washed his veins, and he almost turned back. Almost. "You were wrong before," she said from behind him. He stilled. "You said I didn't trust you, but I did. You are the only person I trust." She didn't move, and neither did he. Better that he remained facing away, where the sight of her couldn't overthrow him. "But I didn't plan for you either." He sucked in a breath. No, she hadn't planned for it. They were both cogs in a machine neither of them had much control over. Faulty parts trying to change things. "But I know I wouldn't have fallen for you if not for your heart." He turned slowly, raised his eyebrows mockingly. "My heart?" "Yes," she said, obstinate. "It's in there. I saw it. But it weren't a pretty picture." She sighed. "You're not nearly as wretched as you think you are." "You don't know the half of it, Scotty girl," he told her. "You only know what I could stomach telling you." "Then tell me." she said, stepping toward him, imploring him. You think I'll flinch? Tell me what you did to those coppers. Burn them alive. He relented, his voice now ice. To her credit, she didn't flinch. Instead, a wildness came over her. He thought she was seeing, once more, those hundreds of corpses waiting in the snow. I hope it was slow, she said. I hope they felt every second of it. The ground beneath their feet gave the softest of tremors. She eyed the newsprint discarded on the ground, and her breath pulsed out in clouds. They should all burn. He felt caught up, suddenly, in that same fervency, a longing to descend into the madness of it with her. Her eyes were closing. She was pacing in a tight circle now, shaking out her arms. He took several steps in her direction, but stopped short of her. Sometimes I want to tear off my own skin, she said, tipping her head back, snatching cold air into her lungs. I feel so angry. You sound like a miner. How do you tolerate it? She was practically begging for an answer, pulling at her own clothes like they were suffocating her. Booze, said Patrick. Brawling, sex, whatever takes the edge off. She looked up at him, urgency flooding her, intent. And goddamn if his cock didn't side with her. But Patrick forced himself to shake his head. Ah, don't look at me like that, Scotty girl. That's not what I meant. She bit her lip, and he suffused a groan. She came close enough to touch his chest, to run one torturous hand over his shirt, and up to his collar, then the other. Sense had flown her body. And if I begged you, she said, her mouth closing in on his, erringly close. And already his lips were parting. His cock pulsed painfully. He held himself as still as he could and closed his eyes. But she was all around him. Please, she said, her body vibrating. He felt the stiff peaks of her nipples rub against his chest, and he imagined teasing them, running her to the edge with just that touch alone. She looked up at him once more, her hazel eyes enveloping him. Lord help him. Soft lips pressed against his. Her tongue swept gently across the tips of his teeth, and he felt half his resolve melt. She was too sweet to resist, too much a torment for any one man. A growl left him, and he pushed her back into the wall again. He had a mind to spin her away from him and pin her hands above her head, to make her forget her own name. She gasped in relief against his mouth, her body undulating already. Her hands slipped down the length of his torso toward his belt. He caught her wrist before it could descend any farther, moved his mouth out of reach. For a moment, he simply held still, waiting for the throb of his blood to slow, waiting for the night to cool them. He pushed his forehead to the wall over her shoulder. You don't play fair, he groaned, counting his breaths. Her voice rasped when it came. It doesn't have to be about love, she said. You can still have me without loving me. He went cold. His eyes snapped open. He dropped his hold on her body abruptly and leaned away, pain lancing him. He made sure Nina looked at him when he said, If it wasn't about love, then you'd be bent double right now, do you understand? Her breath stuttered. She nodded. Patrick shook his head and exhaled, looking out to the night. With me and you, Nina, it's always going to be about something other than fucking. It's too late for that. He wished now that he hadn't discarded that cigarette. He closed his eyes. It's distance you and I need. Because you don't trust me. Because I don't trust myself when I'm with you, he said. And you fucking hurt me. He was split open, his heart swinging by its tendons, the meat of his chest on display. He went to the bench by her side and collected his coat and cap. He paused before passing her, leaning down close enough to speak into her ear. Finally, she flinched. You ever offer yourself to a man like that again, and it'll be the last thing he ever hears, got me? She nodded, eyes misting. He went back out into the night, the wind corralling him, whistling in his ears. He wished he could go back and strip them down of all the things they had done, the things that made them feel ashamed. He wished he'd kissed her when they were 12 and led her onto a train home with him, and they'd both forgotten idiom ever existed.
The Steward's Testament. Joan. The 3 daughters, born 1 year after the next, were blooded divine, but fleshed in the vessels of humans. They were born to a sheep farmer and his wife to the name Trent, in humble surrounds, and were christened Idia, Dione, and Joan. As they grew, they took to unnatural practices. They could carve riverbeds, divert floodwaters, and till soil with no tools. They blessed the village with their magic as it strengthened. When winters came, they summoned fire from the heavens that needed no kindling. When the river ran dry, they called on water from the mountains. They were called messengers of God, but this was not true. The 3 daughters did not converse with any higher authority. When outsiders traveled to them to be healed, the daughters could not cure. When callers wished to speak with the dead, the daughters could not summon this magic. The travelers took their stories to far corners and spoke of the false prophets who had refused them, who saw them swallowed by disease and grief and would not save them. They called the 3 daughters wicked, perverse, witches. But in their village, the Trent daughters were loved. The townspeople ran off any traveller who sought their blessing. The village prospered for many years. But words spread like water, like hellfire. The lust for power bore an enemy. It rose up like a beast, like a devil. And as the enemy formed, so too formed the first stewards of these trenched lands. They were farmers, millers, and loggers. They vowed to transport the 3 daughters to places of safety, to defend them against the enemy marching across the land, just as the daughters had defended their lands. The stewards planned to take the daughters each to a different secret place. But Joan would not go. She feared for the safety of her town, her people, for surely the enemy would trample it in search of them. So the beast came to Joan first. She wielded fire and water, arrows and blades, but even a daughter of God is limited. She was separated from her sisters, and eventually her power was drained. The stewards were mere men and women, and they too were quickly thwarted. Joan was captured. She was tied to a post for 3 days. On the first day, they bled her, trying to take from her that which God had given. On the second day, they took her flesh and consumed it, and still no magic was bestowed. On the third, the beast's patience waned. Mad with envy, they threatened to burn her where she stood if she did not give up her magic. You will be reborn each day in hell, they swore to her. The youngest daughter, Joan, bled of her blood, devoured, fell first. Before fire consumed her, she said to all those who watched, I die in the solace that my rage dies with me. I wish not to live among these men. By testament of the stewards, Joan made no sound as she was released of man's cruelty. If any remnant of her magic seeped free of the fire, then it seeped into the earth, while the eye of the enemy was enthralled by the flames. Chapter 32. Nina. Trent, I repeated, the letters on the parchment fading. They were blotted, and many had been crossed out, rewritten. Polly's fingers were stained with it, her hair flattened in the back, her eyes wild with sleeplessness. She nodded emphatically. She'd woken me, but not the others. Not yet. I couldn't be sure why. Surely, Polly said, pulsing with some sort of awareness, it is no coincidence. I reverted my eyes to the letters, so that I would not need to see her face. Sometimes when I looked at her, I forgot what she was, what she'd done. Nothing about idiocy. No, nothing yet. But Nina, then keep translating. Polly sighed. There will be some holes. I don't remember all the glyphs, and some are faded. It takes time to pull the ink. Well, time isn't on your side, I said curtly. Nor ours. I began to turn away. Nina, wait. Polly's hand reached for my elbow, but retracted at the last moment. I just wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. So you've said. I mean, for your mother, she said warily, like I was a dog baring its teeth. Theo explained what happened. I know you went to Kenton, hoping to spare her. Her eyes pinched. We were all fools in the end. None so much as me. One lip worried over the other, but she had the gumption to look me in the eye when she said, I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I wanted you to know, if I could undo it all, I would. I wanted to the moment I sent that scribble. A moment too late, I retorted. And I left Polly to return to her tiny foreman's office, with her flurry of parchment and the steward's book, shoulders hunched over. Orderlies were the only others awake at this early hour. It seemed they never slept. They carried their items to and from pallets. One woman simply went bed to bed, singing soft crafter songs in a voice that would break hearts. I wondered if once 3 daughters had resided in this town. I wondered if it had looked the same after the enemy had come for Joan. 2 more Trent crafters had died in the night. When morning bloomed, Patrick and Theodore carried the bodies out to the ravine, and I buried them. Theo looked bloodless and sick. John took his hat off and bowed his head. It was then that I gave them Polly's translation. I watched their eyes catch on the words Trent and beast and witches. I watched confusion dawn, as it had in me. The beast, Theo read. It must mean the invaders from other shores, the ones who came in the Battle of Bellevere. Lines deep as rifts appeared in Patrick's furrow. Perhaps. Fucking animals in any case, John uttered. Trent, Patrick said, his thumb smearing over the word. Their name was Trent. Could it mean this place? I asked. Perhaps this town was named after them. It's as common a name as any, miss, John said, taking the translation from Patrick. More likely it's a coincidence. This could have happened anywhere in the trench. But I couldn't shake the feeling crawling beneath my flesh and skipping the rungs of my spine. I'd felt it the day Patrick and I hid in a cellar, and again the day of the artisan school attack. I felt it now, catastrophe in my blood, a relentless pounding in my head. We ate meagerly, guiltily, knowing we took from what little stores Trent had left. Then Edith came to find us. She nodded to me first. Thank you, she said on a choked whisper. But she hardened her jaw, refusing to cry.
Those people, they deserved some decency.
I only nodded. What else was there to say?
You should be on your way,
she said next, already turning from us. We'd like to stay until tomorrow, I said suddenly, and Patrick's head turned in surprise, then John's and Theo's and Polly's. We want to help however else we can. It wasn't the whole truth. I wanted time in Trent, enough to find answers, some confirmation of the suspicion unfurling in my gut.
There ain't any coppers left to kill, Edith said.
But we need scouts, and people who can fetch water and launder. There are houses on the west side, closer to the trading post, that were never searched for supplies. She left us to it. I'll search the houses, I said immediately to the rest. See what there is to salvage. Patrick came up close, right to my side, and looked where I looked, out over the beds of the wounded, rows and rows of them.
What are you doing?
He said beneath his breath. It's not a coincidence, I insisted. It can't be. That was how I found myself walking through the wide lanes of Trent with Theodore, who hurried up behind me. I turned at the sound of his approach, and a groan escaped me.
Not the friendliest welcome,
he muttered, slowing to match my pace. No welcome about it, I said in answer. Shouldn't you be charming water from the river?
I set out to, but John practically shoved me aside. He's building some sort of contraption with Patrick.
I sighed.
Where are we going?
He asked. We aren't going anywhere. I'm searching for supplies. He watched me as he walked.
Then I'll accompany you.
I'd prefer you didn't.
You'll have to forgive me eventually,
he said softly, a whisper of desperation in it.
I insist. I'll not give up until then.
I turned to him, and he stopped with me. There was snow in his dark hair, on the tips of his ears. He looked a decade older than we had been in Kenton Hill. This isn't the house, I hissed. You're no longer a lord. Your insistence means nothing here. He nodded.
You're right. But I do intend to earn your forgiveness, Clark.
Harrow.
Nina.
He settled.
And you haven't turned me out yet. A man has to wonder why that is.
I kept walking, past the crumbling remains of crafter houses and outdoor lavatories and snow-banked horse carts. Theo followed one step behind. I don't trust you enough to let you leave, I told him sharply. You'd be back in the house by morning. We both know your father would round you up, and you'd tell him everything.
You don't think I know how to lie?
Theo said.
That I wouldn't do that to protect you?
I think you turn the shade of the seat you take, I said, like a reptile. We came to the far edges of destruction, the houses and buildings in this part of Trent not crumbling or choked in ash. Windows were broken, and most had their doors flung wide. A lone cat walked between houses, searching as we searched. I approached the first door and hesitated. The number hung loose. A child's doll lay just over the threshold, its face concaved. Snow in great flurries had piled over the stoop. Wind howled through. The air was too still, the snow too bright, the sky encroaching. Birds in far-off trees rabbled, ignorant to the shiver of abandonment. Without thinking, I moved closer to Theo's side, like a child does when shadows start to take shape. He looked at me confused.
What is it?
I grimaced. It just doesn't feel right, walking in uninvited. Theo raised his eyebrows at the open hallway.
Well, we can knock, but I don't think anyone is coming to let us in.
He stepped over the threshold and looked back to find me hesitating there. He frowned.
Are you coming?
Don't you feel that? I asked him, and again the wind swept through, sent gooseflesh up my neck.
Feel what?
I don't know, I admitted. A bad omen, like we're disturbing something.
Like a ghost?
I pressed my lips together. He made it sound preposterous. I thought it seemed all too probable. I would have bet Trent was full of ghosts, overspilling with them. I stepped into the hallway gingerly, my boots crunching against broken glass. You don't believe in ghosts? I went past him and led the way up the staircase and into the first open door. The room was wallpapered deepest green and obviously artisanal. Who else in the Brink could afford a gilded credenza, a harp in the corner, shelves of books? I wondered if this house had belonged to a scribbler, or perhaps a woodmason. Plenty of wood to mill in this parish, or at least there had been.
Ghosts?
Theo said.
No.
I began opening the wardrobe doors, taking the clothing from within. Crafters say that when you die young, your ghost lingers a day for each you missed. That's why we grieve the death of a child so badly. We can feel them nearby. Theo gave a sad sort of smile.
Sometimes stories are made where logic fails us.
He was looking over the books on the shelves, his fingers running over the spines. And the steward's testament. I take it you think it nothing more than a story? He turned to face me.
I think this entire thing is a goose chase, he said, with no happy ending.
If that's your belief, then you should go, I said, half of me wishing he'd disappear that very moment, the other half terrified he might just do it.
Is that what you want?
It was a real question. Vulnerable. No, I said honestly. Better the devil I can see than the one I can't. Theo's frown deepened.
I'm not your enemy, Nina.
You've acted as my enemy, I countered, rummaging through blankets, towels, sheets. Not a week ago, you would have seen me lashed. You've lied to me, manipulated me. My mother is dead because of your father's scheming, and you didn't do a thing to stop it.
And I'm more sorry for it than you could know,
he said tremulously, biting back some emotion.
But you're not the only one who's been used and spat out. You are not the only one who's lost their mother.
I turned to look at him, at the fracturing in his eyes. His mother, who had suffered the slow death of influenza without the bluff needed to revive her.
We are all someone's enemy, he said now, whether you admit to it or not. I regret what I've done every waking minute. But I don't regret coming back for you in Kenton Hill, even when you didn't want me. I don't regret killing all those infantrymen to save a town that never accepted me. And I don't regret saving you from my father, or liberating the man who stole the bluff stores that would have saved my mother's life.
His chest seemed to buckle.
I can't bring myself to leave, Nina. I spent 7 years wondering where you were. So, even if you love him now, and I have to witness the hate in your eyes when you look at me, I choose to stay. It's better to be near you and know you are safe than to be without you at all.
He looked at his feet, frowning, as though he had said too much. He sighed, looking up at me once more, his dark eyes warmer now.
I only want you to consider the danger in this, the improbability of it. And not because I want you for myself, but because I need to know you'll still live and breathe when this plan collapses.
I don't much care for living and breathing while your father sits on his throne, I said, though I knew it was unfeeling. He looked saddened.
You deserve more than a life of vendetta.
I do. Hot tears pricked my eyes. I wiped them away angrily. But wishing for it won't make it so.
And will finding that seam fix it all?
He stepped closer, eyes beseeching.
Will it bring you peace to see everything the artisans have built burned to the ground?
Pain jolted through me, a reflex. Theo saw it.
This isn't you,
he said, softer still, his hand reaching out across the void.
This isn't your war. You're not a killer.
But I was. His father had ensured it, and I'd taken the shape of an animal he'd caged. I straightened my shoulders, felt my eyes dry, my tongue turning to steel. You think you know me?
I do.
You used to, when I was softer. I had to be soft, malleable. I was trying to fit into your world, and I'm grateful to you for cushioning me. I took a breath, and though I wanted to square my shoulders, they slumped. But I'll never be that person again. You and I might as well be strangers.
If it's easier to reconcile with yourself that way, then I won't argue with you, he said. But that girl you're talking about, I loved her more than I've ever loved anyone. And to me, she fit into my world perfectly.
Of course she did. She'd turned to his every whim, went gladly in any direction he pulled her.
Do you remember the night in the library?
He asked now. We had lost track of time, sitting on the floor between the stacks, not studying, just reading, sharing a book between us. It rested on our touching knees. We used to compete to see who could finish the page first. But then the sconces flickered out all at once. The wooden doors creaked shut, as a distant clock tower chimed, and we realized we had been locked in. That the door was charmed and didn't unlock until morning. We had laughed, sprinted down the aisles, pulled soggy sandwiches from Theo's bag, and eaten them in the elemental science section. I had read to him a piece of poetry from a moth-eaten anthology, and in the middle of it, he'd kissed me, perhaps more passionately than he ever had. We'd kept our lips locked as we undressed each other, one article at a time, eyes cinched shut, hearts hurtling, and we'd made love for the very first time. Slowly, awkwardly, but beautifully, under a ceiling painted to replicate heaven. I shook my head at Theo, shook away the image. I could see the memory suspended in his eyes, forever golden, impossibly sweet, made brighter with time. He'd polished the recollection until it gleamed.
Did you ever think of me?
He asked.
After you left, did you miss me at all?
I shunned out the hurt, the loss I'd long ago reconciled with. Yes, at first, I whispered, lifting my chin, turning for the door. Then a little less each day. Then not at all. I made to leave the room.
Can you find it within yourself, at least, to not hate me?
Came his voice. It floated over my shoulder, a plea. If shame had a shape, it would look an awful lot like him.
I don't think I can bear that.
I sighed, felt my hands tremble just slightly. I can't hate you, Theo, I said, as much as I might try. I escaped to the hallway, my shoes scuffing off the carpet, as I hurried away. I reopened the compartment in my chest that I'd saved for Theo, and shut him in once more, but resolved that perhaps I didn't need to treat him quite so coldly after today. After all, Theodore Shop hated himself more than I ever could. We went from house to house, finding drawers of thick woolen socks, pillows, blankets. We went back and forth from the factory, emptying the supplies and leaving again, until my feet burned with the cold, and I'd lost feeling in my fingers. Theo asked twice if I wanted to retire for the day, but I shook my head and ignored his sighs. It felt better to do something, anything. It was when I was still and quiet that my thoughts began to diverge into darker circles. In a schoolroom, I found containers of bandages, a sling, ointment. I pilfered the teacher's desk and found a half-empty bottle of brandy. I shoved the items into a child's satchel, still hanging by its hook on the wall. The name above it read, Beth. More evidence of life disrupted. A half-full mug of tea, a word on the chalkboard, 3 letters short. A small chair overturned, a knitted cardigan still slung on its back. I felt for a moment as though I was 7 years old again in a scurry schoolroom, paper flowers stuck to the windows and a poor attempt at cheer. On the far wall was the emblem of Bellevuer Trench, precisely where it had hung in scurry. Beneath it were plaques with names, one for every graduating year, and at their centre was one that read, "In remembrance of the founders of Trent." Here were names I didn't recognise. Sully, Wynnum, Galileo. And then, near the bottom, Joan. My fingers traced over the etching of her name. The wood wasn't so old. The grain hadn't discoloured, nor had the letter edges dulled. There it was, that bristle of knowing, intuition perhaps. It staked me there. I took the plaque from the wall and added it to the satchel. I felt the ghosts of the schoolroom shiver in my wake. I returned near dusk to find John and Patrick hammering nails into a huge mill. John moved the final planks with his mind, sending them careening down the snowy bank and into the water, where they connected lengths of wooden troughs already carved and waiting. Sweat had broken over Patrick's neck and back, soaking his shirt through. The sleeves were rolled away from his forearms. He bent over and heaved huge pieces of pipe and whole troughs onto his shoulder, carried them into place and dropped them. For a moment, I stayed hidden and watched. I watched the muscles of his back ripple, watched his chest flex as he dropped another piece into the snow. Soon, it seemed the construction was complete. The river pushed the mill. The water heaped into its troughs and overflowed, fed into the pipework that disappeared over the snow and into the factory. I left the cover of trees. "Genius!" I called out, and Patrick turned before I'd even finished the word, inexplicably attuned to me.
"It'll do,"
John called from the river, his legs half submerged in the frigid water. It didn't seem to bother him. Patrick wiped his brow as he came up the bank, his suspenders hanging by his hips.
"You should be inside," he said by way of greeting. "There's weather coming."
"You aren't inside."
"I ain't a lady,"
he said, stopping before me, whirls of steam lifting off his skin. He seemed to recognize the intensity in my eyes.
"What is it?"
"I need to find Edith," I said. "Would you come with me?" Edith was to be found in the factory, sorting the goods Theo and I had brought in. Theo was emptying a sack onto a metal workbench, while she picked out the canned goods, the medicines. Polly came stumbling out of her office, eyes near deranged. She blinked in rapid succession, as though trying to draw shapes from her surroundings. John came into the warmth behind me and Patrick. "Edith," I said, pulling the plaque out of the satchel, not revealing it yet. "Edith, what do you know about the 3 daughters?" She didn't look up from her ministration, but I thought her hand stumbled over the clothes she was sorting. "The 3 daughters," she mused, then shrugged. "As much as anyone else, I'd guess. My ma used to tell me to make wishes on 'em." "Mine as well," I said, a weight falling heavily into my stomach. "And what did she tell you about the founders of Trent?" She stopped then, looked over her shoulder at me, seemed to realize for the first time the people convened around her, listening. She eyed the plaque in my hand furtively. "What have you got there?" I gave it to her, let her eyes fall to the names. "The 3 daughters were born of the name Trent?" I asked. Edith shrugged. "So they say. So who says?" "People here got a long memory," she sighed. "The first stewards, they came from this parish, see? That's what the old folk think. Their grandmas and granddaddies taught them the same, that Trent were Idia's birthplace." She handed the plaque back to Nina. "But the Book of Bellavere don't agree. It don't think there's more than one daughter of God, neither." "And what do you believe?" Edith shrugged, her eyes straying over the factory. "Don't matter much either way. Coppers here beat anyone telling stories about it. The name Trent came from a woman named Joan, they say, who was one of the first artisan daughters. But we ain't supposed to think differently. Coppers even tried to cut down the tree, 'cause the kids would sit under it and make wishes." "What tree?" Patrick asked. "It's a kid's fancy. But some believe it's where she's buried," Edith said in an undertone, as though police might thunder in even now. "The thing is, the coppers can't cut it down. Not even the wood masons they sent from the city. Nothing fells it." She said it with pride, a slow grin lifting a corner of her mouth. "Don't know if there's a lick of truth to it. The stewards might have been a bunch of puffed-up fools for all I know. But there's something about that tree. We used to sneak into the woods at night, dare each other to get close to it, you know." She shook her head. Can't touch it without getting the shakes. Even now, Edith seemed doused in chills. She rolled her shoulders back. If it's a wish you're wanting, it still stands out there in the woods. The fire didn't touch it none. But don't get your hopes up, she said, the moans of a man rising as he convulsed on his pallet. Ain't ever granted any fortunes to us lot. Part way into the woods, an oak tree towered, unmarred by fire, just as Edith had promised. There was nothing about it that should mark it as a grave. No engravings, no discerning features. But still, it stood before us as a monolith, and in turn, each of us shivered. Winter had taken its foliage. What was left was the spine, its branches reaching desperately outward, and perhaps that was the quality that made it somber. The clouds overhead pushed down, turning the snow ashen, dulling sound. There were cold fingers on my neck, tracing the shell of my ear, but when I turned, no one was there. Bad omens, Patty, John said, his eyes lost in the network of empty branches. Bad omens. Miners were a superstitious lot. A shiver of wind was a bad omen. A crying swallow meant death. I used to laugh at how grown men cowered at the breeze. But I thought John might be right. There was decay in the air. And yet, the oak tree stood taller than any I'd ever seen, wholly alive. It's only a tree, Theo said, rubbing his bare hands together. Doesn't exactly prove the existence of the 3 daughters. The clouds parted then, weak beams of light dousing the oak. It bleached and shadowed in the gnarled wood, turning it monochromatic, as though an artist had used it as a canvas, turned a tree into a woman. A knot in the trunk became a hand clutched to her chest. The lines in the bark were now her head bowed, eyes closed, jaw defiant. Her body cascaded into the earth and the heavens both. I staggered backward, winded. Well, John said, will you look at that? The light dissipated, and the woman was gone. There was a beat of silence, logic failing to find its way to anyone's lips to offer an explanation. And then Theo sighed in a gust, eddies of snow spinning before him. Just more myths, he said calmly, his neck craning to see the tops of the branches. It's freezing. We should go back. You don't feel it? I asked, my voice sounding distant. The look he gave me was half pleading, half pitying. He shook his head. Any decent mason could have carved something like that into the wood, Nina. There's something here, Patrick mumbled as though to himself. Then he lifted his blue eyes to me. Do you hear it? Of course I did. It was roaring in my blood, sparking my nerve endings, something thrumming beneath the surface. It was a sort of muted violence, a wave of it. I felt it wetting my feet, poisoning my veins. In my mind, I saw men with blood beneath their fingernails, gorging on the body of a woman, burning her at the stake for the crime of having something they could not. Acid coated my tongue, as though I'd bitten into rotting fruit. I took in every branch of the ancient tree, every root delving into the earth. The sound of the ground here was different. It was festering, and I thought that if what the stewards said was true, and Joan's remains had been left to feed the soil, then she'd found no rest here, no peace. She scratched from beneath the surface. Nina, Theo called to me, blocking my view. This is ridiculous. It's near freezing. We need to get inside. You don't think it's strange? I asked him. That the tunnel should collapse and bring us here of all places? I think the struts were too far apart, Theo answered, taking my shoulders in his hands as though he might shake sense into me. Just as John said. Patrick reared up in my periphery, but I'd already knocked Theo's hands away. I was thinking of wishes, of retribution, justice. I couldn't feel the cold at all. Go back without me. I'll follow later. You haven't eaten, Theo insisted. You've hardly slept. Careful now, Patrick said slowly. His eyes hardened. You're overstepping. She's dead on her feet. Theo said, his voice rising to the last crows still braving the frost. They went flying. Theo lifted his arms and let them slap against his sides.
This is madness, he exasperated. We should be moving. Every moment we remain gives the Lord's army a chance to catch up. And thanks to the Coulsons...
Theo waved his hand in Patrick and John's direction.
We've got a trail of dead police officers in our wake.
If it eases your conscience, John said. We only cooked 'em. Didn't cut anything off 'em.
Theodore shook his head, bewildered.
This is a fucking pointless treasure hunt,
he said to no one in particular.
You're welcome to get off at any stop, Teddy,
Patrick said, blowing warm breath into his cupped hands.
Lord knows it'd spare us the sound of your whining.
Puce-faced, Theo turned on his heel and stomped back through the snow. Polly followed, seeming relieved to escape the cold.
Well,
John said, patting Patrick on the shoulder.
Think I saw a bit of brandy back at the factory, son, if you're of the mind.
Patrick let his father walk on.
You coming?
He asked me. I want to stay here a while, I answered. He nodded, but he touched my hand as he left. A reminder, a reassurance. I stalked back and forth in front of Joan's tree, trying to find the curves and valleys of the woman that was now amorphous. The sun remained obstinately behind the clouds. Even the earth beneath my feet had turned quiet, restful. I closed my eyes for a moment, tipped my head back so that I could see the last leaves clinging to the branches. I don't know what to wish for, I muttered. In truth, I'd never felt more adrift. I thought of Theo, claiming that I'd lost myself, and worried that he was right, that perhaps I was just angry enough, just broken enough, that I didn't care for myself anymore. I imagined Joan upon that pyre, slowly bled and devoured, and I thought if I were her, I'd wish for the men who feasted on me to be poisoned by my flesh. I wondered why God insisted on leashing women with power, only for men to come harvest it. Joan had been wrong to think that her rage would die with her. It was in Edith, wielding a carving knife, in blunt-faced women nursing the injured, in Polly, her tongue so bitten down, she hardly spoke. And it was in me. The wind picked up. The last hum of light seemed to surrender to the blanket of cloud. A howling ensued, first through the spines of black-trunked trees, then through my lungs. I let it carry me back the way I'd come, like a hand between my shoulder blades. I felt the whip of snow catch at the backs of my ears, and hurried faster. A feeling of urgency rose, from the ground, the air, and I felt like an animal scenting the first hint of danger. I hastened, boots sliding, sinking. Then, from Trent's belly came the first labours of a dying siren, wearing out once more into a parish devoid of almost everything but its ghosts. Chapter 33. Nina. The wails grew louder near the river, and the graves of Trent's dead. It swallowed the sound of the door crashing against the factory wall as Patrick ran out of it, his face drawn, eyes wild. They grew relieved when they saw me climbing the bank, using my hands for leverage in their slip of snow. The factory was a chaos of movement. The orderlies loading shotguns with shaking, unpracticed fingers, moving heavy machines together to barricade the doors and windows. John was boarding them with planks of wood that moved at the will of his mind, pounding nails into them with loud grunts at shocking speed. "The army?" I asked, Patrick shunting me into Polly's office. Theo was already inside, his hands tearing at his own hair. Polly had the steward's book clutched tightly to her chest.
"Can't be anyone else,"
Patrick said, and without warning, he stalked toward Polly until she backed herself into a wooden cabinet, the doors clattering. He took the gun from his pocket. I didn't send for them," Polly exasperated, her lips trembling. "I swear it, Pat."
3-1 says you did,
he told her, the barrel poised beneath her chin. Theo started forward.
Let her go, Pat.
"Patrick, please, it wasn't me." Patrick gritted his jaw and shook his head.
"Odds ain't in your favour, Paul."
He cocked the hammer.
"Not another scribbler in sight."
Perhaps "There is," came the voice of Edith. She stood in the doorway, her hand clutched around the knob. "Did you clear that fucking trading post before you burned it down?" Patrick's face paled. He didn't take his eyes off Polly. "They leave a scribbler in every town, Coulson. Surely you thought of that."
"You said there were only coppers left,"
Patrick reiterated.
"I asked, and you said 3.
3 coppers, Edith nodded. "And a scribbler. My bet is the swank was in his bed on the 2nd story, with enough time to send a call for help to the house before he ran off or died in the smoke."
"Fuck,"
Patrick growled, his gun lowering. He paced madly, pinching the bridge of his nose. He spoke to himself with the air of someone completing immense equations.
"We need to leave,"
Theodore said.
"Now."
"No," Patrick said, his eyes closed.
"They'll burn this place down looking for us."
John came up behind Edith, sweat glistening down his neck and sinking into his collar. Beyond him, the last survivors of Trent in flux.
"They're coming in from the west," he said. "The hearths have been smothered, but it ain't gonna take 'em long to sniff us out."
As though on cue, the lanterns in the factory were snuffed, the candles extinguished. Darkness descended. The only remaining light came from a match suddenly lighting in Patrick's fingers. "I'm sorry," came Edith's voice, her face only just visible, a collection of disconnected features. There was the glint of a knife in her hand, and she snatched my arm, right as Patrick lifted the gun once more, right as the first horses respired down the thoroughfare. I felt a body slide behind mine, the tip of the blade rest between ribs.
"I can't let you leave,"
said Edith, her breath in my ear.
"And I won't be letting 'em burn us down either."
"Whoa, now," John said from behind me. I heard the click of his hammer, another gun levelled Edith's way.
"Let's be smart."
"You're the reason they've come back," Edith said, shaking now, her voice too loud. "So you'll be the reason they turn round and leave. You'll walk yourselves out there and give yourselves up to him." Patrick shook his head, dread forming in his eyes.
"They'll kill you all anyway,"
he growled.
"They'll smoke you out for sport."
"Then we're dead either way," Edith said, a strange laugh bubbling up from her throat. I held my breath in terror, knowing the blade would sink in at any moment. "Patrick," I pleaded, though for what I couldn't say. His eyes met mine. A beat of silence. Then his expression shuttered.
"We'll go,"
he said.
"Pat,"
John started warily.
"She's got 2 guns pointed at her. She ain't in a position to make any demands."
"If we walk out there, they'll take us captive,"
Theo said, his voice strained.
"They ain't taking us captive, Teddy,"
Patrick said, his eyes pinned to Edith.
"We're fighting."
I felt the knife at my side shift, slide over a rung of bone.
"Let her go,"
Patrick said to Edith.
"And we'll walk out those doors now."
"And do what?"
Theo blustered.
"You plan on shooting every last one of them?"
"Me,"
Patrick said. His gun lowered. Outside, the wind battered against the walls. Loading rifles clacked, and it was impossible to discern whether it was in my mind or in the street.
"No, Teddy,"
Patrick said.
"I plan on having you drown 'em."
Edith's blade lifted away. "Go," she said. "Please." Patrick looked at Edith one last time, his thoughts inscrutable, the tangled remnants of duty still warring along his jaw, down his throat.
"Thank you for your hospitality,"
he said, pulling me behind him, leading me out the door.
"Make sure I don't see you again, miss, or that'll be your last moment on this earth. And don't call on Kenton," John added. "There'll be no help coming down the tunnels."
We left Edith standing alone, the knife sliding from her limp fingers, her face buckling.
Chapter 34. Patrick. "This is mad," Theo said, his voice trembling. But he helped push the barricade away from the door, his breaths coming in large gusts. Patrick couldn't contest it. Beyond those doors were several ranks of approaching soldiers. "How many bullets you got left, Patty?" John asked, his face pressed to a gap between the wooden boards on a high window. "Just the one." "I've 3, John counted, rolling the barrel. "Here they come. 5 on horses. 30 all up, I reckon. 40 at most. They're going door to door." "They don't know it's us," Patrick said in response. "If they did, there'd be more." "Then why have they come?" Theo asked. "Because they think a few angry Trent crafters killed their coppers and a scribbler, Teddy." How oblivious he was to the ministrations of his own house. "Holy God, I can't kill them all," Theo said, his head shaking back and forth. "They've been ordered here. Most will have families. It isn't right." He was beginning to shake, to lose his grip. Patrick grabbed his collar in his hand and pulled him close, felt the button at Theo's throat pop. "Sharpen up, Teddy," he said. There was command in his voice. Theo paled. "They'll aim to shoot at anything that moves. They won't stop to ask what family you've got waiting at home. Won't think of the right and wrong in it. They'll open fire, and you'll be dead on the ground before you can wave your white flag. And so will she." Together they glanced at Nina, who was peeking through a window. Patrick watched how Theo's eyes seemed to stick to her. "Use the river. I don't need your instruction on my medium, Coulson. Do it as soon as they're in reach," Patrick said in undertones, "before they have a chance to recognize her. Please." Finally, Theo's gaze turned away from Nina, surprise colouring his expression to hear Patrick plead with him. "This is the side you chose. You chose her," Patrick said, though he hated to say it. "And you'll watch her die or be captured tonight unless you do this." "They're here," Nina called, backing away from the window, her eyes wild now. "Patrick?" He clapped Theo on either shoulder, so hard his teeth rattled. "If there's any worldly way to prove yourself to her," he said in desperation, "it's this." He watched Theo galvanize his pupils, dilating, eclipsing. The stalk of his neck cocked. A deep exhale rattled from his chest. A soldier's last breath before the first spray of bullets. "Lord," Patrick thought, "let us survive this." "Do it now, Theo." Theo went to the window. Patrick saw the way his eyes shuttered to what was in front of him. All senses honed elsewhere, to the frigid river that slunk behind the factory. Patrick heard the calls and whistles of the soldiers beyond the door, felt the clutch of tension in the air, heard the first rolls of thunder. Not from the sky, but from something closer, something monstrous. Patrick stepped toward the boarded windows, peered through the slats. "Be ready to run," he told the rest. "When I say." Here were the soldiers, weary from their trek through the snow, trading flasks and cigarettes that spluttered out in the wind. Bayonets slung over their shoulders as they cupped their hands around their mouths to warm them. The horses clopped sleepily, necks bent against the snow, belting against them. The generals atop shouting orders. The foot soldiers broke down doors where they were bid. 3 men stalked sullenly toward the factory, their eyes tracking over its dark silhouette. 3 feet from the heavy doors, they halted. Patrick saw it in their eyes when they realized the roaring was not wind. He saw terror distort their faces as the sky seemed to fall atop them. The freezing water fell in heavy sheets, toppling the soldiers from their horses and crushing them. "Go!" Patrick pushed through the heavy doors. John shot 3 who stirred in the snow, spitting and trying to rise. Patrick shot another as he reached for his bayonet, and their bullets were spent. Theo held the rest hostage in the stillest water Patrick had ever seen. It blanketed them, as if a spring had suddenly appeared in the middle of the main street, its surface already icing over in the cold. The bodies beneath it did not move, either too broken or already dead. Theo's hands were raised in front of him, his brow furrowed in intensity. The wind lashed in, but he seemed impervious to it. "Run," he said. Patrick took Nina's arm, John took Polly's, and they took off without Theo, running through the snow. The only remaining tunnel was to the south, in the farming pasture behind the loggers. It might as well have been on another continent. The terrain made them slow. They hadn't made it more than a few yards before a door burst open into the street, and 2 soldiers in full regalia appeared, stomping out into the night, halting abruptly when they saw the group pounding toward them. "Fuck," Patrick muttered, and lifted his pistol, though there were no bullets to fire, only the hope of the con. He pulled Nina behind him as they hastened to lift their bayonets. "Halt!" they called. "Stay where you are." John pulled Polly in front of him as a shield. "Hello, boys," Patrick said carefully, eyes flickering between them. "You can let us pass, or we can trade bullets. Which will it be?" Behind them, cut logs rose very slowly from a mound of firewood, snow sliding gently away. Patrick didn't look at them as they rose silently into the night, waiting over the soldiers' heads. But there was the matter of the loaded guns pointed at them, fingers already rapping the triggers, reflexively pulled on a flinch. Patrick glanced once at his father. "Drop your weapons!" shouted one of the men, his voice carrying, probably in hopes it would reach his comrades. "They can't hear you," Patrick said. "They're dead." The men looked at one another. "Bullshit." Theo stumbled up then, sweating and panting. Every breath seemed to pain him. Patrick didn't spare him a glance. "Get 'em all, Teddy?" Yes," he said shakily. He was likely moments from vomiting. "Well, there you have it, boys," Patrick said. "Last one standing. That's got to be worth a medal, eh? Let us pass, and you might just collect it." "She's artisan," one soldier said suddenly, his eyes landing on Polly, whose forearm hosted a red, puckered brand on her dark skin. The soldier re-gripped his weapon, looking through the scope of his rifle, muzzle trained on John. "And that one?" The other soldier was looking over Patrick's shoulder, at Nina, eyes narrowing. Patrick moved in front of her. "The alchemist," Patrick said. "That'd be me." That served to draw their attention at least. "Patrick Coulson," he said, empty gun still lifted. "It's a pleasure." Likely, this contingent had come through the cold, expecting a fightless raid. Perhaps a few bottles of whiskey on someone's shelf to pilfer. Home by morning. "How would you two like an even bigger medal, eh?" Patrick felt for Nina behind him and pushed her toward Theo. He stepped forward, let his gun swing loose on his finger. He held his hands up in surrender. "You could take me right up to National House yourselves." It was their only choice. That or shoot him, which would get them hanged. They weren't artisans after all. Patrick saw opportunity gleam in their eyes. But still, their guns didn't move. "Can't take us all in yourselves, though," he pointed out. "We'd outmuscle you, wouldn't we? Better odds if there's 2-on-1. Tell my friends to be on their way." Patrick dropped his revolver to the snow and waited for them to deliberate. He prayed they were fools. Eventually, the one closest to Patrick nodded to himself, readjusted his footing, and stood taller. "Yeah," he said, his shoulders rolling back. "Yeah, all right. We'll take just you." He jutted his chin at the others. A log waiting over his head hovered precariously. "The rest of you, get walking." Slowly they did so. Theo and Nina behind him, John with Polly in front, and Patrick would wait until the bayonets were drawn away from their group and trained only on him. John would let them fall. Patrick would duck the bullets. "Patrick?" Nina said, edging away from Theo, ignoring his insistent tugs. Patrick groaned internally. "Keep walking, Scotty girl." "Hang on," granted the second soldier, recognition dawning. He looked between Patrick and Nina, some uncompromised part of his mind quicker than the rest of him. "Wait, that's the Earth Charmer," he said, jaw swinging open. His bayonet lifted at her torso. And Patrick was too far away. The logs fell. A shot rang out. The soldiers struck the snow, knees first, then faces. The backs of their skulls caved in. And next to Patrick lay another body, its stomach blooming red beneath clothing. Chapter 35. Theo. When Theo had first arrived in Kenton Hill, a man had aimed a shotgun at his stomach outside the coal works, called him a swank, told him to go back to the city or be sent back in a box. Theo had wondered then, with a sort of detached curiosity, what it would feel like to have a bullet sink into his skin. Whether he would feel anything at first, or if the pain would seep in slower, like melting ice. He'd been wrong on both counts. Agony splintered through his gut, made worse by the jostle of movement as Patrick and John leveraged him on their shoulders. His feet dragged over snow, then soil, then the metal slats of a mine shaft. He heard the groan of the pulley, the music of chains, the rhythmic plink of dripping blood. "Theo?" Nina's voice. Ice-cold hands on his cheeks. "Theo, don't close your eyes. It's gone all the way through." Patrick was saying. A graze, I think. Fuck off, Coulson, he wanted to tell him. But his mind was turning to swill. He couldn't find his eyes to open them. Something heavy pressed into his stomach, and he bucked with a new onslaught of pain. Easy, Patrick said to him. Nina, keep pressure on it. When Theo opened his eyes, he saw nothing. Just encroaching darkness. Fingers insistent at his neck. Why did you do that? She asked him. But he was being swallowed into the earth, into some black reprieve, and he couldn't force the words beyond that heavy barrier. In his mind, he saw Nina's face in Dumley's office, levitating soil, in the shadows of an artisan theatre, in the rubble of the first attack, and in his dreams every damn night. Because I love you, he thought. He hadn't found a way just yet to make it stop. In his disorientation, Theo awoke with the surety he was in Kenton Hill, deep underground. He felt the damp earth beneath him, heard that suffocating quiet, and tried to organize the tangle of his thoughts. Where was Scotty or Briggs? Where was Gunner, shouting at him for daring to rest? Why was he here, seated? Had he fainted again, as he had on his first descent? But pain lanced him, spiking up his side and into his lungs, stealing his breath. Fuck, he groaned, and cupped his hand over his waist, just above the hip bone, where a coat covered him. It's all right, came not Nina's voice, but Polly's. Theo blinked, and her face pieced together. Don't sit up, she said. The bleeding will start again. He realized then that her hand was gently pressing a wadded rag over his wound. He frowned, his eyes wanting to close again. Fuck, but it stung. You're not planning to sleep? She shook her head. Truth be told, I'm terrified of the tunnels. He nodded. He was too. He looked farther down the tunnel to where John and Patrick were also awake, their back pressed to the walls and a lit gas lamp between them. Nina was curled onto her side, asleep. Theo nodded in the direction of their party. You didn't want to be closer to the light? She grimaced. It's a little crowded down there, I'll say. She smiled at him wanly, then looked into her lap, shame spilling across her expression. Theo exhaled, then winced. You don't need to fear them, Polly. They can hardly be rid of you, can they? She looked at him dubiously. And how long does that last? She murmured. My usefulness runs out the moment they find Idio's seam or give up on the endeavour entirely. He scoffed. Men like Patrick and John, my father too, they don't give up on things like this. Polly's stare was distant. Do you remember that drunk back in Kenton? You'll have to be a lot more specific. The one who cursed at Mrs. Coulson and kicked Isaiah. A man from Dorset came to mind. He'd been granted amnesty at Coulson & Sons, just like Polly and Theo. He'd said he was a businessman, though Theo suspected he was just a criminal to whom they owed a favour. He'd gotten carried away one evening and turned cantankerous, knocking over a table, throwing his brandy onto an unsuspecting woman, screaming at Tess when she came to clear him out, then gave Patrick's dog a firm kick in the ribs as he left. He'd been a novice to Kenton Hill. He'd yet to understand the codes of the Coulson Empire, and the rest of those in the pub had watched on in quiet anticipation. It surprised no one when Patrick downed the rest of his drink and stood, or when Gunner adjusted his belt and opened a switchblade, both of them following the Dorser man calmly out to the road. The man ended up on his back in the middle of Main Street, his cheek slashed open, and his shoulder bleeding from the puncture wound beneath. "Deal's off," Patrick had said around the length of a cigarette. "Take the long way home. Just watch the hills now, they tick." An hour or so later, there had been a distant blast to the south. A landmine tripped, and Kenton barely stuttered at the sound. Theo nodded. "I remember. Well, that man kicked their dog," she said. "What do you think they imagined doing to me?" Theo grimaced. "You were doing what you believed was right." Polly shook her head sadly. The word right didn't factor much into it. "You were backed into a corner." "I was," she said on a whisper. "And so was Nina. So were you. But I was the one to give Tanner the tunnel. I kicked the dog." She turned to look at Theo then. "And I don't deserve your compassion. I'm exactly the coward they believe I am." Theo considered her for a moment. "Do you remember when I arrived in Kenton Hill? The mining boys started in on me straight away, trying to rile me up, I think, test my mettle. I'd never met men like them before, throwing their weight around, beating their chests like apes. I thought them moronic. Only Scotty didn't take too well to that observation. Well, you called him a witless degenerate, and I don't think he knew what either of those words meant. And he and Otto took my chair out from underneath me, and I was lying there on the floor thinking they might beat my head in. Then you rose up like a guardian angel and scolded them both like they were toddlers, told them to sit down before you knocked their heads together." She smiled, just slightly. "Scotty's harmless. He only looks like a troll. And Otto was butter in your palms from the very beginning." Her expression splintered at the sound of his name, and she turned away, eyes back on the steward's book in her hands. "Are we just reminiscing? Or does this story have a point? You're not a coward, Polly. Not truly. You survived the artisan school, and then countless towns after it, most of which were far from welcoming. You've seen far more than I would care to see, I'm sure of it. Whatever it is you are not a coward. You simply want to survive. I can't reproach you that." She turned in on herself, her spine curving. When she next spoke, her voice was reedy. What kind of person forsakes an entire town just to save their own hide? Theo sighed heavily and looked out into the gloom. "Funny how things shook out in the end," he said quietly. "I hated that damn parish, yet I stayed to help salvage it. You liked Kenton, and yet I sent in the bloody infantry." She sounded like she could hardly believe it herself, knowing full well that it might kill the man Theo watched the word stick in her throat, her eyes rimming with tears. Loved. he supplied. Was it love? With Otto? The hollowing of her throat told Theo enough. He did the gentlemanly thing of changing the subject. What will you do after this? Without scribbling. She shrugged lamely. If I'm being truthful, I don't care. As long as I'm not shot dead somewhere along the way. For what it's worth, Theo said, I won't let the Coulsons kill you. And if Nina were the one holding the gun? She asked now, turning her head to watch his reaction. Would you stop her? Theo frowned. I wouldn't have to. She'd never do that. Wouldn't she? Theo thought he saw something flash across Polly's irises. Perhaps she was remembering the night they had found her in Ricker's. Nina's knuckles blanching around the butt of a pistol. However angry she might feel, she isn't capable of something like that, Polly. She isn't one of them. Polly tilted her head as though she pitied him, his naivety. That's exactly who she is, Theo. However much you might wish it otherwise. He bit his tongue to stave off a retort. She didn't know Nina as he did. Do you think we'll ever move on? Polly asked now, shivering. The cold was closing in. I hope not, he said in earnest. Then it was all for nothing. Theo had been too long with that ache in his throat, grown used to it. She looked at him sadly, as though she couldn't imagine a worse fate. I think I'd be more content to, though, if I knew there was some part of her that was changed by me, Theo allowed. To know that I'd altered her half as much as she altered me. She loved you once, Polly said simply. You carved your way into her heart back then. It stands to reason the marks would still be there. Theo took a tremulous breath. His stomach seemed to seize. After a moment, his muscles relaxed back against the wall of the tunnel. His head tilted to the ceiling. From the void of his chest, words rose unbidden. I do worry, you know, that we aren't the ones who find their happy endings. No, Polly murmured. No, I don't think we do. When the others rose from their rest, Polly helped Theo to stand. They travelled on, Theo clawing dying embers of memory, and Polly rubbing her right arm with her left hand, as though warming that one small part of herself. Chapter 36. Patrick. Patrick felt a wave of homesickness so acute he had to clamp his eyes shut. In truth, it might also have been the air in the tunnels. They were fleeing in the exact opposite direction of Kenton Hill, and the farther south they travelled, the more detached he felt from home, from his brothers and mother. He'd never been gone this long. Worry wheedled in. Voices in his head told him he couldn't be sure they were even alive. It would have been enough to send him back if it weren't for the fear of it. Fear of seeing it half reduced. Any time the urge to steal home swarmed him, he would try to imagine the view from the surrounding hills and how different it would look now. And the feeling was swallowed by the urgency to find the fucking seam. He would be returning with nothing if he couldn't return with a plan, with a fix. When he did return, He would be filled to the brim with idiom, with enough in surplus to give to every man and woman in Kenton. Let the house come then. Let them breathe fire and spray bullets. Let them shake as Kenton returned in kind. The next time he stepped foot in Kenton Hill, he'd make it the most formidable parish in the world. He was filthy, covered in mud and Theo's blood. One endless night and day in the tunnels. They walked as far as Theo could be carried before surrendering to the ground, resting, then rising to do the same again. Nina and Polly weren't accustomed to walking the tunnels in the dark, and between John and Patrick, Theo's dead weight had quickly become encumbering. When they set him down for the night, the relief was immense. Nina slept opposite Patrick, sitting upright. He held his sickness at bay by listening to her breaths. Farther away, Polly curled in on herself. Theo was slumped against his own part of the wall, his side as well bandaged as they could manage with the sleeves of Patrick's shirt. John rested beside him, though Patrick knew he was awake. He heard the quiet pop of his lips as he spoke to himself, the same way he had when Patrick was a boy. Always scheming, strategizing. Odd to have him so close again. To be able to ask one of the many questions that had banked up in his mind over the last 2 years. Now, he found little to say. Patrick had imagined their reunion would feel like surrender, like mercy. Instead, he felt heavier now than he ever had. "You haven't asked Polly to send a scribble to Ma," Patrick murmured, only just loud enough for John to hear it, not loud enough to stir Nina from her dreams. She slept so seldom, it worried him. He felt John shift, turned to peer at him through the dark. "You say something, son?" "You haven't asked the scribbler to send a message to Ma," Patrick repeated. There was a moment's hesitation. "There's a question in that," John uttered eventually. "Ain't much business of yours, Patty. For all you know, I've sent her a bloody sonnet." "Have you?" His hands rose and fell, slapping the dirt. "We've been a bit preoccupied, son. I ain't thought much about love notes." But that wasn't his way, Patrick knew. Always there had been notes. He'd left them under her water glass beside their bed, on the stovetop, in the heel of her boot. "One day you'll have a castle, love," they'd say. "Soon we'll have it all." A lifetime ago, his mother had seen those notes and smiled shyly. Later, she'd squeezed her eyes shut, like she was praying for patience, and the note was tucked in her housecoat. By the time Patrick was an adult, she'd walk right by, refusing to read them at all. "It's been more than 2 years," Patrick rumbled. 2 years she's gone without a word from you. Now we've got a scribbler at our disposal. You'd think a man in your shoes would have sent a message." John shuffled. "Watch your tone, son." "She's your wife," Patrick growled, his volume climbing. His eyes slid in the dark to Nina, but she didn't stir. In whispers, he said, "What man worth a damn neglects to send word to his wife and sons?" John groaned, scrubbed at his face wearily. "You're young, Pat," he said slowly. There was a warning in it. You don't know yet how marriage works, but your ma does. She knows there's things more important than love notes and fucking poems. He tipped his head back to the wall again, crossed his arms over his chest, as though the matter were closed. And you'll mind your mouth when you speak to me of your mother, son. You hear me? For I knock your teeth out. The same hollow threats from Patrick's childhood. He'd never followed through on a single one of them. You haven't asked about them, Patrick continued. Gunner or Don. 2 years, and you ain't got the wherewithal to ask. He looked over at Nina. Not his family. Not his at all. Still, he heard her slow breaths draw into her chest and said, if I had a wife waiting somewhere, there ain't a thing I'd think about more. To that, John said nothing. I took the liberty of having Polly write to Ma and the boys, Patrick said now. I told them you were alive and well. It's a mite of what they deserve. Then he turned away, unable to think of his father, of his mother, and brothers, and Kenton Hill a moment longer. The tunnel came up into a stinking culvert, as far from Hokeland and Kenton Hill as one could get without crossing the Giza River. Lavnonshire had somehow evaded the grasp of winter. It remained humid, the air thick as soup, gulls still swooping lazy circles over the sea. It was a lean-to town. Structures half rotted, unfolding to the cliffs. The streets narrow and uneven. When the wind rolled in off the ocean, it would pick up stray cats, discarded rubbish, and blow them down the lanes. But as much as it battered the walls of Lavnonshire, they never folded. The mortar between bricks was mostly eroded. Everything smelled of salt and fish innards. An interminable roar harried the ramparts and the cliffs, drowning out the drawls of fishmongers. Lavnonshire hardly changed. It seemed condemned to churn with the ocean it bordered. Not even a war could halt it. Theo came out of the tunnel looking ashen. He held his side as though he were holding in his organs. The bandage bled through. Patrick and Nina held most of the man's weight, but with every step, Theo grew more tight-lipped, more drawn. Where are we? Nina asked, blinking into the assault of light. But it wasn't Patrick or John who answered her. It was Polly. Lavnonshire, she said breathlessly. Patrick recalled, from some cavity of his memory, that she'd professed to have been raised here. It made sense, he supposed. Lavnonshire was a strange collection of crafters and lower-ranked artisans. He frowned. In case you've got ideas of visiting old friends, I'd remind you there ain't any ships left in Lavnonshire that still leave the dock. Polly raised an eyebrow. There are no old friends, she assured him. Just a mother and father who'd be embarrassed to see me darken their doorstep. Patrick heaved Theo onward. Why? Did you send an army after them too? Polly looked off to the distant rooftops. I'm not exactly a prized artisan daughter, she said. I was supposed to return home with accolades, not a dismissal. Accolades, status, social repute, the things of value to an artisan. Perhaps the mines weren't the worst fate one could face in the trench. "Where to now?" Nina asked, taking up Theo's other side. He groaned as she lifted his arm over her shoulder. The culvert emptied out into a dusty yard, weary-eyed crafters picking out metals and bones, left to burn in hearths. It was astonishing what some tried to burn. The poorest crafters sold the bones to glue factories. The fabric could be washed and reused. The metals melted down and traded in. Dust yards were only good for scraps, for meetings of a dark nature, for hiding. There were several gaunt crafters here. They barely paid the group any mind as they passed. One kept their business to themselves in the dust yard. Ahead of them, though, was the thrum of Lavnonshire, and it would be full of infantry and police watching the docks, ensuring the fishermen strayed no farther than the immediate coastline. "There's no union-owned establishments here," Patrick grunted, heaving Theo along. "What about Leithrow?" John asked, turning abruptly. Leithrow was a butcher and a neutral. He'd given over the deed without much persuasion back when Patrick was still green. He still remembered his father striding in and holding a meat hook to the man's eye. "He's in the wind," Patrick responded. "Scuppered 2 years ago, right around the time John had been captured." John cursed. "Slippery little weasel, ain't he?" Patrick didn't argue. The man had been paid handsomely every month for his indenture, but had also brought 2 daughters into the shop each day. It was likely he'd valued their safety over money. "I have an idea," Nina said now. The sun had turned her hair golden, her cheeks distractingly pink, though there's no telling if it will be safe. She grimaced and looked directly at Theo, and he at her. A silent message seemed to pass between them. Patrick felt something primal rise up and bare its teeth. "Mrs. Trunk?" Theo asked. It was a name that meant nothing to Patrick, but Nina nodded. "Who is Mrs. Trunk?" Polly asked. "When we were apprentices, Professor Dumley used to bring us both here. Field work, he'd call it. Sometimes we'd stay with an acquaintance of his, an antique shop proprietor." Patrick gritted his teeth. "Is she a swank?" Nina hesitated. "A mason?" "No," Patrick said immediately. "We'll figure something else out." "She's harmless, Patrick," Nina said, panting under the weight of Theo. "A society outcast. And she liked us." Patrick rolled his eyes. He doubted there was nary a person alive who'd met Nina and not fallen for her. "It ain't enough." But Nina pinched her eyes closed in frustration. There was mud smeared into her hair, a cut on her cheek, sweat glistened over her brow, and he was suddenly suffused with guilt. "Trust me, Patrick. She couldn't raise the alarm even if she wanted to." He frowned warily. "And why's that?" "She's mute," Theodore grunted, looking as though he might pass out at any moment. "It don't mean she can't flounce down the street waving her hands over her head," John grunted. "She'll turn you over the moment she recognizes you." "I'm not sure she'll think much of it," Nina muttered, her voice turning reluctant. "Mrs. Trunk isn't all there." Patrick stared at her. "She's a lunatic." "Not a lunatic," Nina said indignantly. "But she's getting on in years, And she's a recluse. She doesn't care much for society. I imagine not, John muttered. Can't fucking speak, can she? Nina glared at him. Have you got a better idea? None, John said, then looked to Patrick. Gotta stop somewhere, son. The charmer ain't gonna last the night unless he's seen to. Even as he said it, Theo's head fell forward, his face collapsing in pain. Patrick sighed and looked at Theo. It'd be simpler to leave him here to recover, to continue on without stopping. But one glance at Nina told him it wasn't a question. He'd gone and saved her life after all. Lead the way, he said to Nina, taking Theo's full weight from her. And keep your head down. The walk was treacherous. Lavnanshire was littered in open market stalls and street vendors selling their haul of cod and crab. Patrick put his cap over Nina's head and pulled it low over her brow. He closed Theo's coat to hide the bloody bandages as they weaved down the streets, closer and closer to the ramparts. A row of shop fronts clustered perilously close to the cliffside, sewn together like a patch quilt. Theo's weight was starting to hinder him when, thankfully, Nina came to a stop. Her eyes trailed over a grimy door, bulging shop windows so filled with lime and salt they were impossible to see through. The sign dangling precariously from the roof guttering said, Trunk Antiques and Oddities. There was a claustrophobia about it, even from the street. It was too narrow, too tall, the competing shops either side pulverizing it. Waiting on an invitation? John asked Nina. She turned on him and Patrick's eyes steeled. No threats, she said. No guns. John clicked his tongue. We ain't in the habit of shooting old ladies, darling. When they stepped through the shop's door, the sound of the sea was swallowed, replaced by the kind of unbearable hum Patrick only ever experienced when 100 fathoms beneath ground. Polly let the door shut behind her, and the tinny bell rattled overhead. Its windows were cluttered top to bottom with art, hat stands, newspapers, books, cat cages, embroidered cushions, lamps, vases, empty wine bottles, candlestick holders, rat traps, and strangely, a miner's pick. There were few places to stand, all available room having been taken up by some piece of dusty furniture. Shelves crowded the walls, and even the ceiling was cluttered with hanging pots and cages and cookware. Patrick couldn't think of a place less artisanal if they were in Kenton Hill. He grinned. They each took off their hats, relaxed their shoulders with a groan. Even if the general of the fucking Lord's army were to look through a window at that moment, they'd see nought but towers of junk. Mrs. Trunk? Nina called out carefully, turning to pass her hips through piles of newspapers and a cello. Hello? From behind a fort of books came someone so short as to appear a child, but was on closer inspection a frightfully old woman with dark skin and thinning hair. She licked her gums, took her spectacles off, and rubbed them against her blouse. Her chin quivered as she peered at them all. After a moment, Patrick realized that she was speaking to herself in silence, her lips forming words they couldn't hear. She came around her piles and stacks in a practiced way, her squat form somehow avoiding any obstacle, until she came before Nina. She looked at her as though she were a collectible to peruse, picking up her hands and turning them over to see their backs, pulling on her curls to test their spring. Then she smiled, patted Nina's cheek. "Hello, Mrs. Trunk," Nina said warmly, smiling back. Patrick felt punched through by that smile. She'd used it on him once or twice. He doubted there were many with hearts and eyes who could refuse it, Mrs. Trunk included. The old woman's eyes then swept to the rest of them, not stopping until they found Theo, propped between Patrick and John. Recognition dawning. "We're sorry to call on you without an invitation," Nina said to her. "But I'm afraid we had no choice. Theo is injured," Nina said. Mrs. Trunk patted her cheek again. There was a shake to her hands. She wore a gentleman's dinner jacket and dungarees. Hardly swank fashion. And if it wasn't for the piano that started playing of its own accord in a dusty corner, Patrick might have thought her a craftswoman. Except that the keys trilled suddenly in a strange and complicated ascension of notes. It made John spin and lift a pistol from his coat, made Polly duck and cover her head. But it only made Nina smile. Patrick watched the dark wooden keys settle back into place and frowned at them. "Mrs. Trunk is a woodmason," Nina offered. At that, the piano warbled again. One solitary, piercing tone as though to affirm. "She uses the piano to speak." Mrs. Trunk's lips moved soundlessly. She moved to a chair overturned and took it by its legs. With precarious movements, she righted it on the floor and pointed abruptly to Theo. The piano sang again. "I think she wants to see Theo's injury," Nina offered. And Mrs. Trunk nodded brusquely. Theo groaned as he sank onto the chair, but he had the wherewithal to nod his head to Mrs. Trunk, the perfect gentleman. "Pleasure to see you again," he said through gritted teeth. Mrs. Trunk unwrapped the sodden bandage, shook her head in reproach, her lips moving, piano playing in double time, the tone somber, as though she were giving them a tongue-lashing. Without warning, she went shuffling off into the maze of junk. "Lord," John said in her absence, "ain't a single marble left, eh? Complete knotter." "Mind your manners," Nina said, eyes stuck on the weeping sore on Theo's side. His head was hung back over the chair, his eyes closed. He drew deep, deliberate breaths through his nose. "Well, she ain't a threat, that's for certain," John continued on, going to an old wall clock discarded on the floor and picking it up, turning it over to view its cogs. "We ought to take advantage if we can. Lay low for a few days or more. Let the scribbler work on the translations." Patrick was already shaking his head. "We haven't got time. The longer we sit still, the more likely it is we're caught." Patrick felt that screw wind itself tighter. "We need to find the seam. I need to return to Kenton." He felt it like fingers clamped around his windpipe. Every day, his dread compounded. "Theo can't travel like this," Nina said, her eyes roaming over the man, brow furrowed. At the sound of her voice, Theo's eyes opened. They caught hers. Patrick heard bones break, the spray of blood. He swallowed. "Then he ought to stay here." He said it with deliberate slowness. He wanted her to hear the sense in it, to bring the juvenile bond to an end. He can stay in the care of Mrs. Trunk, and we'll carry on to Hoagland as planned. Polly can translate on the route. Then we head straight for the seam." Nina turned her head to Patrick, and he thought her expression was laced with apology. His stomach fell. "We can't leave him here." "Don't make much sense to drag him along any further," John interceded. But Nina paid him no mind. She stepped closer to Patrick, her hands balling the way they did when she was scared. Was she afraid of him? "He followed your orders with those men. He killed them for us. And he took a bullet to save me," she said. It was damningly soft. I can't just abandon him." Over Nina's shoulder, Theo's eyes became star-bright. His shoulders lifted just a fraction. Patrick let the air pent up in his tired lungs go and swallowed a stream of vitriol that wasn't intended for her. "Fine," he said. "We'll stay." Lord. But he was loath to be sitting still while his broken parish stitched itself back together and the Lord's army circled in on them, and somewhere in the trench, miles of terranium sat waiting for the taking. "Thank you," Nina said, and back she went, back to Theo and his shining eyes, his wound, visible proof of his loyalty to her. She watched over Mrs. Trunk, who had returned with a carpet bag, clinking with medical supplies, and begun to pull out foul-smelling antiseptic and yellowing gauze. Patrick couldn't stand here another moment watching. He went to the piano with his jaw sticking. He rounded precariously, stacked pots and a chest of men's boots, with his nails digging into his palms. The standing piano was made of Sitka spruce, he guessed, its keys unsurfaced. Atop each key was a letter, or sometimes a word. Patrick saw a yes, no, and oddly, the word bastard. Each of them was etched into the wood in neat script, no doubt by Mrs. Trunk herself. Patrick ran his fingers across them. They came away dusty. The keys compressed, discordantly, the words spelled out too quickly. Patrick tried to track the letters as they were belted down, but was helpless to follow along. He looked back over his shoulder to Mrs. Trunk, who was half bent over, dabbing at Theo's side in a practiced way. "What did she say?" Nina called, watching him. He shook his head. "Could you, go a little slower?" Mrs. Trunk's shoulders rose and fell on a sigh, and then the melody played again, lagging now. Patrick couldn't describe how, but he felt as if the sound mocked him, like speech slowed down for the irreparably stupid. The notes rang out, and Patrick read them aloud. "Don't touch." He grinned down at the keys, then turned to say, "Pardon me, miss." John came to Patrick's side, his tongue tucked into his cheek in the way he was prone to when deep in thought. For a moment, Patrick was waylaid by memories of him turning over the working parts of some device. His concentration fixed. "Clever," John said, bending to see beneath. "She had her tongue cut out or something." Another singular note. This one a dirge. The key with the word no compressed, and John huffed a guttural laugh. "She's not deaf, John," Nina called out. Another note. Bastard. Patrick grinned again. John chuckled. "Ain't half stupid, neither." More notes, this time spelling, "Who are you?" "Mrs. Trunk, my name is Patrick. I apologize for the intrusion." Mrs. Trunk simply kept on with her ministrations, hovering over Theo, blotting the antiseptic on his wound. "Please forgive John here. His manners are trapped somewhere between his ass and his mouth." It was a risk, Patrick knew, to speak crassly to an artisan lady before asking her a favour, but Patrick had learned to read people. No regular swank opened an antique store on a cliff in Lavernshire and piled it with crafted treasure. Mrs. Trunk's eyes twinkled. Patrick knew caged laughter when he saw it. Nina rolled her eyes at Patrick, and he winked at her. "We're in dire need of a place to stay, Mrs. Trunk. Just for a few nights," Nina said. "We'll keep out of your hair, and we can pay." Mrs. Trunk was already nodding absently and waving off the idea of payment, as though it would hardly a favour at all. More notes rang out. Trouble. Patrick hid his hands in his pockets. "No trouble," he said easily. A run of notes followed, one key after another, so dizzyingly fast that Patrick hardly made heads or tails of it. Nina grinned. "You'll have to forgive them, Mrs. Trunk. They're simple crafters. They don't read quickly." Patrick smirked. The melody came again, this time elongated. "Studying," Patrick read aloud. Theodore and Nina shared a look, his eyes popping open and his jaw slackening, lost in some memory. "Yes," Nina answered heavily. "We're studying." Patrick wondered if Mrs. Trunk was in fact addled, or if the passing of so many years had simply blended them all together while she collected her wares and curated her piles of junk, oblivious to the turning of the earth. Mrs. Trunk had pasted the wound and covered it in gauze. She wrapped a clean bandage around Theo's waist, smacked his hands away when he tried to touch it. She held out a dusty vial then, on it the words "Bluff Tincture," reflecting light from the window. Theo hesitated to take it. "Drink it, Theo," Nina said. Like a dog greedy for the approval of his master, he did. Without another word, Mrs. Trunk turned and began her slow progression to a slight stairwell in the back of the shop, between an overladen china cabinet and a silent grandfather clock. She indicated for them to follow. Patrick saw John take one last glance at the piano, his finger reaching towards the keys. He was beaten to the punch by a single note. No. Mrs. Trunk's upstairs apartment was much like her shop, cluttered with odd assortments of things, too cramped by far. There was a minuscule kitchen, a tea table with 2 chairs, shelves of pottery and candlesticks, a boarded floor covered in a faded red rug, and a settee. Nina helped Theo limp to it and lay down there, where he closed his eyes immediately, the dose of bluff taking effect. He was snoring within moments, and Nina looked down at him with concern etched in her brow, her hands pressing anxiously on her hips. "He'll recover, won't he?" she asked aloud. To whom, it wasn't clear. Mrs. Trunk showed the rest of them to 2 spare bedrooms piled with newspapers and books with peeling covers. There were 2 iron beds with lumpy mattresses per room, a skinny window that wouldn't open, empty candlestick holders on the sill, wax gumming them to the paint. Mrs. Trunk shuffled the girls into one room, then Patrick and his father to another, like they were schoolchildren being herded into dorms. When Patrick looked over his shoulder to watch the back of Nina disappear through the door, Mrs. Trunk put a finger to the side of his head and turned his face away, shaking her head, her messaging clear. She gave them bowls of water and towels to clean with, brought them tea and toast. Patrick ate and drank unconsciously. He tried to lie down, but found it unbearable. Instead, he settled for trying to open the jammed window, pressing vehemently against the hinges. His father chuckled behind him. "Like a caged animal," he said fondly. "You always were, you and your brothers." Patrick glanced over his shoulder. John was shirtless, washing his face over the bowl, his beard dripping rivulets. He looked about the room as though it was of great interest to him. And Patrick couldn't understand how he wasn't jumping out of his own skin. "It's been weeks now," Patrick said, throwing his shoulder against the window frame. It didn't budge. "Weeks since the attack on Kenton, since they took all the bluff." "Your brothers are there, Patty," John said. "They'll hold down the fort, just fine till you return." "Till we return," Patrick corrected, pausing in his assault against the window, looking once more to his father. John was drying his face with a towel. "Yeah," he said, "till we return." Patrick shook his head. "Gunner's not right in his head," he said. "He's worse than you'd remember. I couldn't keep him away from the hawkers. And Donnie's just a kid." "He's no more a kid than you are," John told him. "And their mother ain't gonna let him go astray. She'll kick him in the arse if need be." "The trades'll be slowing," Patrick continued, pressing the tips of his fingers into the window crevices until his fingers turned white and his nails protested. "If they haven't stopped already, there's debts, and not a lick of bluff to trade with." "There's coal," John said prosaically. "Your brothers'll hold him off till the end of winter at least." "It won't be enough," Patrick argued, an ache forming behind his eyes. "Then they'll throw their weight around, Patty. They know the business." "This should concern you," Patrick said, pinching the bridge of his nose and cinching his eyes shut to stave off the pain. "You should be worried for them. For Ma." "Composure, Patty," John said, as though his son was still 13 and trying to split lumps of stolen terranium. Men who don't learn it don't make a single right choice in their lives. Patrick threw his shoulder into the window again, harder now. There wasn't enough air in the room. "Guard your temper. You fly off the handle. You might as well fold your hand." Patrick pushed at the window again, heard something creak. "This is the business, Patty. It's 100 problems, each as urgent as the next. The only one that matters is the one in front of you." Patrick threw his fist into the window in desperation, and the glass splintered. His father's hands were on his shoulders, his chest, holding him back. "Just breathe, Pat," he was saying. "Come on, lad. Breathe. Till the light comes, remember? Till the light comes, we keep at it. Everything has a fix." His lungs were howling as he inhaled, his eyes shut so tightly he thought they might never open again. "Just breathe. That's the way," John's voice swooped in. "Ain't anything so big we can't handle, Patty. We find a way. We'll get us all the bluff we'll ever need, son. All the bluff your mother could ever need. Tess's face swam on a carousel, younger and grey as smoke. Then older, wearier. He braced himself on the windowsill, felt tiny shards of glass embed in his skin. He breathed heavily, sweat trickling into the corners of his eyes. Nothing we can do for 'em if we go back empty-handed, Patty. We find the seam first. This is the problem in front of us. Patrick nodded. There was nothing to do but nod. I rely on you, son, John was saying now. I gave you this burden because you were the only one who could bear it. We're so close now. I can't have you falling apart. His father slapped his spine between his shoulder blades, the reverberations reaching his heart. It was a reset, a jolt of strength. Till the light comes, son. Say it. Till the light comes. He could barely shove the words past his lips. That's it. John mussed his hair. Come on now. There's got to be a cigarette somewhere around here. Patrick opened his eyes to the broken window. The glass, now a web. He traced the path of a fissure with his finger, and he thought to himself, if only he could see where it would all end, where they would all fall, he would know if he could live with himself in the aftermath. He turned to his father, pulling a shirt over his head, pulling up his suspenders, as though preparing for second shift in the mines. As though he might thunder down the stairs and kiss his mother on the cheek, pat Gunner's shoulder and pull on Donnie's nose. Till the light comes, Patrick murmured to himself, searching for composure, shunting fear into his centre and locking it away. Down we go. Chapter 37. Donnie. It had been several weeks since Donnie had slept soundly. Every day, he felt as though he were morphing into a poor substitution for his absent brother. He wondered if this heaviness he felt in the crane of his neck, in the bedrock of his stomach, had been carried by Patrick before him, and his father before that. Had it felt to them as though their boots were sinking farther into the mud by the second? Had Donnie truly been so absorbed in himself that he'd never noticed? For the first time in 7 years, the coal works were short of coal. Hearths would start emptying around the parish. The pipes would bring nought through its channels. The waters in their tanks and boilers would freeze over. A dead winter, Gunner muttered. The gong of his boot kicking a copper drum rung hollow. A dead fucking winter, on top of everything. The factory floor of the coal works sweltered. In his mind, Donnie imagined it bulging. The steam collecting along the walls and curling to the roof until the whole place distended. God bloody help us, he said. Ain't no way around it, said Otto. His voice was weary from a shift already spent in the mines. Nothing left to trade with. Gotta keep the union members happy with something if not bluff. Therein lay the problem. With no bluff to trade, there was only coal. Triple the amount outgoing than usual, and not half the men to mine it. There'd been too many good miners lost in the attack, even working more than they ought to. The miners that remained couldn't replace what they were exporting. Fuck, Donnie said, pulling his cap from his head and mopping his face. Someone light me a smoke. Can't smoke in here, Donny, said Otto. Don't see no signs. Won't see my fist flying at your chin neither. Gunnar growled, his temper barely contained. These days, he was like a feral dog backed against a wall. He'd lash out at anything. Donny fished a bent cigarette from his trousers despite it. He felt his blood thinning, retreating to his heart. His hands shook. Gunnar slapped the cigarette out of his hand. I'll box you till you're deaf as well, Don. That'll be the fucking day, Donny said, fists clenching. You need a drink is all, Otto said on a sigh. We all could use a night off. I need a fuck, Donny countered. Anyone will do. Didn't you lay with that lad last night? Aye, said Donny. And it's been too many fucking hours since. Gunnar was prowling, back and forth. Donny couldn't help but count the minutes ticking by while they stood there, useless. Patrick would have come up with a solution by now, he thought. He wouldn't just be standing here thinking about his cock. But Donny had never been as cunning as Patrick, nor as quick, nor as decisive. Donny could be counted on for the sport of the business, not the strategy. Fuck the members, Gunnar was braying now. Never once thanked us, have they? How many years have we spent breaking our backs for 'em? I say we keep the fucking coal for ourselves. Can't feed the parish with coal though, can we? Donny sneered. A warm body ain't any good if it's starved, you dolt. Call me dolt again. Why does Gunnar's head look like it might burst? Came Scotty's voice. His footsteps approached, muffled by the hiss of the boilers. Don't worry none. It's thick as a ram's. Nothing's bursting through it, Donny answered. What news? Scotty sighed wearily. The bad kind. Have mercy. Donny wondered if there was a bottom to the well, or if they'd drown reaching for it. Scotty had been to Dorset for an arranged trade in the night. He was late to return. Dorset didn't show, Scotty said, and Donny heard the cracks of his bones as he stretched. Waited there half the fucking night. An incomprehensible silence ensued. Otto began to pace. There was the sound of a lighter striking. Oi! Donny cried. Thought you said no smoking. They're sending a message, Otto intoned, voice distant. He exhaled heavily. Smoke infused the air. Left a note, too, Scotty said. There was a crinkle of paper, the slap of it as it collided with someone's hand. Gunnar read aloud. Alchemist and earth charmer sworn into governing administration as lord and lady, he said gruffly. Voice darkening on the final words. Donny's chest concussed. Beyond the pounding in his ears, he heard the sound of paper tearing, flames thrilling as they were fed. He turned his back on the others, closed his eyes, and tried to think. They think we're colluding with the Swanks, Otto growled. Donny, did you hear? Yeah, I fucking heard, he muttered. Donny, they won't trade till we've proved we're on the right side of things. That's what they're trying to tell us, said Scotty. I know. Soon they'll be coming down those tunnels looking for bluff. We ain't got any, thundered Gunnar. But we told them we did, Donny said. And then we flaunted like show ponies for those fucking Dunwich men. He dug the heels of his hands into his eyes, wishing for the first time in his life that he could block out the spurts of colour and plunder himself into the quiet, fathomless dark. Patrick wouldn't have made this mistake. he would have been miles ahead of it. "Rally up some of the lads," Gunner was saying now. "Give them some rifles, or pay those ungrateful fuckers a visit ourselves. And turn against our own comrades, just as they fear we have." God bloody damn, but he needed silence. He needed sleep. He needed someone else to take this burden from him. That's how this whole fucking thing unravels, Gun. From within. It starts with lies, and then we grow distrustful of each other, then fearful. Instead of remembering who we're fighting. That's what the House is hoping for when they write those fucking headlines. The other men grew quiet. Donnie felt their stares on the back of his head, felt the goose flesh rise along his neck. "This was our fault, brother," he said heavily. "Better to lead with something true. That's what Dad used to say." "Aye. Well, he ain't fucking here." No, he wasn't. It was just the two of them now to look over the business. The union, their mother, and they were making a mess of it. "What do we do with the coal meant for Dorset, Don?" Scotty was asking now. "Fuck those Dorset cunts. We'll have it here, where it's needed." Gunner heaved. "No," said Donnie. And he felt the decision land in his gut, felt the fingers of it strangle his organs. Leave the coal at the end of the tunnel in Dorset. They'll find it. "What?" "Donnie, their population is 3 times ours," he continued. "And they've suffered their own attack. They're just as much prone to a dead winter as we are." That's what Patrick would say. "Fuck that. Patrick would tell you to turn your attention to Kenton Hill first. He'd tell you Dorset was someone else's village." "Patrick promised Dorset Bluff," Donnie answered. "And until we can make good on it, we'll act in good faith. Let them see it as a sign that we remain on the right side of this war." Scotty cleared his throat. Otto exhaled again, and the smell of sweet tobacco found Donnie. None argued, and Donnie wondered if he didn't want them to. If he wanted them to stomp their feet and tell him no, that he was wrong, that this, too, would prove a mistake. "What about the market, Don?" said Otto. "We need to fill it with something." Donnie sighed, pictured Patrick somewhere in the brink, fossicking for the last dregs of terranium this continent had to offer. They only had to hold out a little longer. Any day now, Patrick would return. "Call a union meeting in the pub for tonight," he said, "and be ready for trouble. They ain't gonna like what we got to say." "And what's that?" Scotty asked. "That their food sundries now belong to Coulson & Sons, and will be redistributed evenly, and that all Southside residents will be relocated to the north to conserve coal." "Fuck," breathed Otto. And Donnie thought he sounded wearier than he ever had. "Then I'll get to work diverting the gas lines," Gunner said. "Be easier to persuade them to leave when they come home to cold houses." "Are you sure you've got the words to convince them, Donnie?" Scotty said carefully, his tone grave. "You better put some balls behind it, or we'll have mutiny on our hands." Donnie sighed, long and hard. "I'll find them." Chapter 38. Patrick. When he woke, the sun beyond the broken window was orange. The shadows in the room had elongated. His father snored obscenely. Patrick pushed himself upright and stretched out the strain in his neck. He pretended that the lethargy he felt was credited to the lumpy mattress and not to a greater fatigue. For a moment, the room rotated around him like a mirage, and he himself was bodiless. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eye sockets. He couldn't stay in this room with its towers of books another moment. He stood and half-dressed himself. The clothes Mrs. Trunk had left smelt like must and thyme. Socks, no boots, an unbuttoned shirt, no suspenders. He fought the door against the draught in the hallway. Polly and Nina's door was cracked open, and inside was Polly sleeping with the steward's book on her stomach. Parchment spread around her. Those strange symbols bled onto the pages, scratched out, rewritten. Nina was missing. She wasn't with Theo either, who lay prone on the settee, the bluff making his jaw sag, his eyelids slack in sleep. A jolt of panic struck Patrick, one that was becoming familiar to him. He went to the stairs and pounded down each one, mumbling beneath his breath about how the woman couldn't go more than a handful of hours without fraying his nerves. He found her in the shop, sitting on the piano bench alongside Mrs. Trunk, who spoke to her with music. Patrick didn't approach immediately. He simply watched, letting his thundering heart settle. Nina was smiling softly at the older woman, her hair escaping its clasp and framing her face, dimples appearing in either cheek, lashes fanning tired eyes. He knew their colour to be beautiful, though he couldn't see them. He knew when they caught the light, a spectrum of green swallowed the hazel. The apples of her cheeks glowed pink, and the column of her throat, too. It often unsettled him. It was becoming difficult to remember why he couldn't love her. Over and over, he replayed the times she'd lied to him. He was trying to convince himself that really she was a mystery to him, that he'd sprinted ahead to love and ignored everything else. A goner, Tess had called him. He hadn't had the time to understand the half of her, but it was so easy to feel like he did. Mrs. Trunk played stories to Nina, who sat with rapt attention, grinning, answering in kind, throwing her head back and laughing earnestly at whatever the elderly woman told her. She treated people with a blanket fairness Patrick couldn't allow, gave pieces of herself over freely, and closed off other parts in a vault. He felt that she'd been born in the wrong world. In another life, she was the sort of woman who got all the things a lady deserved: a house and beautiful dresses, a flowery wedding, a bed in which she'd be worshipped, all the children she wanted, or none if she didn't, every ounce of bluff or ink she'd ever need, so she'd never know a day of pain. Someone who would take on the brunt of the world until it felt soft to her. He'd imagined himself to be that champion once. It seemed laughable now. Neither of them were meant for that life. Without her, there was no Terranium. Without him, there was no alchemy. And without idiom, there was nothing. Patrick stepped into the shop, and the woman looked up, finally noticing him. Patrick tried and failed to grin. "Pardon the interruption." Mrs. Trunk nodded when she saw him, then touched Nina's cheek and rose. As she passed, she stopped to look up shrewdly into Patrick's face. Whatever she saw there, it saddened her. She crammed into the stairwell, her frame disappearing. Patrick put his hands in his pockets, stifling the sudden unease he felt. "Do you ever stay where you're supposed to?" She lifted an eyebrow at him. "Not recently, no. Anyone could walk in," he reminded her, nodding towards the door and its open sign. "Recognize you. I've been here plenty. Never seen a single customer." "Woman, you couldn't just humor me and stay safe upstairs. If I say no, will you threaten to carry me up there yourself?" His blood spiked. It wouldn't be a threat. Nina rolled her eyes at him. Lord, when she did that, he wanted to take her jaw in his hand, tilt her head back until she was looking only at him. "What were you two doing?" She glanced her fingers over the piano keys. "Just gossiping." "Through song?" Nina's lip quirked. "Artisan bullshit," Patrick muttered beneath his breath. It had the desired effect. There was sustenance for him in her scowls. He thought he could live off them until he was an old man. He smiled to himself as she began to prattle. "You don't seem to have a problem with ingenuity until you learn it's an artisan who's responsible. And you're awfully superior for a man who is, by any reasonable measure, an artisan himself." He sighed. "We ought to get you your own piano. I might even enjoy it if you scolded me in song." She looked at him with that flat expression of hers, one finger rising to the key entitled Bastard. The sullen note rang out, but a grin broke through. A blush crept up her throat from beneath her collar, and he watched it. She looked away. That was just as well. "Why aren't you resting?" he asked. "We've had a long journey." She shrugged. "I couldn't sleep," she said. "Polly was scratching away at her translations half the night. Your dad's snoring was coming through the wall, and I couldn't be in the living room." "Ah," Patrick said. "Theodore." A small hesitation. "Yes." "Because you can't stand him?" Patrick asked. "Or because you can't stand the thought of him being hurt?" She bit her lip, looked down into her lap. "Because I can't stand knowing that he would have died for me." Patrick sat on the bench beside her, his chest heavy. More agonizing company I couldn't imagine. Her eyes were wet with something unspent. "It was easier hating him," she said. "That I could reconcile with." Patrick nodded. In truth, he felt the same way. It was all made simpler before he was indebted to Theodore. But he'd saved Nina twice now. "I know we should leave him here," Nina said tightly. "But I can't, Patrick. I wish I could." It sounded like she was saying something else. That she wished she didn't care for him. Patrick tasted metal and blood. He grimaced. "If you could be anywhere else," he asked, needing desperately to change the subject, "even for just a day, where would you choose?" Her fingers traced the keys. There was a rigidness to her posture now. "I don't have an answer for that." He wished he could read her thoughts. "Try. Won't do much good." "Why?" "There's no place they'll have me, Patrick," she said, "unless you count the House of Lords." And for all his troubles, he couldn't imagine that cruelty. to have no place of retreat, nowhere that felt like home. But he wouldn't let his pity show. He knew she would hate it. What about Kenton Hill? She scoffed, the sound unexpectedly sad. I suspect I outstayed my welcome there. There was a shake to her hands, enduring shell shock. Patrick clasped one large hand over hers to still them. He counted to 3 and then removed it. I only meant, did Kenton Hill mean something to you? Nina looked at him and sighed. I'd rather not say. Why? Because I don't think you'll believe the answer, she admitted. And you have a certain way of looking at me when you don't trust me. He watched gooseflesh rise along her collarbone, saw the way her legs crossed tighter. How do I look at you? Like we've never met, she said. Like you're looking at a stranger. He pushed his molars together. We don't know each other in the ways that matter. Yes, we do, she said, looking up at him. The same freckles she'd had as a kid, same hazel eyes, same clenched fists. Better than most people would, because I've seen the tarnished side of you, the one that flies into a rage and throws around his muscle. And you've seen the ugliest part of me? He knew he should get up and leave this very minute. It don't mean we're good for each other. I'm not saying we are, she said reluctantly. I'm just saying we know each other. If it eases you to think of me as a stranger, then so be it. It hardly makes it true. She didn't know the half of his thinking. He shook his head minutely. In truth, Nina, I've been trying to wipe my mind of you altogether. She winced. Any success? He paused, thinking that his answer should stay locked away. Not at all. She nodded, looking down at the piano keys, fingers playing a phantom of a song from her memory. She swallowed. That will become easier when we part ways. Patrick very much doubted it. You didn't answer my question. Which one? Kenton Hill, he said. Did it mean something to you? He'd taken her to the hills and through the village, to the coal works and the market beneath the lamps. And he'd thought he'd seen the parish work its magic on her. Had he imagined it? Nina suddenly filled with something. She expelled it in one heavy breath and said, I've travelled the trench over, and I've never loved a place more. A lump rose in his throat. And when you thought you might still bury it, what did you tell yourself? She hesitated before responding, as though knowing the weight of her answer. Polly told me something back then, Nina said. She told me that I had to try not to see it. All the good in Kenton. Scotty and Otto and your brothers, the dancing and the music, the community. You? Nina's hands pressed to her stomach like something had punched her. But I saw it all anyway. In truth, I told myself I had time to find a solution. I made bargains with myself. I was drunk, I think, on the parish. On you. She looked up, smiled sadly. He tried not to show his understanding, how conflicted she made him feel. Then we were both drunken fools. She nodded weakly. Patrick turned back to the piano. Can you play? A little, she said. Though I was my music professor's least favourite student. He was a fool too, then. Nina smirked. In my first year, I used to sneak into the conservatory to practice at night. The headmaster caught me once, but he walked right by like he hadn't seen me. After that, I was never chastised again in music lessons. I think Professor Dumley had something to do with that. She frowned at the wall for a moment, lost in thought. It was odd to imagine her in the artisan school alongside the other swank kids. Patrick could only imagine her as she'd been at the siphoning ceremony. Lopsided bow, poorly stitched blouse, dirt on her nose, fire in her eyes. Was it difficult, he asked, to try and fit in where you didn't belong? For it had always been so clear to him where she truly belonged. Impossible, she said. Polly and I were the only Brink children in our year. They called me Worm and her Squid beneath their breaths. I didn't know how to fight back. In Scotty, it would have been fists and slurs. In the artisan school, it was gossip, whispers, jokes. The violence was all silent. I think it turned me into a coward. It didn't get any better until... Here she came up short. Something lodged in her throat. Until what? She looked away. Until Theo, she admitted. Patrick tensed, the poison rising in him against his will. Like Nina, he was born in the Brink, where a person was measured by how well they fought. He wished he could eliminate any other man from her thoughts, the only way he knew how. Did he defend you? He asked, trying to hide the flash of jealousy. Rough up the other boys in front of you and make you swoon? Nina scoffed. Artisan boys don't rough each other up. Ah, pardon me. Then he picked you flowers and drew you pictures. The blood, pooling in her cheeks, told him he wasn't far off. He was a friend to me, she said, for no good reason other than I needed one. Patrick clicked his tongue. Oh, there was a reason, darling. Nina glared at him. We were 12, Patrick. I don't think romance was a factor. I was 12 when I saw you for the first time, Patrick mused, and romance was definitely a factor. Nina rolled her eyes again. And this time, he did take hold of her jaw, turning her face to his. His fingers were neither harsh nor gentle. Do you want me to tell you what men see when they look at you? He said, voice deepening. Here was the madness taking over again, flooding him, muting all sensible thought. He ran his thumb over her bottom lip, and she released a small gasp for him. He felt it resonate low in his abdomen, in his groin. They see every sinful imagining they've ever had all at once, he murmured. Every beauty that existed before vanishes from memory, until their whole head is crowded with you. You in their hands, their beds, in every improper way that can be imagined. They see a woman they'd commit terrible crimes for, just for a chance. He was close enough now that the words were skating over her mouth, down her throat. They'd kill for it if they had to. She shivered, her hand rising up to flatten against his chest. They might pretend to be gentlemanly for you, Nina, Patrick said, coming close to the edge of his restraint. But inside every man, artisan or not, lives a beast. Some only hide it better than others. Fire erupted in her eyes, on his chest where she touched him. Some of us don't bother to hide it at all. He released her chin and drew away, removed his gaze from her mouth, tried to redraw the line. He felt her gaze on him. "Play me a song," he said. She sighed and repositioned herself on the seat, shoulders slumping. "What do you want to hear?" "Only songs I know came from a church or a tunnel," he said. "Play me something I don't know." After a moment of hesitation, her fingers hovering over the keys and their carvings, she did. And Patrick was sure then that whoever that artisan professor was, he had gas in his head. The song expounded in his chest, and his blood like idiom, expanding his mind tenfold, made him forget all the wrong she'd done, all the sin in his head. How could something so beautiful be so wrong?
The Steward's Testament, Dione. The second daughter, Dione, travelled with the stewards to the southern cliffs along the shore. They sought shelter there, but were met with solemn welcome, for the people had already heard it told of witches in the trench. But Dione hosted a magic the likes of which had never been seen. She kept the escarpment from crumbling into the ocean, and with it, many of its houses. She tamed demonic waves before they could sink their boats. She built them a church to prove her faithfulness to God, and for this, the townspeople gave her refuge. Dione married in the church she herself in weeks prior had erected, to Mr. Rackley Dupont, the founder's son. She was, on the day of her marriage, 10 and 4, and no family passed her hand to her betrothed. She became round with a child quickly, and when the beast invaded the moors, the infant was born into the night. Her husband was not to be found by her bedside, nor her father by law, for they had fled the land and taken to sea. Only the stewards remained. Dione was discovered quickly, for the village was promised its safe return to its custodians if Dione was surrendered. The enemy was led to her birthing bed, and her child taken from her arms. In doing so, it awakened in her a terrible monster. She held her captors at bay for 3 days and 3 nights, drowning the men with giant waves until she tired. She was tied to the sea boulders and bled dry. She wilted there to the audience of her captors, until the ocean, as though sent by God, came mercifully to cradle her remnants down to the depths of the sea. Chapter 39. Nina. In Mrs. Trunk's living room, my eyes rose from the parchment.
"Well,"
John said gruffly, glaring at Polly.
"Still don't say nothing about the seam, though, does it?"
We were gathered around Polly's latest translation, all but Mrs. Trunk, who was tending her shop, and Theodore, who was still resting on the settee. Patrick closed his eyes in frustration.
"What else is there, Polly?"
She was weary, drooping further with every hour. She shook her head. "That's all I've managed."
"It ain't enough, scribbler,"
John said, clicking his tongue.
"Not enough for the fair out of Hokelin."
"I can't remember it all, no matter how hard I work at it," Polly said. A capillary had burst in her right eye. She stretched her shaking fingers, as though they were calcifying. "I told you it would be difficult."
"How long to translate Idiot's story?"
Patrick asked her.
"It must be coming next."
"I don't know," she said despairingly. "Weeks, maybe?" But she looked as though she wouldn't last another day.
John scoffed. "Weeks?"
A cruel smile twisted onto his face.
"Then you'd best forego sleep and pray for a miracle, darling, because that ship of yours only comes round once a year off our shores, and it'll anchor down in a fortnight."
Polly's head shook, further returning to her eyes. She gripped the fringes of her coiled hair between her knuckles. "There are too many symbols I don't know. Too many gaps to make sense of the rest. It's slowing me."
It's all right, Paul, came Theo's feeble voice. There isn't a more talented scribbler anywhere. We'll find a way.
But Polly was biting her thumbnail, pacing around the room. I need a bloody cipher. I'm just stumbling through without it.
Patrick sighed. And if you had it, how quickly could you translate?
She concentrated for a moment. Hours, she said. Only a good few hours.
Well, said John, your luck ends here, scribbler. We ain't got a cipher between us. But your grandfather had one, Patrick said to Polly. You said he taught you variant script with it.
She nodded.
And he died here, in Lavenshire?
Patrick asked. Polly's lips thinned. He did. She seemed to know where the line of questioning was headed.
And who would have been charged with his possessions after he died?
Patrick asked.
Who would have donated his books to the archives?
Her brow twitched. She hesitated before answering. My parents.
Locals, I'd bet.
Polly nodded stiffly. Patrick exhaled in a gust and pulled his coin from his pocket.
Then you'll be paying old Ma and Dad a visit.
Immediately, Polly shook her head. It isn't possible.
Sure it is,
said John, teeth glinting in the thicket of his beard. His energy seemed restored.
Call on 'em for a spot of tea.
You don't understand. They've forbidden me to return home, she said. I'm the very last person they'll help, and not especially with anything that pertains to the Stewarts. There was shame in her now, weighing down her posture.
Let me be clear,
Patrick told her, and he flipped the coin over again, watching the face turn tails to heads, canary to lord.
If it's not you going in to find that cipher, then it's me.
It was threat enough. Polly's eyes drifted shut. All right, she said. I'll need different clothing. Patrick paused in the act of turning away, his eyes skimming over Polly's form with little interest.
Nothing wrong with what you're wearing.
I look like a craftswoman, she said, her voice extinguishing at its end. My father won't like that.
Patrick sighed. Then find yourself something suitable from downstairs, he said, stalking down the hallway to his room. We're leaving now.
I stepped forward.
Don't bother,
Patrick called over his shoulder.
You're staying here.
I gritted my teeth.
I might as well come along,
John said, interlocking his fingers and flexing them.
Wouldn't mind stretching my legs.
He ambled off behind Patrick. Polly's eyes flitted to me once with something I thought was pleading, but then she gathered her skirt in one hand and went for the stairs. With the translation in hand, I moved to the window. I listened to Patrick's muted voice coming through thin walls, to John's boots plodding over the floorboards, to Theodore's steady breaths. I looked out over the sun-drenched ocean, ranks of whitewash barreling toward the cliffs, and I reread Dione's story another time, then started again. I wondered if the town that had used and abandoned Dione was now the seaside parish of Lavenshire. I didn't see any reason why it couldn't be. It was a sign, surely, that we were on the right track. Perhaps after everything, Idia was leading us. Theodore cleared his throat.
It's quite something, isn't it?
He said, not without effort.
Quite a different account from the one we were taught.
Theo snatched his breath in, gripping his side. I looked at his bandaged wound, swallowing hard. You're starting to sound like you believe. His nose wrinkled.
It's a fascinating story,
he said.
But if there's any truth to it, the artisan historians would have written their own accounts.
And what if this was just another secret the house took pains to keep buried? Theo seemed to consider it seriously. Then he shook his head.
What motive would they have? To protect the nations who invaded Bellevere? He scoffed. Doesn't sound like them.
No, it didn't. If anything, the house promoted hatred of the enemy nations who'd once come to these shores to take their terranium, just as they promoted hatred of the Miners' Union now. I bit my lip, looked back to the cerulean sea. I didn't want to admit that Theo had a point, that maybe this book was a work of fiction, and we were barreling toward a dead end. I need to believe it's real, I said aloud. Or what do I have left? When I looked at Theo again, he stared down at where the bullet had entered.
In case it wasn't obvious, Clark, you'll always have me.
I was transported for a moment to a time when this sentiment might have moved me. How different I was now. But I nodded. It seemed the least I could do for someone who'd stood in the way of death for me. I gripped the parchment between my fingers. Do you remember what Dumley told us about Lavnanshire? That the waves never breached the cliffs, never crumbled them. He said it was likely the work of ancient stonemasons and earth charmers. Theo nodded.
I remember.
What if it was Dione all along? I said. What if she died here in Lavnanshire, and they didn't even have the decency to remember her name?
We can't know that for certain,
Theo said simply, shrugging. But already I was running away with the idea. She saved their whole fucking town from sinking into the ocean, I fumed, and they served her up for slaughter anyway. I felt that familiar rage in my core, seeping outward again, ravenous. Theodore looked at me long and hard.
If there's one thing you can trust in people, it's their tendency to save themselves first.
But that didn't quite encapsulate it. Those townspeople hadn't just forsaken Dione to save themselves. They'd wrung everything from her first. I closed my eyes, saw a young girl on the cliffside.
It's just a story, Nina,
Theo said. But the waves were already rushing overhead, hammering down, and I was tossing in the depths, lungs burning, fingers reaching for the surface, curling into claws.
Chapter 40. Patrick. The artisanal influence of Lavnanshire seemed to worm in, seeping into the black brick, rendering of houses as though they were mid-transformation. The wagons became horseless, the people weak-chinned. The building facades cleared themselves of soot. The briny air, though still tinged in the stench of industry, lightened. The artisan houses were made of stone and looked to Patrick like mausoleums. Wrought iron garden gates, rusted with salt and columns at the entrances. Polly walked 10 paces ahead with her hands clasped in front of her stomach. She was now dressed, he supposed, in what artisan women deemed proper. It entailed more skirt layers than he cared to understand. He wondered if the swanks had their crafter maids peel the clothing away for them every evening. She dragged her feet like she was walking to the gallows and ducked her head from the people she passed. Some ways behind her, John and Patrick pulled their caps low over their brows and toted chimney sweeps over their shoulders, lit cigarettes between their lips. Eyes slid right by them. There were plenty of crafters mixed among the swanks, selling fruit from shoulder bags, playing fiddles, begging on street corners selling newsprint. Polly stopped abruptly before a picturesque limescale house, ivy climbing trellises to the gutters, opposite jewellers and a tea parlour. It wasn't the largest of homes, but there were rose bushes by the gate, a neatly edged path, a polished brass knocker on the door. A chimney flue puffed. Someone was home. Polly took moments to galvanize, straightening her spine rung by rung, then stepped through the gate. John tusked. "How do you figure the odds here?" Patrick sighed. "Not a fucking hope in hell." They crossed the lane to the street corner, where a coal bin and street lamp created a mite of cover. John and Patrick warmed their hands with their breath and languished against the outer walls of the jewellers. The swanks passing with their canes and parasols would only think them lowlifes, shirking their labours in favour of a smoke and some weak sunshine. The window at Patrick's back showed a collection of shining pocket watches. He eyed their ticking hands. "We'll give her till 1:15, he muttered, settling in. John stalked toward a nearby crafter stand selling limp produce and said, "Johnny," as brightly as though he'd known him from birth. The young crafter frowned some. "Johnny's me dad," he said warily. "Bugger me. Going blind in me old age." John barked a laugh. "You look right like him." Patrick leaned against the brick and crossed his arms over his chest, watching his father as he struck up conversation about the weather next, then politics. His hand disappeared into his coat frequently, first with a box of matches, next a packet of rolled smokes, then a handful of plums. He bid the vendor a fine afternoon and returned, already lighting a new smoke. Patrick hesitated when his father offered him his own, but the needle on the watches had already revolved twice. Anticipation cracked open in him like a beast hatching. He took the cigarette and dragged deeply. "Are we regressing to cheap tricks now?" he asked his father. In Kenton, they'd take a man's finger for theft. "Still got some slight left in these old bones," John said, leaning beside him. He whistled as an artisan woman passed them, her waist so tightly corseted it looked painful. "They do got some talent among these swank ladies, though, I'll give 'em that." He tipped back his cap to better see. Patrick's sights were oscillating between the windows of that limescale house. He pulled smoke into his lungs as though it gave him sustenance. "Lord, that's good," he muttered, his muscles relaxing some. John was eyeing him. "You sound like a man starved, son," he said. Patrick flicked ash to the pavement. "Nina don't like the smell." John shook his head pityingly. "Lord, boy, she's got her talons in you." "No help for what's done," Patrick said absent-mindedly. Another minute lapsed. No Polly. "She's a pretty girl, Pat, I won't deny it. But you gotta keep your sights in the right place." "My sights ain't your concern," he said, his irritation mounting. Artisans continued to intersect in the lane. The door to Polly's family home remained shut. "She's a liability, Patty," his father was saying now. "I taught you this, didn't I? Everyone we let close to us becomes a weakness, a crack in the hull. She ain't my weakness anymore." "We need her to perform a job," John continued. Another minute fell away. His fists clenched. "And she'll do it. She's on our side. I don't doubt it," John grumbled darkly. "But when the hammer falls, she may revisit her former principles, Patty. Women are funny like that. Their hearts get in the way of their heads. Logic don't play a part. She might grow nostalgic or tired or bored of the work. She might decide she don't want to get her hands dirty for the union. You don't know her. And if that time comes, she'll fall into your lap crying. She'll tell you how she can't go on, how she's had a change of heart, and she'll beg for your understanding. And you'll have to rip out the talons then, Patty. You'll have to ignore the weeping and turn her back to the dirt. Stop." His vision was closing, narrowing, the way it did before it turned red. "It don't matter what they say, Patty. Even if she says it with her mouth round your cock." Patrick took his father's collar then, the same way he would with any other pig. He rammed John's back into the wall hard enough for his head to crack into the brick, hard enough to rattle his teeth. John laughed. "Ah," he said knowingly. "How deep do the talons go, Patty, eh?" "Deep enough," he said, seething. His breath seemed hot as blood, flooding out his nose an inch from his father's. He squeezed his hand tighter around the scruff of his shirt. He was stronger than his father now, he realized. When had the scales tipped? "Mention her mouth again," he said, "and consider yourself short a son." John's grin melted into something much more sinister, something he generally reserved for dark business. "So that's the order of it, then?" he asked. "Your charmer girl first, then the rest of us?" Patrick realized too late that he'd been baited. He'd seen his father do it before, and he should have seen it now. His hands loosened. "She's on our side," he repeated. "My loyalty is to the fucking Union, as it's always been. And so is hers. But is she willing to do what we are, son?" he asked. "Is she willing to shed herself of the softer parts to get the job done?" He thought of the way Nina clenched her teeth together now, how she lost herself at times to the churning of her thoughts, how anger bloomed across her expression even in the quietest moments. "She's been stomped on enough times," Patrick said. "She'll do what needs to be done." Patrick let his father go then, noticed the way he sagged on the wall for a moment before straightening, as though he too was surprised to learn just how much stronger his son was. Across the way, 2 artisan women had stopped to gape at their confrontation, but hurried off when Patrick scowled at them. The jewelers' watches showed 1/4 past the hour. On the limescale steps, Polly appeared. Patrick glanced once more at his father. "If there comes a time when Nina wants no more to do with the seam, then I'll cut her loose," he said plainly, "and we'll mine it ourselves. And if you try to move against me on it, Dad, I will beat the breath from you." John shook his head as though there wasn't a river of boiling anger funneling beneath the surface. "I stayed away too long, I know," he said to Patrick. "I left you with a lot of burdens, and it pained me to think of you shouldering it all without me. But perhaps you've grown fond of them. Perhaps it's a threat to have me back. Is that it, Patty? Is it the chair you want?" Patrick looked at him with as much venom as he was capable. "You know it ain't," he said. "Of all people, you know it ain't." John made a noise of disbelief. "When did you start turning away from me, son?" he asked. "When did you start seeing me as your adversary, eh?" "The moment you gave my name to Lord fucking Tanner." He looked his father straight on and saw him flinch. "Yeah," Patrick muttered darkly. "Tell me, Dad, what father sells out his own son?" Silence. Just whirls of smoke, ash dropping to the toes of John's boot, Polly retreating down the lane. "It weren't me," he denied. And yet it was quiet, uncomfortable. "Lord, Pat." But he found nothing more to say. His mouth hardened into a grim line, and Patrick nodded, feeling as though he'd only ever seen his father from afar, that a veil had been lifted. He turned his back on John Coulson and walked down the street in the direction Polly had gone, feeling a weight settle itself inside him.
Chapter 41. Polly. A crafter she didn't recognise answered the door of her family home. She was dressed in typical maid attire, her bun ribboned, blouse broached at the throat, apron around her skirt, and her eyes averted. "I'd hoped to call on Mr. and Mrs. Prescott," she said to the woman. "And who should I say is calling?" A moment of hesitation, and then, since there was no avoiding it, "Their daughter." She was let into the sitting room immediately thereafter, and Polly assumed that the crafter maid must indeed be newly employed. Their previous maid would have known not to let her over the stoop. It wasn't the grandest home, and certainly not the most affluent parish for an artisan family to live in, but her mother's jewellery shop was across the street, and their father would never be accepted in a more prestigious part of the trench, so Polly's parents remained in this same lane where Polly had grown up before she'd been made a scribbler. The same hearth, the same mantel with its same candelabra, the same portraits and paintings on the walls, the same books and piano and tea-cart. She sighed wistfully. Her father, Reginald Prescott, entered and closed the doors behind him, lips tight. "Polly," he said, by way of greeting. He was a proud man, or perhaps a defensive one. After all, he was a black craftsman from the brink. The artisans whispered that he'd swindled a marriage from a perfectly respectful cutterwoman and sullied her good reputation. He lived each day clamouring to maintain propriety, the appearance of perfection, to bridge this unbridgeable gap. Having a daughter denounced by the house? No, that would not do. "Your mother will remain upstairs. She does not wish to see you," he said. He did not take the seat beside her, or gesture for Polly to resume hers, and so the two stood awkwardly across from each other, a tea-cart between them. Polly nodded, felt acid in her throat. "You'll need to work harder than the rest of them," he used to tell her over and over, twice as hard as any other apprentice, to be accepted. But she'd been sent right out into the brink anyway, to the very worst pockets. This had been the first betrayal to her family name, this disappointment, and there had been nothing but treachery since. "We said it very explicitly, Polly," Reginald said now. He'd once gone by Reggie. "We told you not to return here. Your mother's business is not a stone's throw away. How does it make her look, to have you at our door?" His face was cleanly shaved, his hair cut neatly. If you looked hard enough, you could still see the scar over his right eyebrow, some scuffle from his scum adolescence. Polly had asked him about that scar once. He'd only smiled and tugged at her hair ribbons. "It's nothing you will ever need to worry about," he'd said. How wrong he'd been. "I don't mean to embarrass her," Polly said, stiffly. "Embarrass her?" he said, exasperation getting the better of his temper. "I think we are well past that, Polly. We heard you were boarding in Moorland, frequenting the gambling dens." He looked at her like she was a stain on the carpet. "I hope you haven't come here to ask for money." Polly shook her head, swallowed bile. She was horrified to find that tears were threatening to spill over the rims of her eyes. She blinked them back. Once, she and her father had sat in this room until well after midnight, locked in a never-ending chess game, candles burning down to their stubs, before Reginald had finally knocked over his own king, pride beaming from him. "A formidable player," he'd said, shaking her hand. "Far too formidable for your poor old dad." Now they stood apart, with tight chests, that same chessboard still by the window. "No," she said, and she tried to keep her voice free of fury. It would not serve. I've been offered an opportunity for work." Polly had thought this would be the best way to approach her father. It was the only thing she could think of that might make him consider helping her, the only thing he would care about now. His eyebrows drew together. "A scribbler's remit?" "Yes," she said. "At the Moorland Archives. They have a position in the translations department." It was as close to the truth as she would get. Reginald took several moments to respond, as though calculating. "You were denounced," he said. "The house stripped you of your fellowship." "They did." She nodded. She had to word it carefully. "But they would reinstate it, I am told, if I was to offer them a skill not easily found elsewhere." At this, Reginald's expression darkened. He looked away and muttered something beneath his breath. "They need someone to translate Varian script," she said. "And I'd hoped that you could provide me with—" "Please, Polly, stop this," her father said now, turning away from her. He shook his head, as though there'd never been a worse fate than having a daughter such as her. "You know, we received a heinous scribble the other day, quite indescribable, from the House of Lords of all places." He addressed the mantel, unable to look at her. Polly's stomach fell away. "They were asking for your whereabouts," he continued, his voice wretched, shoulders drooping. "It implored us to provide any information we could, as a matter of urgency. Somehow I doubt that has anything to do with them wanting to reinstate your fellowship." A tear fell free, and Polly wiped it away. "Father—" "So, why don't you tell me, daughter, just what trouble you're in now?" He sounded dangerously close to tears, but she couldn't tell him. "I need Grandfather's cipher," she said. "Please." "For what?" he asked. "What have you promised them, Polly?" "Varian script," she said. "That's all." "No honourable lord of the house would be bothered with it," Reginald countered, spitting the words between his teeth. "Stewards, utter nonsense." Polly fought back a sob. "I should never have let your grandfather fill your head with it," he continued on, pacing, agitated. "If the house is looking for you, and you are going around talking about Varian script, I can only assume you've ruffled one too many feathers. They think you are a heretic. Is that it? Do they think you a sympathizer?" She struggled to breathe evenly. "I want you to leave," he said. "For good this time, Polly, before I do something I cannot undo." Polly balled her hands. "I can't leave without the cipher. I'm sorry." "It is not here," he seethed, his lips curling back. "Do you truly think I would want any of that rubbish in my house?" As she'd feared. "Did you burn it then?" she asked. There was an edge of new hurt in it. Her grandfather might have been eccentric, but those texts were his most prized possessions, and he'd been a good man. Reginald closed his eyes. "Of course not," he said. "Lord, but I should have. Couldn't bring myself to in the end." Watery hope trickled in. "So you donated it?" she asked. "To the Moreland archives?" He scoffed. "That hovel?" he said, cuttingly. "Absolutely not. They didn't get a thing. Everything was given to the library here in Lavnonshire." Polly frowned. But the steward's testament had been filched from Moreland. That's what the Colsons and Theo had said, that it had been donated after her grandfather had died. It didn't matter now. If the cipher was in the Lavnonshire library, then it was free for the taking. It was a better outcome than she'd imagined. "I don't want to hear of you walking about society," her father was saying now, rubbing his forehead. "Your mother, I don't think she can bear any further disgrace." Polly nodded. "Tell her for me that I'm sorry." "Oh, a sorrier child I cannot imagine," Reginald agreed. His eyes swept over her moth-eaten clothing, at least 4 decades out of trend. "You had it all before you," he said, and Polly wasn't sure if he was speaking to her or to himself. "Everything that I never did, and you squandered it." The last time Polly had sat here, Her father had used the same words. Only then, she'd been cowed and shaking. Now, she stood tall. She still felt the shame, but she didn't let it curl her spine. If she was to disgrace her parents anyway, then best to not disgrace herself too. She would do what she thought was right. "I went where the house told me to go," she said. Her voice was soft, but sure. "Without question, I gave them the information they sought, at great personal cost. And at the cost of others, so many others. And all I asked for was safety, a modest remit in a place that wouldn't be razed by the Lord's army." Polly's lungs swelled. "They took that information, and in return they stripped me of my fellowship." Tears sprang up in her eyes. "I was loyal to the house." "You were a Union sympathizer," he volleyed, and then he went to the bookshelf and opened a drawer there. He pulled out sheets of parchment in his fists and slammed them down on the tea cart, bouncing the cups on their saucers, the milk overturning. 3 letters in the first week," he spat, rage overspilling. "Hand-scribed, if you can believe it. All of them sent personally to our door." Polly saw the crude quill work, the 2 big letters. The first word on each was her name. The last was Otto's. "I still can't bring myself to believe it. Tell me it's not true, Paul. I only want to know that you are safe, and I'll write no more." Reginald measured each of his breaths, reuniting with some severed part of his early days, his fists balling as though he might swing on someone. "Some crafter kid," he said. A voice he'd shared long ago came up his windpipe, foaming and seething. "Some piece of brink scum, sending notes by fucking hand to my daughter, to my house." "You ought to know I loved you, though I was too much a coward to say it. I love you still, even though I shouldn't." Tears fell free, coursing down Polly's cheeks. Damn it, but she was shaking after all. "Do not stand there and preach about your loyalties," her father said. "What of your loyalty to me, to your mother? Do you have any idea the deals that were made to instate you as an artisan in the first place?" He sent the letters and sugar cubes and milk flying. He stormed across the room, trying to leash that part of him that was born in the brink, that he'd buried long ago. And did he hate that part so much that he couldn't bear his own daughter loving a craftsman? Polly picked up each letter, one by one, crumpled now, and soiled with milk. She did not give her father the courtesy of a goodbye. She did not apologize to him like she had the last time, bawling and begging as her father shoved her over the threshold. This time, she walked out with her chin lifted against the weight of 3 millstones. She pulled along behind her every terrible choice she'd ever made. There was no freeing herself from them. She could only persevere. She thought, as she closed the door to her family home, that she heard a keening, the first wretched sounds of a man breaking.
Chapter 42. Patrick. Patrick and John followed Polly at a distance through Lavnonshire and back to the cliffs, where the antique shop was perched. They found Mrs. Trunk dusting a collection of cherub figurines and nodded to her as they passed. She didn't look their way, but her mouth moved without emitting any sound. She shuffled away among her rows, as though wishing to disintegrate into them. The piano trilled something irritable-sounding. Patrick imagined their company was wearing on her. Upstairs, Theo was sitting upright. Nina's hands were on his bare stomach, reapplying a clean bandage. Patrick felt something gnash at his insides. Nina stood at their arrival. "Well?" she asked, her eyes on Polly's hands. Polly sighed. The cipher wasn't there. Patrick thought she looked different, sounded different. He wondered what had transpired in that house. Nina's face fell. John cursed beneath his breath. "But it isn't far," Polly continued, her eyes hard. She squared her shoulders with the same surety she'd possessed in Kenton Hill. "My father donated it to the library." "What library?" asked John. "There's a library in the artisan quarters of Lavnanshire, the Geoffrey Tanner collection." John practically spat at the sound of the name. "Sounds about fucking right." Theo shrugged. "He was the one to build it." "And name it after himself?" John scoffed. "Much like one would name a pub after themselves," Theo muttered. John narrowed his eyes at Theo, as though weighing the consequences of flogging him. Patrick looked at Nina. "Do you know it?" he asked. She nodded. "Theo and I studied there a fair few times." "Then I'll go," Patrick said decisively. "The rest of you will stay here." But Nina sighed. "You can't, Pat." "It can't be anyone else," he said, already turning away. "Polly will write me instructions on where to go, and what shelf." "No, I meant you can't get into the library, Patrick. Not unless you're in..." Patrick froze. "A swank?" She pressed her lips together, nodded. "They'll ask to see your artisan brand at the door. I'll go myself," Polly announced. It seemed she'd already made the decision. "I have a brand, and enough anonymity that I shouldn't draw attention." She spoke with conviction. "Besides, I know what I'm looking for. It's quicker this way. Safer." Patrick's eyes stuck to Polly, scrutinizing her. "It'll be a big old building with more than a few ways out," John said. "She'll take off the second she's past the door." "No," Patrick countered. "She wants to be on that ship." He would have laid a bet on it. Whatever it was behind her eyes, she wanted it very badly. "You'll go in and get the book," he instructed, "and you'll get out immediately." But she shook her head. "It isn't that kind of library," she said. "It's a protected collection. They don't allow anyone to remove text from the premises." John groaned. "Lord, you swanks truly have naught in your heads but fumes. If they won't let you take it, Polly, you steal it." "And put it where?" she asked him, holding out her arms to show her tight corset and waistcoat, the constricting waistline of her skirt. "Where do you suggest I hide a 900-page tome, Mr. Coulson?" "For all I care, you can hide it up your..." "We can't smuggle it out without notice. The guards there are hawk-eyed," said Theodore. Some colour had returned to his face, the bluff working its magic. "I'll have to complete the translation in the library itself," she said. "There isn't another way." Patrick scrubbed his face. "It never fucking ends," he muttered to himself, so low no one heard. "It'd only be a matter of hours," Polly said. "A single day at most. And then you'd have your translation." Oh, but it was tempting. The thought of having that fucking book decoded by this time tomorrow. He needed to be done with this. The sooner, the better.
I can go with her,
Theo said now. He pushed down on the arm of the settee and stood, albeit gingerly.
if it eases you.
Patrick looked at him with dry reprisal.
No, it doesn't fucking ease me, Teddy.
He rolled his eyes.
I've proven myself enough to warrant a little credit, he replied. And I'm the only other person here with a brand and no wanted bulletins.
Nina seemed to assess Theo.
It might be the safest bet, Patrick.
Patrick shut his eyes and tried to suppress the pounding in his head.
You could follow,
Polly offered.
Stay out of sight while Theo and I are inside. I swear to you, Patrick, I'm not looking to run.
He was calculating the odds, banking on the notion that what Polly wanted most could only be given by him, and that what Theo wanted most was standing next to him. He wouldn't go anywhere without Nina.
We'll go tomorrow,
he said finally, a warning gong sounding in his chest now. And here was the miner's shiver. Lord, there was nothing to do but forge ahead now.
Theo will act as our go-between, while John and I wait out of sight, watching the exits.
And me?
Nina added. Before he could protest, she crossed her arms over her chest and said,
I seem to remember you saying that I'd go where I wanted. I won't stay behind all day waiting on the rest of you.
Patrick pressed the tips of his fingers into his forehead. Everyone in the room seemed to be waiting, perched on the edge. John was noticeably quiet. Patrick wondered how long he'd hold his tongue.
Fine,
Patrick relented, feeling as though he'd lost his grip on the chains, the whole pulley tumbling free.
Fine.
Through the dust motes, Polly held herself tall.
I'll prove myself to you, Pat.
He gave her a dark look before turning away.
You've already proven yourself to me.
Chapter 43. Donnie. Dusk was swallowing Kenton Hill. Donnie imagined the jaws of the earth opening, cradling them in the hollows of its mouth. Light petered out of his mind. He could smell the night frost on the air, feel the collapse of the day. It was orange and pearlescent, and then suddenly leaden. Half of Kenton stood in Main Street, armed to holy hell in whatever they drudged from the drains and their wardrobes. A baker threw a bandolier of ammunition over his shoulder. One of the miner boys, just 16, held only a pickaxe and the arrogance of youth. Steam bled from his nose like a horse behind the starting gate. There were women in their housecoats, in their aprons, and churchwear alike. They'd run the last time Kenton had been invaded, and they were loath to do so again. Briggs shifted at Donnie's side, leaned in to speak into his ear.
Here they come,
he said.
armed.
How many?
6.
Lord, Gunner sniggered. Almost feel bad for 'em, don't you? It ain't hardly fair.
Don't shoot unless you have to, boys,
Donnie reiterated. A silver bullet pinched between his fingers. The hum he felt at its touch was muted, as though the ink in his blood was dulling by the second.
Patrick, where are you?
A near, constant refrain. Where's the sport in it? Gunner bit. Violence leaked out into the air. This ain't war, Tess said, subdued now. The brigade must be drawing close. It's familial discord. Gunner scoffed. My family's here beside me, he said, and Donnie heard the rack of the hammer. Please, Ma, Donnie said to her. Go inside. But she wouldn't. She put her hand on his shoulder, there for a brief moment and then gone. You speak, Donnie, she said to him, her voice cracking. Go on. She sounded to Donnie these days as though she were vanishing. Donnie stepped forward and wondered if he looked the way Patrick looked, the way his father had looked. Behind him, 100 or so chests inflated. He heard the unsure footing come to a standstill ahead, the snow spraying off the toes of their boots. Comrades, Donnie called in greeting. Welcome to Kenton Hill. The 6 had come, it seemed, in some last spasm of futility, with naught but one gun apiece, and Donnie imagined the slow recoil of their bravado, chins just now at the sight of Kenton Hill's response beginning to quiver. We ain't here to fight, one said. He did a poor job at diplomacy with that voice, grated at its edges. Haven't you? Donnie turned the bullet over in his fingers. Perhaps you came to return the guns then. Union property, I presume. Bold of them, Donnie thought, to come toting the weapons Kenton Hill had provided them with. Perhaps they came to see the sights. Gunner growled loudly, and the Kenton Brigade laughed in their cruel way. No vacancy, I'm afraid, Donnie said. You should have sent a note. We could have saved you the walk. We came to see, another voice said, this one female, no less trepid. To see for ourselves. See what, darling? Asked Gunner. The bluff, the voice answered, stronger now. We want to see it with our own eyes. There was a damning, expounding silence. And from which sorry corner do you hail? Donnie asked, but not quick enough to absorb the disquiet, not quick enough to conceal their hand. We're representatives from Dunwich, Dorset, and Scotty, said the gruff voice. Representatives, eh? Ambassadors? You got a name, oh ambassador? Burgess. The surrounding parishes had a meeting night afore last. Did they? Donnie sniffed, pulling a cigarette into his mouth. Everyone's scared. Seems like each way you look at it, the Union's finished. Only no one's saying so. Only ones who can say so are the Coulsons, Gunner answered. And we ain't saying so till the fight is won. According to the papers, there are 2 Coulsons currently sitting in the House of Lords, drinking fucking tea with the ministers and making their bargains on our behalf, said Burgess. For all we know, they're selling us down the river as we speak. Gunner's rifle clacked as it lifted, and Donnie held his hand out in warning. Put it down, brother. If Patrick Coulson is making agreements with the House, we ought to know what they are, said Burgess. We ought to have a fucking say. From Donnie's side, Tess's voice rose. You're a fool, she said. Then after 2 stilted breaths, You're more fool than you are a man. At this moment, my son and husband are in the brink,
evading the fucking infantry, making their way back home. And you're sitting in your parishes, warmed by the coal we send, reading your fucking papers and blowing smoke up each other's asses. The words turned ragged at their ends, and she struggled to catch her breath. A stream of wrenching coughs ensued. It was too cold out here. The air thin and difficult to breathe. "Please, Ma," he murmured to her. "Go inside." "How quick you are to shed your loyalty," she continued. "Couple of lies from the house and you're running scared." The Kenton Brigade hollered their agreement. "Then show us the bluff," said the woman's voice. "You say you have it, but we ain't seen a pinch. And those of us in Dorset," here, her voice cracked, "those of us in Dorset have someone at home who needs it. Husbands with limbs blown off, kids with burns. The union is supposed to be about giving to each other what the house won't. That's what it's always been about." "Aye," said Gunner. "And Kenton's given more than its fair share. And we've come to rely on it," said another man. "You Coulsons made it that way. You made it so we were beholden to you. Well, you can keep your fucking coal and your fucking tunnels. It don't mean squat if your alchemist is gone, and the bluff with him." "Show us the bluff," the woman repeated. "We won't take none. We won't stir bad blood between our parishes, if it's the truth. But we want to see it with our own eyes, and know that we ain't fighting a war already lost." "And if we refuse?" Donny asked. It was a trial to keep his voice cocky, to grin around his cigarette as though it were all a lark. "Then the northeast parishes withdraw their oath to the Union," said Burgess, and it was said with a great heaviness. "We end our strikes, and you leave us at the mercy of the house, and the thin hope will find them forgiving." This last came out slowly, as though the man could hardly believe he was uttering the words. "You'll leave us no choice. We have our own parishes to pull through this winter." In Donny's centre, a rupture widened, all his hope spilling into it, and he thought of his father speaking in the pub, in the marketplace, standing on the podium he'd built himself, out of wood and nails and sheer thought, preaching to his widening congregation about the walls of community, and how tall they could stand, how quickly they could fall. One fissure, the smallest wavering, and the entire thing collapses, like the walls of a mine, like mud sliding. Donny felt it coming now, the ripples growing quicker than he knew how to stop them. Soon it would be a wave, a great tidal breaker seething overhead. He sighed seismically and said, "I'm afraid we can't have that." One by one, Gunner and Briggs took the guns of those 6 men and women, the bullets trapping in the barrels before they could fire. One by one, the ambassadors from Dorset, Dunwich and Scurry went to their knees. Donny turned over the silver bullet, loaded it. One by one, the 6 shots discharged, and he felt them, as though he pointed the revolver to his own chest. Felt them, because he couldn't see them. The sound thundered down the lanes and into the sky, loud enough to reach all of Kenton, high enough to reach the heavens.
to make sure that even God, wherever he slumbered, looked down at Donny and saw the smoking barrel. Chapter 44. Theo. The bluff helped him heal with remarkable speed, of course. The day after they had arrived in Lavnanshire, the wound was no longer red and flaming at the edges. It did not weep. Each time Nina came to nervously lift the bandages, the flesh seemed less mottled. Still, every couple of hours she came with her warm cloth to clean it, to replace the bandaging. She did it without looking directly at him, answering his attempts at conversation in monosyllables. She touched his skin as though it burned her. Part of him hoped it did. Surely that was better than indifference. In the night, she woke to check on him, illuminating the room briefly with a candelabra, and her in its nimbus, the most beautiful haunting Theo could think of. The quieter, crueler part of his brain knew that she was acting out of guilt. He'd thrown himself into the path of a bullet meant for her. He knew Nina well enough to understand she wouldn't reconcile with it easily. If he were honest, he was well enough now that he could change his own bandages. He could stand without too much pain, but he didn't. He waited for Nina to come to him, and he lay still and quiet, like a carnivorous plant. Daylight clung still, and Theo found himself wishing for dark. The afternoon wouldn't bleed away. The others were sauntering in lone corners after an early supper. It was difficult for each of them to tolerate one another's presence in close quarters. Even Patrick and his own father seemed always on the precipice of coming to blows. John was downstairs, hunting through Mrs. Trunk's inventory. Patrick and Polly, he presumed, were in their rooms. Theo finally stood, his muscles unfolded, the blood rushing to the soles of his feet. The window overlooked the ocean, as though he were looking at the world from a mountaintop. The waves, aquamarine and foamy, shuddered against the ramparts. The wind howled its agonized lament. The last light stuck to the horizon, refusing to vanish. Down on the path, overlooking the cliffs, her elbows propped on the railing, was Nina. The cold had emptied this thin vein of a street, and the spray from the ocean made it uncomfortable for strolling. But Nina stayed where she was, hair tucked inside Patrick's cap, a dusty, oversized coat billowing out behind her. Theo felt his heart hurtling toward an approaching end. He felt as though at any moment a cliff would rear up before him, and he'd go hurtling off it before he could stop. Without thinking on it too much, he left the window and took the stairs one slow step at a time, finally entering the shop. He smiled to Mrs. Trunk, and skirted by John, who was at that moment upending an old cello with his back turned. Theo went out to the street quietly, carefully, his hand supporting his stomach as though he were keeping his intestines in place. He limped across the lane to Nina, put his arms gingerly on the cold railings. He'd forgotten to don a coat, and the wind lashed at him. He ignored all of it.
It's beautiful, isn't it? She said to him eventually, distantly. He nodded, though he did not look to the sea. You used to enjoy painting it. I found some canvas and brushes in the shop, she said absent-mindedly, frowning at the rolling clouds. I hardly remember what it feels like to paint. Theo had rarely heard of a thing sadder than that. An artist who'd forgotten herself. She finally looked over at him. You seem improved. He shrugged. He didn't want her nighttime visits to end. Instead of answering, he changed the subject. You used to stand right here and watch the waves when we visited as apprentices, he commented. She looked indifferent. Did I? Yes. You asked me to meet you in this very spot in the middle of the night. Have you forgotten? Her expression fixed itself. She was careful not to look at him. Theo leaned on the guardrail and looked down into the wash. Mrs. Trunk kept us in separate rooms and wouldn't let us so much as speak after nightfall. We had to be clever. You left a message in my pocket. The column of her throat worked to swallow the memory. She kept her eyes on the view. I don't recall. Really? He asked casually. You kissed me like crazy. Practically ravaged me. Stop it, Theo, she said emotionlessly, though heat flooded her cheeks. She turned and walked several paces down the lane. But Theo was right behind her, close enough to murmur, You haven't thought of it since? I myself revisit it frequently. Then I pity you, she hissed, turning on the spot. If the only happy thing you can dredge from your memory was some kiss when you were 18. As I recall, we didn't stop at just a kiss. And he wasn't lying. Just thinking of it stirred Theo, enough that he could ignore the voice that told him to stop pushing her. Fuck's sake, she murmured, like a miner would. It didn't sound right in her voice. From her lips. What are you doing? She asked him then, coming much closer than Theo was prepared for. He was hit with a sudden rush of her. What is this? Some sorry flirtation? He tried not to blink, as though doing so might result in a loss somehow. Perhaps, he said. That depends on whether it's working. She seemed close to either laughter or tears. She cinched her eyes closed and opened them again. This thing you imagine still exists between us, Theo. It isn't real. Theo shook his head. It's real to me, Nina. Theo, please, just let me say this, and then I'll say no more. Here was that cliff he was barreling toward, the fall inevitable. I know your feelings for me can never go back to the way they were. I'm not so arrogant that I can't see that. But I prayed every night that you would be brought back to me. And I promised all sorts of desperate things to God and to the house to have those prayers answered. And then suddenly, you were there, in Kenton Hill. And I felt as though every good thing I'd ever done counted for something. As though God had gifted me you. Theo heaved, his breath expanding in his chest. Surely only love is worthy of that sort of miracle. You're insane, Nina said, eyes widening. He felt suddenly unmoored, like every thought he'd ever had was horribly singular. I know, he swallowed, but I can think of no better reason for a man to lose his mind. He watched a dozen different emotions skitter across her face. Some he latched onto: sorrow, remorse, familiarity. They were better than the pity, the frustration. In the end, any reaction melted away and left her blank. Her lips thinned, and the gold flecks in her eyes blinked out of existence. And she exhaled as though she were trying to expel him. Over the cliff edge he went. "Is that the last of it?" she asked. "No, not nearly." "Then journal the rest," she said, "and bury it." She closed her eyes. "If Polly finishes the translations quickly, we may be on our way to Hokeland as early as tomorrow evening." Theo felt the concussion of what she'd say before it hit. "You shouldn't come with us, Theo," she said. "There's no sense in it." He rocked backward on his heels, felt something cold and viciously sharp stab at his windpipe. But he looked out to the ocean as she did, and pretended he wasn't falling. "I want to come anyway." "You don't believe in this, Theo," she said bluntly. "And it's dangerous. You were almost killed. If you were to die in this undertaking, it would be—" "I have my own undertakings," he said thickly. Nina closed her eyes. "Me? Us? There is no us." Another blow. Another hole to match the others. Soon he'd be riddled through. He looked at her then, and surely the light shining at that moment wasn't a coincidence. The way it clung to her and brightened her skin, turning her ethereal, as though even the heavens were determined to keep his attention on her. "There is to me," Theo murmured, broken but true. "Everything you've ever said to me, everything you've ever done, it's still here." He pointed to his chest, where he felt her beating heart next to his own. "I can't simply tear it out." Her jaw tightened. "You can. I've tried. Not hard enough," she said, turning to him. "It isn't easy. It takes time. You have to halt those thoughts in their tracks. Divert them until you can't recall any of it. Not the touches, or the laughter, or the promises. Eventually, you'll find that all of it, every single piece, is imaginary. Just a memory, a little more faded each time it's inspected. Washed of whatever magic it had." There were no tears in her eyes, no shake to her lips. She spoke as though she read from a transcript. "Then other things will return. The ability to think without thinking of me, to hear another woman's voice and not compare the sound. Eventually, the pain won't exist at all. You'll be free of it." The ocean blurred. He did not lift his fingers to wipe his eyes out of defiance. Even that felt like a shedding of her. "Was it truly as easy as that?" he asked. "To be rid of me?" Something in her expression closed. "I've had more than enough practice." He thought of whatever family she'd left in Scurry. Her Aunt Frances, her mother, and him. Perhaps that was the difference between them. That she was in flux, morphing to the shape of her confines,
peeling off her home and her name and moving onward, while he stayed as he was. "Are you asking me not to follow you? Or are you telling me?" he said now, bracing himself. He remembered her at a much younger age, dressed in artisan navy and unable to meet his eye. Now she looked at him unflinchingly. "I'm telling you." He pressed his hand over his bullet wound, thinking for a moment that it had reopened and that he was spilling onto the ground. "Where do you propose I go?" he asked. And now it was he who could not stand to meet her eyes. "I thought—" he started, but couldn't finish. It sounded so incredibly stupid now. He'd thought they'd find each other again. He'd thought she'd love him. He'd thought all the problems in the world would become negligible if he had that. "That's not for me to say, Theo," she said, looking out at the sea. Then she forced a painful sort of grin. "Maybe here. You'd have the whole ocean to command." Her hand touched his shoulder briefly, and still he felt changed by it, as though there was something tangible passing from her to him. Surely she felt it, didn't she? How many times had they walked along the cliff edge on their excursions to Lavnanshire? Him making shapes out of the sea mist, her laughing at his cleverness. But she'd forgotten it all. Still, he could remind her. He would. He leaned in and pressed his mouth to hers, and she flinched in surprise, then froze, her lips unmoving. But there was a breath's moment when she didn't pull back, and his hands were holding her face again, and it felt like coming home. Then he was stumbling back, the wind leaving his lungs, Nina's hands shoving him away. A charge running wild over his skin. "Nina." She was breathing heavily, hair falling free from her cap and covering her eyes. "Are you insane?" she said, furious now. "Have you lost your mind?" "Me?" he said, laughing without a hint of mirth. "No, Nina. I'm thinking clearly. One of us ought to." She huffed out a breath of indignation, mouth agape. Then she stormed off across the lane and slammed the door to Mrs. Trunk's shop. Theo followed. He watched the back of her vanish through the maze of the shop, ignored John's queries as he went after her, took the stairs, 2 at a time, and ignored the flaring pain in his side. He caught up to her in Mrs. Trunk's living room. "Leave me alone, Theo," she said, ripping herself free of the oversized coat. "You don't want me to leave, Nina." She laughed. "Lord have mercy." "Say it then," he said. "Tell me that you want me to leave." "It's better this way," she said, "for everyone." "Better for Coulson," he nodded knowingly. "Easier to lead you along without me in the way." "He isn't leading me along, Theo." "No," came another voice, its tenor unmistakable. "Let him get it out." Theo turned to see Patrick at the windowsill, his back against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, mostly shrouded in the darkness of the evening, just now deciding to fall. He pushed off the ledge, the one with the perfect view down to the ramparts where Nina and Theo had stood not moments before. Theo's face heated. Some instinct snarled to the surface. Patrick stopped 2 paces away and waited, tilting his head at Theo. He gestured for Theo to speak. "Now's your chance, Teddy. Tell her how much better off she'd be with you instead."
"Patrick," Nina said warily, "we were speaking privately."
"And now you ain't." He'd always spoken this way, like a lord in a sense, unswervingly, the words already cocked on his tongue. Every response measured ahead of time, shrinking men where they stood, tying them up in their own words. Theodore felt his hands shaking. He looked at Patrick, but spoke to Nina.
"He brought you to Kenton Hill with a sack over your head and your hands tied," he said slowly, wanting her to hear every syllable. "He tried to lock you up in a room."
Patrick didn't interrupt, nor did he lift his eyes from Theo. Instead, they seemed to bore further in, waiting for something.
"It's the same now," Theo continued. "He has you exactly as he wants you, Nina. Blinded, tied up in his mess."
"Ah," Patrick said now, nodding slowly.
"Yes, a dirty craftsman, running off with his little artisan hostage." He tusked. "And I suppose she'd have to be stupid, wouldn't she, to fall for a trick like that? Defenseless, too. Or how would I overpower her?" Patrick stalked closer, and Theo felt his fist clench. "That isn't what I said."
"But that's what you're implying, Teddy. That's what she hears when you tell her I've got her eyes covered, that I'm the one pulling her strings."
"I'm scared for her," Theo shouted. "She was almost shot not days ago. Have you yet considered her well-being on this fucking conquest? Or will you lead her into any snake pit if it means winning your bloody terranium?"
Patrick's expression blackened instantly.
"I wasn't aware she'd made you her guardian, Teddy. Or did you assume the position all on your own?"
Theo didn't balk, didn't turn from him.
"Someone ought to look out for her."
"That's rich." Patrick nodded ominously, stepping forward into Theodore's space, so it was obvious just how imposing Patrick's stature was in comparison.
"That's bloody rich. Since you would have left her bleeding against the whipping post. Had your chivalry not awoken at just the right moment?" "Stop," Nina said, putting a hand on Patrick's chest. "Let's hope yours awakens soon, Coulson, before you've siphoned everything you can take from her." Theo spat. "That's your problem, Teddy. You still think she's the sort of woman who can be managed? Have you met her? She ain't manageable."
Theo stood as tall as he could.
"Yet she'll walk where you point. And you're not pointing her anywhere safe. I'll point you into a fucking grave if you like."
He looked as though he wished for nothing more than to obliterate Theo where he stood.
"Enough," Nina called, a hand on each of their chests now.
Theo and Patrick had come almost nose to nose, breathing steam into each other's faces. Patrick's breath was laced with intention, like it would mean nothing to him at all to throw Theo over the cliffs.
"Theo," Nina said, straining to get his attention, her face red with anger. "When we leave this parish, you won't follow. I've made my choice."
Theo shook his head.
"You'll never mean as much to him as idiom does," he said to her,
and he knew he was cruel to say it. He saw the flinch of pain cut across her face.
"He'd forfeit your life to win this war."
Theodore found his head bouncing off the glass window, the pain momentarily blinding him. Nina was shouting, Patrick's face looming an inch from his, ice in his eyes. The grip of his wide hand around Theo's throat, threatening its collapse. Wrong, Patrick growled, the tendons in his hand flexing. Never met a man who was wrong so often. Theo's hands went desperately to Patrick's, trying to peel it away. He couldn't breathe. You'll kill him, Patrick. I would, Patrick agreed coldly. Do you feel it, Teddy? His hand tightened, sent Theodore onto his toes. I'd do it without losing a single night's sleep. Black curtained Theo's sight, curling inward. But he still felt Patrick's steaming breath wash over his face. And then he was on the floor, his legs numb, his side searing, his vision returning in spots of colour. I told you, it ain't my place to say whether you stay or leave. She's the one who decides, Patrick said, somewhere above Theo. And if she says leave, best you find that genteel nature of yours and listen to her. I'm only waiting on a reason to beat the shit out of you. Oxygen rushed into Theo's lungs, and he bent over on himself, his head down. He didn't want to see Nina's reaction. Didn't want Patrick to see the tears that had sprung free. He felt Nina bend tentatively beside him, her breaths too fast. Heard Patrick's footsteps recede. He wanted to shout at Nina, point to Patrick's receding back, and say, see, that's the man you're following. That's what he becomes in the night. Theo gripped his throat, then shrugged off embarrassment, and with Nina's wary hand on his shoulder, felt more resolve than he ever had.
Chapter 45. Nina. Through the thin walls, I thought I could hear the other rooms thrumming, sleep evading us all. I imagined Theo wrestling with himself on the settee, Patrick on the other side of the wall I was curled against, knuckles still pulsing. His father languishing on the mattress, strangely subdued since his foray into town. I glanced over at Polly beside me on her own bed, her eyes stuck on the ceiling, her lips moving in spell work, or prayer, perhaps. I simply dwelled. I knew I was right to cut the tie between Theo and me. He imagined a time and place where war wouldn't touch me, where I could make choices that wouldn't impact all of Bellevere. What he failed to understand was that I was a runaway train. The collision was imminent. He loves you, you know, Polly whispered to me. She was holding what looked to be letters to her chest. Her fingers moved over them. Spoke about you nearly every hour we waited together in Kenton Hill. She went quiet for a time, and I prayed she would say no more. I just thought it should be said, in case he hasn't yet found the courage to say it out loud. She turned over then, and I was spared further barbs. I didn't sleep a wink, and when dawn came, I felt as though the sun taunted me, rising unhurriedly. The rooms beyond the walls roused. We met in the living room, once properly dressed. Theo's brow was lined in deep thought, and his gaze met mine immediately. I shirked it. John leaned against the china cabinet. Polly clasped a cloak around her throat, and Patrick took the coin from his pocket and gripped it tightly.
Every half hour, Theo will exit the library to the front steps. He will send the signal that all is well. If he comes out early, then something is wrong. If he's late,
Patrick glared at Theo.
Then we can assume they've been apprehended in some way.
He looked to the book in Polly's hand.
If that happens, Polly is to try and leave the testament behind somewhere, along with her translations, for us to find later. But above all, Theo, if someone comes for Polly or you, then you ought to fight your way out.
He handed Theo a gun. There was a second as it traded hands, when Theo pulled and Patrick refused to let go. But then it vanished into Theo's coat pocket, and neither traded another word.
Will there be anyone at that library who recognises you?
Patrick asked Polly. She shrugged. I doubt it. It's a big city, a big library. Easy enough to stay hidden in the stacks.
Then you'll be quick,
Patrick implored her.
Done by nightfall at the latest, or we're coming in.
It sounded more like a threat than a promise. We departed Trunk Antiques gradually, and I gave the old woman a tight hug before I left, in case we never returned. The piano played a sombre farewell. Patrick accompanied me into the lane a fair distance behind John, and a bigger distance behind Theo and Polly. We each bled into the tide of Lavenshire patrons, trying to look normal. Shop doors opened and shut. The first wagons and horses pushed up the street, and street lamps were snuffed out by hand. Gulls swooped in lazy circles overhead, and in all the activity, the ocean's roar was never quite drowned out. I was dressed like an artisan, and Patrick like a crafter, and so we walked with a careful space between us. Anything closer might have drawn suspicion, even in Lavenshire. The artisan quarters had already started to envelop the craftsman precinct when Patrick finally spoke.
If you wanted to run away with him, I wouldn't stop you,
he said. A horseless coach intersected us then, but even when it had passed, my face remained dumbstruck. What did you just say?
I said, if you feel safer running off with Teddy.
He spoke with a tick of his jaw.
Then you should go.
I looked across the lane at Patrick like I'd never heard of anything more ridiculous, and almost collided headlong with a wagon. I shook my head and stomped around it, walking too quickly now. If that's not the stupidest thing you've ever said to me. He drew a cigarette and wet the end on his lips.
Well, never claimed I was smart, did I?
I made a scathing noise. Maybe Theo and I will laugh about it one day with our many children. His eyes flashed momentarily.
If that's what you want, then you should have it.
I scoffed. Shut up, Patrick.
He kissed you,
he said now, flicking ash to the pavement. I quickened my pace. It annoyed me that he didn't seem to have trouble keeping up. And, he sighed,
and I flew off the handle. It wasn't my place. I'm trying to apologise for it.
He looked up at the sky, at the roiling clouds.
Damn it if you don't make it fucking difficult.
Me? I growled, frustrated now. No, Patrick, you make it difficult. My life grew exponentially more difficult the moment you arrived in it. He pointed at me with his cigarette.
Now ain't that the bloody truth of it?
I laughed again, tempted to cross the space and shove him hard enough to make him stumble. And I suppose I've made your life so completely unbearable.
Unequivocally,
he said darkly. Then we're a pair. A more intolerable man I'll never meet. I spoke like I was spitting rocks. Every night, every waking minute of the day, I think of you. And yet you think you know what I want. I'm so damn tired of men pretending they know what's best for me. We walked silently after that, Patrick seething with something he did not voice, and me stomping down the artisan quarters toward the library with fire on my heels. The library was made of stone and ranked in high columns, a verse from the Book of Belvedere etched into its cornices, pigeons spilling shit into the lettering. It sat along one side of a town square, with a clock tower in its middle. There were crafters selling newspapers, tea, charm trinkets that gave the beholder good luck, as though an artisan ever grew short of it. Theo and Polly were already ascending the stone steps to the library entrance in the distance. One last flash of Theo's dark hair, and they disappeared inside. A volley of other artisans swallowed the space they left behind. Patrick looked to the clock tower at the square's middle, its face cloudy with salt.
Top of the hour,
he said.
30 minutes starts now.
Chapter 46. Polly. When she first entered the library, Polly felt as though the walls were watching her. They had passed a bored policeman at the front, checking artisan brands with a cursory glance at each person's wrists, then shuffled through revolving glass doors into the foyer. The library was brimming with visitors, many of them scribblers, but other scholars too. Some seemed to have come to view Tanner's architecture. They stood with guides and gawked at the ceiling fresco, the statues, the passages from the Book of Bellavere etched into the stone. Polly and Theo didn't stop to admire these things with the rest. They walked on at a forced casual pace into the maze of stacks, hundreds of thousands of books looming down over them. "Well," said Theo, looking overwhelmed at the collection, "where should we start?" "Fiction," Polly said immediately. "Fantasy and mythology. Anything pertaining to craft or folklore will be there." Off they went, arm in arm, the shelves towering into the vaulted ceiling, great ladders rolling of their own accord with artisans atop them. Balls of fire charmer light floated without candelabra or sconce. The fantasy and mythology collection, Polly knew, was extensive. It seemed to go on for row after row. They would lose an hour just searching for the cipher. Polly only remembered the colour of the spine and the shape of the lettering. She let her eyes skim off the titles as they walked, as though simply perusing at her leisure. Polly heard her name in every whisper, felt every pair of eyes on the back of her neck, and prepared her body to bolt. But the half-hour depressed, and no one approached. Theo left to reassure Patrick, then returned. The artisans whispered their idle gossip. The scribblers carried out their work peacefully. Their eyes passed over her and Theo, just as they would any other. She remembered she wasn't a fugitive in the way Nina and Patrick were, only something discarded by the house. These artisans might pass straight through her. Not a single one knew or cared for her name. Finally, in the last row, the spine of the cipher leaned, waiting for her, against a book titled Mr. Kipper's Clumsy Canary. The cipher looked ludicrously oversized among a set of books for children. She lurched forward and pulled it out on an exhale. "Here," she smiled, looking down at it. It bore no title. In the corner were initials, her grandfather's. "This is it." Theo, too, seemed relieved. He had grown pale again, his hand clutching his side. With the steward's book and her notes tucked into her coat, they found a table and lamp in a small study corner between classical poetry and music. She set out her things just like any other scholar, binding, parchment, and no quill or inkwell, of course. Polly even nodded politely to a few passing artisans as she set down the cipher and sat. "Top of the hour," Theo mumbled to her after a while. "I'll be back in a moment." He left, winding into the shelves. Polly looked up at the ceiling fresco and sighed outwardly, flexing her fingers. The idiom left in her throbbed like an overused muscle, the way it did just before another dose was due. She felt a thrill of disquiet at that after this, no more idiom would run through her. She would use these final dregs to complete the translation, buy her ticket out of the trench, and start anew on some continent that didn't harvest magic from the ground and consume it. She'd be no different then from any other. Polly smiled wanly. A trade worth making, she thought, if it meant she could go where she pleased, without her blood pounding in her ears, without looking over her shoulder wherever she went. To be without fear, there was nothing she wouldn't sell.
Chapter 47. Nina. The square was rabid with activity. It was easy enough to look purposeful, busy. There were enough shadows between buildings in which to lurk. John remained somewhere at the rear of the library by the servants' entrance, while Patrick and I kept our eyes on the library itself, as each half hour gave way to the next. Theo appeared on the steps on time, not a second too late, pretending he was buying a pear, a newsprint, or else simply stretching his legs in the sunlight before returning inside. No one paid him any mind. Patrick and I kept a careful distance from each other, but I felt his eyes on me as I wandered in aimless circles. Twice, I was approached by artisan men, asking if I needed accompaniment somewhere, since a lady rarely travelled by herself. Each time I shook my head politely and pointed in any direction. My father will only be a moment. For a woman without a ring, the mention of a father was the best way to dissuade an artisan man. They nodded and carried on. Theo came to the steps again, right when he should. He perused a nearby cart at the bottom of the steps with his hands in his pockets, then re-entered among a large group of artisans. I sighed. Noon had passed. 4 hours lapsed, then 5, and still no Polly. My back ached from sitting proper on a wrought iron cafe chair, listening to the crafter buskers. Patrick moved from one shadow to the next, the light of his smoke flaring in the dark. I narrowed my eyes in his direction, and he lifted an eyebrow in return. Lord, it was difficult not to look at him. Impossible, even. Just now, several young artisan women in a group were looking over their shoulders, whispering with their foreheads lowered toward one another, giggling. How scandalous it would be for one of them to break the pack and approach that daunting craftsman who lurked in the alley. How shocking. Should they do it? I dare you, one of them would urge. I dare you to ask him for a cigarette. The girls in the artisan school had been the same, turning their noses up when it suited them, but flushing at the idea of some sordid encounter with a miner, a welder, a miller. All that brawn was difficult to ignore. Too alluring by far. More than enough good artisan girls had fallen victim to it. The perceived wickedness of it was at times too tempting. There were devils all over the brink. I scoffed. Maybe I ought to scandalize them myself. Walk right up to Patrick and pull his mouth down to mine. Push my body against his. Take the smile off their faces, off Patrick's. Maybe he'd forget for a second that he wasn't supposed to want me. Maybe he'd finally forget about those fucking lines. I felt, if he didn't soon, I might go mad. The hour was closing. 2 more minutes until Theo would appear. I reasserted my attention to those stone steps, the revolving doors. Maybe this time, Polly would appear at Theo's side, the steward's testament tucked safely away. The hands of the clock tower ticked. 1 minute remaining. A coach and its horses clopped into the square, halted before the library steps, and blocked my view. I stood, annoyed, trying to see over it to the entrance. Theo would arrive any moment. But a man alighted the coach, tall enough to garner attention. He was followed by 4 others, all of them uniformed in artisan blue. The tall man climbed the steps, long ministerial robes sweeping the stone behind him, and I lurched forward 1 step, then 2. Patrick left his shadows to stare, eyes bulging at the man and his contingent. Lord Terence Shop went through the revolving doors and disappeared within. The clock chimed. Something cracked in my core. Theo, Polly, the steward's testament. Had they called the Lord themselves? No, I couldn't believe that. Refused to. Just because I told Theo to leave didn't mean he would turn on me so quickly. And Polly, I'd believed her when she said she was sorry. But I'd believed her in Kenton Hill, too. Another minute lapsed, and somewhere within that library, the steward's testament and its translation were trading hands. Idia's seam handed over to the head of house himself. There'd be no resisting. His contingent were likely fire charmers, armed soldiers, and how many bullets were in Theo's gun? I locked eyes with Patrick, he across the square, and me much closer to those steps. Too close for him to catch me. No hope of him making it past the doorman, not in his garb. No, he seemed to beseech me, seeing the lean my body was already taking. Don't do it. But I was a runaway train. I went inside.
Chapter 48. Polly. Polly held her finger to the parchment and watched ink bleed to the page. The pad of her index felt more connected to the parchment than to her. The translating was swift, with the aid of the cipher. She found herself languishing in the challenge of it, nose bent over parchment, ink bleeding from page to page, fingertips soon stained. She transcribed the strange glyphs from the Steward's Testament, then methodically consulted the cipher. Varian script was a jerry-rigged language of 3 origins melded into one. Polly pored through her grandfather's tome and fished out any lettering as though pushing together pieces of an ever-expanding puzzle. Each word was practically strangled from the book, like it was reluctant to give it up. Polly wondered if somewhere, deep in the earth, the 3 daughters turned in their graves, their stories torn from their skeletons against their will. She was beginning to recognize the layers of glyphs that turned up more than once. Beast, for instance. Witch was another. Not for the first time, her mind wandered to that unnamed enemy. Presumably, the enemy referred to the foreign continents, the ones that Idia and her army defeated in the Battle of Bellavere. Polly was sure this part of the story was about to unravel. Idia would lead her army of loyal Bellaverians into a battle against this beast, and she would sacrifice herself to defend the land, leave her magic behind in the ground as a gift to those who served her, who defended her. That was what the Book of Bellavere had taught them. But then she thought of Joan, then Dione. Where was their army? They'd died with little more than a small band of stewards to defend them. Theo remained nearby, pretending to peruse the shelves. Sometimes he sat by Polly and watched as she translated. He came and went twice with each passing hour, and Polly barely noticed. The 3rd daughter was named for her beauty. Of all 3 daughters, she seemed to harness the least power, preferring instead to perform the menial tasks of farming, tilling soil, and crafting all manner of tools. The least powerful. That didn't seem right. Her work was solitary. Idia was not prone to the grandiose displays of her older sisters, and she thereby went quietly into the belly of the continent and stayed hidden for many years. Polly huffed a quiet laugh. "Not all of us are so lucky," she murmured to herself. She secluded to the deep hills and rarely surfaced. We stewards hunted and lived simply alongside her contemplation. We recount her meditative practice, her connection to the country, to the earth, and her deep love for this soil on which she'd been born. Idia murmured to this land, and it sang to her, worshipping as we worshipped. In those quiet days, we, her stewards, grew devoted. She nourished the earth, and so the earth nourished us, who never knew a greater peace. We offered our lives to Idia, but the 3rd daughter would not accept. To us, she entreated instead. "The stewards shall witness and live on long enough to scribe these stories." Polly's head lifted from the parchment. Her brow furrowed. High on the southern wall of the library were the carved words of the scribbler's doctrine. "We whose blood is ink will scribe Bellavere's stories." The same credo she'd chanted in the artisan school. The one written on her official fellowship diploma. She looked back at her splotched rendering of the steward's words and wondered if these men and women weren't the very first scribblers. The time for peace was not lasting, for across the lands, shepherds, thieves, and travellers wandered, and Idia's presence could be felt by even the daftest man. The beast came. "No," Polly muttered. This was not how the story went. Where was Idia's army? The cavalry of horsemen and the foreign enemy in their armada, pillaging Bellavere's sacred lands in search of its magic. Outside the library walls, the sun was sinking into the sea. Daylight already slipping through her fingers. Polly turned on her lamp and ignored the ache in her back, in her head. The final page of the steward's book distended, and she worked in a frenzy now, growling when the ink bled wrong. The beast came as it had for the first and second daughters. The beast was greed and envy. It was both labourer and conqueror. They were governors, priests, and farmers. They were the insidious arrogance of men who believed themselves a worthy custodian of power. They were Idia's own countrymen who came to those soft hills of widow's lace and took Idia out into the night. Polly breathed as though she were sprinting, not scribbling. Idia did not fight as she was taken. Instead, she let her fingers whisper over the wildflowers and conversed with the moon. The murderers of her sisters carried burning torches and blades. They bared teeth, stained red, and seemed possessed of their intention. When Idia spoke to the sky, they called her witch. They screamed their convictions, as though to make them true. Evil, they screamed. Wicked! They cut and bled Idia as they had her sisters, and she made no sound, nor did she mount any defence. She went willingly into this slow death. And when it seemed she would succumb without relinquishing her magic, Idia's enemy, as they had with her sisters, grew desperate in their inadequacy. They took Idia's stewards to the knife, and when the blades touched their necks, Idia rose like a dark creature. Theo came to tell her that the half-hour had elapsed and that he would be back momentarily. She waved him off, hair falling into her eyes, suddenly frantic. Theo's footsteps withdrew. Polly's hands shook. She sent a shudder through the earth so mighty that the hills reformed, the slopes melding and splitting. The soil turned to liquid, shifting underfoot and swallowing men whole. The earth rose and fell to protect her, its loving mother. A crack appeared, cleaving the land in two. So deep, the pit of hell was glimpsed, and Idia, ebbed of power and blood, greeted the black as though it were an old friend, and went gladly into it. The earth cradled her and closed its seam, so no man would reach her again. But in coming years, the fields and meadows would grow abundantly, and the ones who witnessed the magic there would come to believe that beneath the surface, magic lurked. Even after death, Idia's enemy would not relent, and the people of the trench pillaged the earth. "Almost done with that, are you?" came a voice. Polly paused without looking up, her entire body convulsed in shivers, the very makeup of her existence, of every existence, shifting. "Another moment, please," she said hurriedly, praying she was mistaken. "Take as many as you need," came the answer. Only this time, the speaker pulled out the chair opposite, the wooden legs shrieking across the tiles. The man sat straight-backed, crossed one leg over the other, and leaned his cane against the desk. Lord Shop looked back at Polly and seemed to settle in. Over Polly's shoulder, she noticed, for the first time, the outfit of artisans, of policemen, shackles and batons in hand. Between two of these officers, Theo was detained, his lips white with fear, his eyes beseeching her. "Go ahead, Miss Prescott," Lord Shop said, his eyes lowering to the glistening ink on the page. "I'm dying to see how it ends."
Chapter 49. Nina. I slipped through the doors as a surge of artisans exited. There was a scream, and it was difficult to tell which direction it came from. It seemed the artisans were being shepherded out by scribblers, all of whom wore stark expressions, their eyes wide and fearful. One called out to me as I barreled past. I ignored them and fought my way through the confused horde. And then, the stacks, the dim, oppressive light, the close air, and the smell of 1,000 pages. Normally comforting, but now an omen. Another scream, a woman's. There were sounds of protests from behind, and I turned to see Patrick, so patently out of place, skirting around the sea of artisans flooding the exit.
"Hey!"
shouted an officer, trying to funnel toward him.
"You can't be in here!"
The moment he got close, Patrick pulled a gun from his coat and held it to the man's gut.
"You're going to scare all the swanks, lad," he said. "Get out of here while you can."
The officer swallowed once, seemed to consider Patrick's size, then turned on his heel and left with the remaining visitors. My back was pressed against the first row beside a rolling ladder, and Patrick met me there, his eyes icier than ever.
"Well,"
he murmured, looking around the corner, down the empty aisle.
"that was a fucking choice, wasn't it?"
My heart pounded. "We can't let him just take everything," I whispered, sweat beading over my forehead. "It can't all have been for nothing." Patrick swore beneath his breath, then held his gun up to me.
"Not a single bullet in the chamber," he breathed. "Do you understand that? Not a single fucking one."
"I'll rip the ground up around us if I have to," I told him.
"Lord Almighty,"
he growled quietly, looking up to the ceiling.
"We're outnumbered, scurry girl."
But I hadn't lost everything only to lose this too. I'd kill Lord Shop here, in this very library. It didn't matter who else I had to bury with him. "Please," I said to Patrick, the void in me yawning wide, "let me do this." He must have seen the desperation leaking through, the shake in my breath. Seconds passed, and then he growled and looked away. He took my wrist in his hand and held it tightly.
"Have mercy," he said. "Stay behind me."
Backs hunched, we slunk down the aisles, listening for voices. The vaulted ceiling only fed us the sounds of someone's whimpering. It was almost impossible to tell from which direction it came. Adrenaline swarmed me. Patrick pulled me down the maze of aisles, stopping every so often to listen, to redirect. Eventually, we could hear boots squeaking off the marble. The whimpers had turned to gasps. We stopped at a corner and looked around its edge. There, down the end of the row, a study corner with desks and lamps built in among the shelves, black-inked pages strewn across the floor. 2 steel-eyed soldiers. Between them, Theo, their forearms encasing his. 2 fire charmers stood with balls of light hovering above their palms. They stood before a woman with a flurry of unbound black curls, and an expression so despondent, she might have had her neck on the edge of a sword. Polly. A voice came. It was a voice I could have recognized in my sleep, or on the brink of death. I felt it like a long-fingered hand gripping my spine. Lord Terence Shop stepped out of the gloom, his cane glancing off the tiled floor, his expression somehow more severe now, the fire sharpening every angle of him. He bent to retrieve the pieces of parchment from the floor, and perused them.
"You can come out, Miss Clark and Mr. Coulson," he said easily, "unless you'd rather retreat, in which case I wouldn't fault you. There are far too many things in this building to set alight."
Patrick groaned in my ear, then gave me one pleading look. We stepped out into the open. Polly's chin trembled at the sight of us. Theo pulled against his restraints. And I couldn't understand it, how Lord Shop could know to come to this exact city, to this building on this very day. "You brought them here?" I asked Polly. For who else could alert the house so quickly? Why would she stand unshackled and peaceful while Theo fought his captors? A tear ran the course of her cheek. She made to speak.
"Her father, actually," said Lord Shop. "Mr. Prescott has an understanding with the house."
I noticed that he stood behind his fire charmers.
"Welcome,"
he said genially, nodding like any good gentleman.
"I assure you the scribbler is not to blame,"
Shop continued, his sights now sliding over Polly.
"In fact, she is much less cooperative than her father suggested."
It was only then that I noticed the shake of Polly's hands, the way she swayed where she stood. The skin of them looked strange in the dim light. When the firelight glinted off them, I saw that the skin had been melted away. Something horrid dripped from her fingertips. Lord Shop held up the ruined pages in his hand. Each piece was sodden with ink, as though someone had overturned well after well over them, just like the artisan children had done so in school. The ink dripped from the pages onto the marble, blacker than they were white.
I can just imagine the very important information you must have been trying to hide,
the Lord said, grimacing at the parchment, and then discarding it. It slapped wetly off the marble. He went to the only desk with a lit lamp, and picked up the 2 books upon it. One was the Steward's Testament, still open to its last page. The other was a heavy tome, the cipher, I presumed.
At the very least, all is not lost,
Lord Shop mused.
We persuaded her to stop drowning the texts eventually. I was concerned she might let us burn her to ash.
Indeed, it seemed as though the books themselves were unsullied. Polly hadn't gotten to them in time. A sob escaped her then, and her head dropped down as though it had grown too heavy for her neck, and I imagined her scribbler hands being incinerated by fire, while she bled every last drop of ink from herself, until she couldn't. "I'm sorry," Polly moaned, and the misery was too much to bear. Patrick pointed his revolver straight at Lord Shop, over the gap between his men's shoulders. I imagined his face splitting apart around a bullet we didn't have.
"Ah, now," Shop tisked, "fools rush in, Coulson, and fool though you may be, even you can guess what happens next."
Patrick's eyes reflected fire.
"If it involves a hole in your head, I'm all ears. You'll attack with poor results," he said calmly. "Our side will retaliate. John will arrive from wherever he is hiding, and Ali, perhaps. It will end in bloodshed on both sides, Mr. Coulson, and the whereabouts of the seam lost somewhere in the middle. Neither of us wins then, do we?"
Shop tucked his hands behind his back, his chest an open target.
"I'd sooner make you a deal."
I spat on the floor like a miner, and Patrick gripped my wrist tighter.
"I don't make deals with monsters." "Then we'll call it an offering," Shop reiterated. "Theodore and the scribbler will come with me, and you'll leave here peacefully."
I scoffed, sounding deranged. "And how many of your army will we find waiting on those steps?"
"Not a single one,"
he said.
"I've come on rather short notice, so you found me woefully ill-prepared. You may slither away."
But there was something else in his expression, some hidden strain beneath the surface. Patrick clicked his tongue, considered Shop for a moment.
"Nah,"
he said.
"I'm thinking your terrified Nina will tear the ground up and pitch you into hell at any moment, eh?"
A flicker of something passed over Shop's eyes.
"Yeah,"
Patrick said. The gun did not lower.
"You've lost some sleep to it, I'll bet. Watching Tanner spit dirt and go under. She scares you."
It made Patrick smile malevolently. Lord Shop did not balk, but I thought I saw his lips thin.
"So, then, it's an impasse, Mr. Coulson, because you see, we both have too much to lose."
There was a scuffle from behind them, and 2 more men came into view. One was a fire charmer, by the glowing red of his hands. The other was John, the side of his face badly burned. A rope of fire wrapped around his neck, not yet touching his skin, but slowly burning it. John's face was mottled red and suffused in sweat. It dripped into his eyes and stained his shirt front. He sucked breath through his teeth.
"Teddy,"
he heaved, lengthening his neck to keep his chin from the fire.
"Don't suppose you got any water handy?"
The barrel of Patrick's gun swung instead to this new fire charmer, an older man, his hand held lazily in front of him, with the arrogance of skill and decades of practice. He did not flinch at the revolver pointed at him.
"Let him go,"
Patrick said evenly.
"In just a moment,"
Lord Shop said. John panted, moaned in pain. The skin on his neck glowed.
"You'll be on your way,"
Lord Shop said.
"The scribbler and her books come with me, and I'm sure,"
here he looked toward Polly and her ruined hands,
"that she'll be amenable in rewriting the translations."
"You have no use for me," Theodore said, pulling uselessly at his arms. The officers tightened their grip.
"And I won't go back. You're right, in one regard at least. Shop said. I'd rather have the alchemist instead, but I doubt Nina would make the trade.
He was inquiring me now, his brow lifted, waiting. A trade? Patrick for Theo? My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I said nothing. John groaned. Polly wept. Shop nodded knowingly.
I thought as much. I dare say, Theodore, that you've rather outstayed your welcome.
Theo looked at me for a moment, and something in my expression must have solidified this, because he stopped struggling. He looked down at the marble floor. I felt suddenly subsumed by guilt. The walls distended. John cursed loudly.
Patty, he begged. Let him go, Patrick said, and we'll be on our way.
Lord Shop nodded to the fire charmer, who curled his fingers inward, and the rope of flames around John's neck vanished.
I suspect we'll see each other again soon,
Shop told Patrick, the ghost of a smile touching the corners of his mouth.
When the time is right.
Patrick pulled me back, and I resisted. My eyes latched onto the book and the cipher. You won't reach the seam, I said, teeth gritted. Idiom undulated within me, thin but ravenous, stretching veins and expanding my mind. Not without me.
Perhaps,
Lord Shop said, nodding, as though this were a meeting and he was examining the facts.
But I believe in innovation, in progress. Where one door refuses to open, another can be carved.
He stepped around his offices, close enough to stand inches from Patrick's gun, as though he knew the chamber held no bullet.
In the meantime, I suggest you dig yourself a hole deep enough that even the worms cannot find you, or summon the courage to put his gun in your mouth and fire. Because there are plenty of ways to break ground, girl, and the day you outlive your usefulness to me will be the end of this war.
He looked faceless in that moment. He could have been a crafter or artisan, the devil himself. Futility descended, spirals of it circling my entire being, until my fingers curled in and my rib cage folded. He must have been stark raving mad if he thought I'd blow myself away and not bring him with me.
Nina, we have to go.
In the square, the clock tolled. The hole in me widened, everything toppling into it. Patrick had hooked his arm around my chest and was hauling me away. No matter how hard I fought, I couldn't seem to break free. Theo and Polly, the cipher and the translations, they were becoming further from reach.
Don't do it, Nina,
Patrick begged. Shop had the audacity to smile from a distance.
Get my son out of here,
he ordered his charmers. But not soon enough. In my veins, the idiom exulted, and I felt the earth beneath all that marble awaken. The ground heaved, marble cracking. A titanic groan shook my middle ear, and the great labyrinth of shelves teetered. The first seemed to wobble and overcorrect, and Patrick froze in his bid to drag me out. They each stilled and watched in horror as the shelves swayed back and forth, and then finally they fell, crashing into the next row. Hundreds of books rained down.
Run!
John bellowed. We escaped down the labyrinth, the party of us scattering in different directions. John, Patrick and I one way, Theo and Polly dragged in another. The giant walls of shelves toppled at our backs, one into the other, gaining momentum, a landslide of books crashing and filling the corridors. The thunderous crunch of wood as it collided and splintered. A heavy volume struck my shoulder as we ran. John expelled pieces of broken timber falling overhead, just barely holding off the weight of them long enough for us to pass through, to turn the corners, to sprint down the aisles. Books crashed into my shoulders, my head, caught the backs of my legs. But Patrick had my arm, hadn't let it go once, and he pulled me onward faster than my legs could manage.
Don't look back,
he shouted, and I ran harder than my lungs could tolerate. We spilled out into the main foyer as the last shelf fell, buckling in an ear-splitting crash. And we didn't stop. We rushed to the doors, feet pounding off the cracked marble. We ran out into the briny air, a small crowd of artisans in the square watching on in horror. Pieces of the clock tower were now strewn on the ground, the cobblestones cracked. Several members of the crowd approached us, though they meant to offer help. faces stark in the approaching night. We barreled through them all, past the limp coppers with their gaping mouths and half-raised batons, past the buckled coach and its frantic horses. I tripped on my skirts, my legs failing me now, my heeled shoes slipping on the debris, and then Patrick's arm was around my torso, lifting me off my feet. I was carried past the gawkers who were just now realizing they knew my face, and Patrick's, that fugitives, escaped war criminals had been among them. My limbs went slack in Patrick's hold. The darkness of an alley closed in. But my eyes stuck to the library doors until they were out of sight.
Chapter 50. Theo. Theo walked as though sleep had taken hold of his limbs. With 2 soldiers on his arms, he moved as one does in dreams, mindless and numb, their bones not their own. His father walked ahead of him with the Chalmers flanking his sides. Polly was pulled along somewhere at Theo's back. He could not look at her without his eyes descending to her ruined hands. They were escorted not to the coach, which had buckled beneath the fallen clock tower, but to the edge of the ramparts, a handful of soldiers awaiting them, looking reticent to have been called to duty this night. Theo noticed that there was a certain care to the way they marched him away, as though this were a rescue and not an arrest. He blinked at the passing street lamps and watched photons burst in the distortion of his sight. He felt stupid, dazed, his head rattling with the effects of shell shock. He couldn't be sure if the stars over the sea were rearranging their constellations, or if he was finally succumbing to madness. Perhaps it was best he let it come. Let sanity give way to something painless and quiet. Let him hope for less than love from this moment on. Better that than this yawning awareness that he was utterly alone. They were loaded hastily into a wagon under flickering lamplight, while most of Lavnanshire hid itself away, and the sea thrashed the cliffside. The horses were unadorned and matched the choleric officers who lifted Polly, Theo, and his father into the wagon bed. There was no canopy, and so the braver residents watched from their high windows as the wagon was pulled away through Lavnanshire's maze. The Chalmers and officers followed behind at a leisurely pace, scowling up at the fluttering curtains until crafters scurried back from the glass. Theo's father sighed tiredly. "We're a spectacle," he said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Embarrassed, Theo imagined, to be seen on crafter transport. "We'll be taken on a private train to the city." Theo barely heard him. He leaned forward, let his face fall into his hands, and suppressed the urge to vomit. "What you're feeling, Theodore, is shame," his father said bluntly. "You've brought every bit of it onto yourself." Theo had never been surer that this was true, though not in the way Terence Sharp thought. "If you're so ashamed of me, why not leave me in the brink?" he asked. "Why bring me back at all? Surely the house won't let you reinstate me after I deserted." "But you didn't desert the house, Theodore. You were taken hostage, and this is your rescue." What he implied was clear. The newsprint would establish his father a hero by morning. Another win for the house. "You can save your tantrum for the journey home if you please. There are plenty of walls for you to thrash your head against. But you will return home with me and carry out your duty as you were meant to, whether willingly or by force. Because it spares you a scandal. Because you are my son, Lord Shop said, his voice rising for the first time. And because I did not invest every ounce of leverage I had in you, only for you to squander our family name on some girl from the brink. He said it as though there were no greater insult to him. Theo closed his eyes and felt the invisible pressure of ever-tightening binds cinching him inward. He said the only helpful thing he could hope to say. If your charmers burn Polly again, I'll drown them. There's plenty of water at hand. Interesting, Lord Shop said condescendingly. Have your affections changed? Theo looked up to see him inspect Polly with no small measure of disgust. She was cradling her bleeding hands carefully against her chest, curling into herself like she was expecting another blow. His father shook his head, perplexed. Truly, Theo, you are a simpleton when it comes to the female persuasion. But of course, his father wouldn't understand friendship. There were only ever alliances. She needs a doctor, Theo said, and bluff. Penance is a medicine of its own kind, his father answered, adjusting his cane so that his hands rested atop it. His eyes pierced Theo's. As you'll soon learn. Theo did not fear his words. In fact, he couldn't even bring himself to disagree with them. Is that your great plan? He asked, boldly. To have me lashed on the Citadel steps and claim I've been saved? Do you think the trench will believe I've been cured of my beliefs? And what beliefs are those, Theodore? His father asked, his tone darkening. He tilted his head to the side. Are you a bleeding heart for the crafters? A Union sympathizer? Theo's mouth popped open, then closed again. No, not only for the Union. There were those on both sides with whom he sympathized. His father scoffed mirthlessly. You have no idea of your own convictions, boy, do you? Theo boiled. He and his father had never come to blows. Their sparring was the verbal kind. Boxing was for craftsmen. But Lord, how Theo wanted to belt him now. You let them go, Theo said in a voice that seethed. Why? His father looked back at him drolly, as though even this disappointed him. As punishing as it has been of late to be your father, I do not wish for us to be at odds. I know you care for the girl. You've made that abundantly clear to me. No, that isn't all of it, Theo pressed. There's something else. There's always something else, Theodore, Lord Shop intoned. Decisions like these take time, careful planning. My aim was simply to retrieve the steward's testament, the translator, and of course, you. The alchemist and the earth charmer are desperate and young and rash. I didn't much want to incite the kind of gunslinging that would surely have ensued once the rats realized they were cornered. Polly breathed through her nose like a bull, hands shaking. It didn't make any sense. Or perhaps the intricacies were now beyond Theo's capability. You had enough fire charmers to take them all hostage. Enough leverage to tip your hand.
Why wouldn't you have them arrested? Lord Shop considered Theo as though he truly could not fathom what had become of his son. He crossed his legs and looked up into the expansive sky. You know, the thing about rats is that they're entirely difficult to catch. One might set up 100 traps with the most enticing bait, and they'll find a way to steal the bait and slip through the cracks. They're smarter than they seem. For though they might be vermin, they are determined when properly motivated. Theo tried to follow the words, tried to see what lay between them. This was how an artisan spoke, in encryptions and mazes and tightening spirals. Lord Shop spoke on. One might drive themselves to insanity trying to eradicate an infestation for good. The better thing to do is wait. The rat in the walls soon runs out of bait to eat. It grows frantic. It eats its young, its own foot. Soon the rat dies. It does the work for you. Theo stood, despite the moving wagon, eyes wide and wild. We've arrived, his father announced suddenly, and the wagon came to an inelegant halt. Theo staggered and nearly fell. With that, Lord Shop gestured to the opening of the wagon, where the uniformed men waited with their sullen faces. The train station was empty and still, but for the steaming plume of a train engine and the soldiers who waited on its small platform. Don't be stupid, Theodore, Lord Shop said, rebuttoning his coat. Your moment of rebellion is over. Do you understand me? As though following some invisible summons, the soldiers waiting at the end of the wagon gripped the handles of their batons. Theo clenched his teeth, tasting blood. He nodded stiffly. The train, empty but for them and a contingent of soldiers who walked like wraiths between the compartments, laboured full tilt from the moors into marshlands. Wide stretches of water passed, and though it looked glassy and picturesque in the late light, Theo knew the depths were murky, full of eels and whiskered fish and beady-eyed mud-dwellers. Water was sometimes deceptive and sometimes not. Sometimes it rolled and crashed and warned a man of its true nature. But mostly, it reflected something far calmer than what waited beneath the surface. Lord Shop poured him and Polly a cup of tea. He took up his own and looked out the window of their private compartment, apparently taken with the view. His cane rested beside him. He spoke as though Theo were accompanying him to the countryside for the weekend. I often wonder why our ancestors did not build a city further south. The winters are far more pleasant here. I'm afraid you'll be returning home to a freeze. Theo ignored this. He watched his father's face for its tells. He knew something thrashed beneath the surface. Polly, however, did not know to wade in carefully. Where will you take us? She said, her sobs giving way to something more fierce, as though she'd finally been divested of her fear. You'll speak when spoken to, Scribbler, Lord Shop said around the lip of the teacup, but in a voice that radiated danger. Though I dare say you cannot help it, can you? Entitlement is such a scourge upon your generation. Theo bid himself to stem his anger, to watch.
My father would rap the back of my head with his cane when I spoke out of turn. This very cane, in fact. The Lord gestured to the cane in question. I chose a less tempestuous approach with my own son, though I've come to see that as an error in judgment. His eyes finally came to rest on Theo's. They were heavy-lidded, so as to be discreet. It was difficult to read a man who only showed you half his eyes. This was what he wielded in lieu of a cane. "Where are you taking us?" Polly repeated. She looked at Theo's father with the kind of flint Theo had never quite managed. "I'm taking you nowhere, scribbler," said Terence. "You are a flea hitched to the back of donkey. You'll be at the mercy of the city authorities. They will sit you down in front of these texts and relay to me whatever they manage to choke from you. So heed my warning, young lady. Cough it up quickly. It is the only thing that might save you from the gallows now." "She has been punished enough," Theo said, stomach still roiling, the shake of the train wreaking havoc on him. "And she was forced to help us." "Us," Terence Shops said, picking out that one word and spitting it back out. He looked out the window, contempt in the flicker of his eyelids. "Miss Prescott is an agent of the house, as are all scribblers. They are mandated to report any crime to their superiors. To the house, if the crime necessitates. And yet not a single note of correspondence from Miss Prescott, when she could have called upon us at any time." He levelled Polly with a glare. "You are a traitor to your kind, scribbler, and such a shame, after all you've done for your country." Theo thought of all she'd done, moving about the continent like a game piece, making trades for safety and never quite finding it. There was a sizzle in the air of the compartment, the wick of a dynamite stick, half spent. Polly kicked at her teacup, and it shattered against the window, hot amber liquid sluicing the countryside. Her eyes shook in their sockets, tears brimming and spilling over. "My country stripped me of everything, including my fellowship as a reward. I owe it no loyalty." The compartment door slid back into its recess, and a wide-eyed soldier appeared. "Sir?" he said, looking to the splintered china. Terence lifted a placating hand. "Close the door," he said. "All is well." The door slid shut once more, the navy blue moving away beyond the stippled glass. "Sit down, scribbler," he said, "or you'll go to the hounds sooner." "Polly," Theo urged. "Fuck you," Polly said, and it sounded odd coming from her. More offensive somehow. Terence spoke as though he hadn't heard it. "I'll admit to you, Theodore, that I did not think you had this stupidity in you." It was cold, cutting. "When I'd found you'd not only left with the miners and Miss Harrow, but you'd aided their escape, I was confounded. I thought of your mother, lying on her deathbed, begging for reprieve from the pain. I wondered how any child could forget such an image, much less have it wiped away by the mere sight of another woman." He turned baleful eyes on Theo. "I will forgive you, Theo, for following that cunt out into the fray. I will forgive you your weakness, your stupidity, for the very last time. Theo felt heat in his hands, at the back of his neck, in the empty pockets of his belly. He felt that familiar decline into boyhood, the same crippling hand on his shoulder, pulverizing him into something smaller, lowering him to his father's feet. This time, resistance was easy. Theo squared his shoulders. She didn't beg. A flicker of confusion crossed Terence's face. What? Mother, she didn't beg before she died. She cried. She prayed. She said all kinds of nonsensical things once the fever took hold. She told me she loved me, right at the end. But she never begged. You would know that, had you been there. Terence's expression turned arctic. The begging came long before the influenza, Theo continued. When she begged you for attention, for even the slightest show of affection. When she begged me not to accept my lordship. She was terrified, she said, that I'd grow cold, as you had grown cold. You disappoint me, was all his father said. And I must disappoint you again. I won't return to the house, Theo said, his voice harder now, his ears ringing. Not unless you agree to my terms. Terence's lip curled. Found those convictions, have you? Theo took his time answering. He looked at his father squarely, an older man than when he'd last seen him. Just as tall and severe, but wearier than he could ever admit. The Lord's army razed Trent, he said, and Dorset, and likely a dozen other places. Terence's lips quirked in frustration. There were hundreds of bodies on the Trent riverbanks, frozen in the snow, he said. Hundreds wounded inside a cold factory, some of them children. It was a slaughter. His father showed no reaction, no outward display of any sort. When my mother died, it was in a warm bed with several pillows and a thick blanket. Nurses sponging the sweat from her forehead. The maid spoon-feeding her. Laudanum keeping her in a trance. But these people... They were dying on a cold factory floor with their limbs blown off. Crafter women holding their mouths shut to keep their crying from waking the children. The spoils of war, Terence said prosaically. Arrive at your point, Theodore. Theo did not dare drop his gaze. He wanted to see his father fully when he exposed himself. If there is terranium to be found in Idia's seam, it ought to be distributed to the people of Bellavere who need it most. I want the original agreement you made with the Coulsons upheld. I want you to call a ceasefire. I want Nina Harrow and Polly acquitted of their crimes. Put it in writing, Father. Release it to the print press. And I'll be the good son, upholding our celebrated family name. Terence was unresponsive for a moment, and then he laughed. It was dry and painful sounding, as though the muscles in his throat were unfamiliar with the movement. So, you are a true convert now, Theodore, he said. It wasn't a question. An ambassador for the toiling crafters of Bellavere. Theodore didn't answer. He watched the veneer of his father slide back and reveal the callous shell of someone who'd shed themselves of humanity and its limitations. You place too much value on yourself, Theodore. There are only two paths ahead. The path of forgiveness, of sanity. Or you can continue to be an embarrassment to the name I gave you, and I could strip it from you. Theo felt the ringing in his ears become a scream. And even if it saved artisan tradition, you wouldn't choose this, would you? You'd never sacrifice your precious fucking terranium for the crafters, even if it meant an end to this war. Lord Sharp clicked his tongue. You finally hit one squarely, son. The problem with giving a dog a bone is that the dog then grows territorial. It snaps and barks at anyone who comes close. It's best to take it away before they grow familiar with the taste. He took a sip of tea from his cup and sat back in his seat. You know, even if I translate that book for you, you'll be no closer to finding Idia's seam. Polly's voice shook, and she looked moments from collapse. Lord knew how she remained conscious with the pain of her hands. All you'll have is the truth about how your ancestors murdered women for their own gain. Don't be so righteous, Miss Prescott. You, of all people, are familiar with sacrifice. To her credit, she didn't cower this time, didn't sink back into herself. You have nothing without the seam. That's true, the Lord allowed, though the same can be said for your friends. Then you're not as smart as you believe yourself, Polly said, spittle collecting at the corners of her mouth, a sort of delirium taking over. You should have bled me dry rather than simply burned me, my lord. Lord Sharp watched her over the top of his glasses. Why? He inquired. To stop you from scribbling the translations to your rebel friends? Polly laughed in a way that suggested her mind was failing her. Her blinks lengthened. Words ran together. Yes, she said. And they'll find the seam, long before you can. By now, they'll have already figured it out. They'll be on their way. Theo watched with increasing dread as his father simply crossed one leg over the other, sipped at the rim of his cup, and watched Polly as though she were a curious insect he would soon squash. Oh, but I'm counting on it, he said. Officers? His call summoned 3 of them. They slid the compartment door aside and did not hesitate in their remit. Within a matter of moments, Polly's arm was pulled forth. A pocket knife was produced. The piercing sound of Polly's screams rent the hollows of the train. When the officers retreated, Polly's hand was clutched over her mottled forearm, blood seeping through her fingers and into her skirt. She slipped from her seat and onto the floor, Theo just barely catching her around her shoulders before she toppled forward, unconscious. Theo clutched his own hands over the gaping wound. Hot, viscous blood collecting in the beds of his nails, dripping off the tips of his fingers. He turned his face toward his father with unveiled fury, and his father still looked to Polly as though she were a rat. The rat in the walls soon runs out of bait to eat. It grows frantic. It eats its young, its own foot. Soon, the rat dies. It does the work for you. You don't intend to mine Idia's seam yourself, do you? Theo panted, feeling an acute sense of horror settle over him. Of course not. his father said from his place above, looming over him. What outfit of miners would you have me use? In case you've missed the news, they're all currently on strike. The only person on this continent who has a hope of uncovering Idia's seam is currently scampering across the countryside to do it for me. As I told you, son, rats are difficult to trap. It's far better to let them run free, or at least offer the illusion of freedom. Theo felt bile rise up into his throat. The train took a corner onto the bridge, the tea-coloured marsh water below it stretching in all directions. The carriage swayed and sent Theo's stomach careening. A reckoning lashed at him. An irreversible choice rearing up. His father replaced his cup to its saucer, then smoothed his fingers over his cane while Polly bled and bled. Nina Harrow and Patrick Coulson are leading the way to the Terranium. Their presence will make itself known to me, and at this very moment, the Miners' Union are turning their guns upon each other. Soon, the order of things will right itself, just as nature intended, and years from now, people will call it God's work. He looked out the window at the water, silver in the night, and he sighed as though he were a tired angel delegated to earth, carrying out the necessary acts of the righteous. You can't see it yet, son, but one day you will. One day you'll see that this is the way of things, no matter how much you resist. Power was not meant for everyone. Inside of Theo, a switch he did not know existed threw itself. The water outside gleamed. Theodore took Polly's torso into the circle of his arms and pulled her to standing. And with thoughts that perhaps this breath might be his last, Theo reached outward with his mind, throwing it as far as it would reach to every molecule of water his medium could bend. Goodbye, Father, he said, and a violent wall of water came rushing across the marsh, and the soldiers outside the compartment saw it coming too late. They only had enough time to slide back the door, to pull their head of house into the aisle, and bury him in their own bodies. And when it hit, the train was barreled from its tracks. Windows buckled. Shouts were replaced by the titanic groan of water. Theo and Polly tumbled and rolled with the momentum of the train. But Theo did not let Polly slip from his grasp. The water cradled them like a blanket. Chapter 51. Patrick. Patrick carried Nina not to Trunk Antiques, but away from Lavnanshire. She was shivering by the time they reached the marsh. Larks soared overhead like demons, and the stars winked themselves out, not caring to witness them sludging through the wet taproots. Tunnels were no good. No point trekking back the way they'd come. They would have to venture on until they found a boatman dumb enough or scared enough to hand over his vessel. Here and there, Patrick stumbled in the bog under Nina's weight. John cursed and lit a cigarette from a seemingly endless supply, and Nina didn't speak. Patrick counted the seconds passing in silence and waited. You went in, John finally uttered, when it seemed he could remain silent no longer. He pulled forcefully at his own collar where it rubbed against the burnt ring around his neck. Against
all fucking reason, Patty. You went in.
Patrick ground his molars together. There wasn't a single mite of patience left in him. Your thoughts on what I do no longer have much bearing on me. I went in, Nina said in a voice not quite present. Her face rested against Patrick's sternum. John groaned, pulling a moth-eaten cap from his head and slapping his thigh in frustration. Following her into the fucking fray again, he muttered to the sky. You didn't think to stop her? He'd thought about it plenty. No one stops her, he said, blood boiling. No one takes her liberty away. God have mercy! She almost got us all fucking killed, Pat. Nina lifted her head suddenly, pushed away from him. I can walk, she said. He put her on her feet. She seemed unsteady, teetering. One gust of wind might carry her off. I'm sorry, she said to them both. Her cheeks were tear-stained, her fists balled, and she was trembling in the chill of the night. Patrick felt murder come over him. No, he said. Don't apologize. You told me not to go, she said blankly, as though every ounce of energy had been wrung from her. It was stupid. I don't care, darling. I didn't listen. He put his hands on his hips and breathed out heavily, trying to warp his face into something that would calm her. And when have you ever listened? She didn't smile, didn't lift her eyes to his. She stayed swallowed by that which had gradually consumed her from the day her mother swung. They burned Polly's hands, she said, her lip trembling. He nodded. The unravelling had arrived. They took the book. It's all right. We'll figure something out. There's a fix, I promise. They'll have the seam, Nina said. And we'll have nothing. He needed to get back to Kenton Hill. He needed to think. He needed to get Nina into the safety of his own parish, where he wouldn't worry for her every fucking minute of the day. He'd walk all night if he had to. Walk all the way north. And while he walked, he'd think. He'd think of a way out of this new trouble. The miners' union wouldn't surrender, couldn't surrender. He went to Nina and pulled her against his chest. Lines be damned. He wrapped his arms around her back and felt her face press into the hollow of his throat. His shoes sank into the mud of half-tilled pasture. Beetles swooped in the night, emitting their strange clicking, drawn to the warmth of the marshlands, while the rest of the continent iced over. And Patrick thought at first that the itch he felt came from them. That the night bugs had burrowed into the sleeve of his shirt and were digging beneath his skin. Then he halted. The sound, though, the sound of the scratching reminded him of Polly's scribbles. The skin of his forearm felt like it was being incised with the tip of a quill. He drew away from Nina with a frown, looking down at his sleeve. Something dark was seeping through the fabric, like he'd been cut, and the night had turned his blood to ink. He pulled the cuff down to the crook of his elbow. On his forearm was a haphazard scrawl of words, badly smudged, wet and stinging. Too dark to read them. Too difficult to separate the bleeding letters. "Dad," he called over his shoulder. "I need a light." Orange flame from a match caught the very last letter, scratching itself into the crease of his wrist. Nina touched his skin with her chilled fingers and read Polly's scribble aloud. They were Idia's own countrymen, who came to those soft hills of widow's lace. Nina looked up at him, her eyes seeing everything. "The translation," she said. The one Polly had blotted to high heaven before Lord Shop had burned her. The ones she could no longer trade for safe passage off the continent. Yet here they were. Patrick breathed. He held his arms still, as though the words would turn to sand and slip away. His eyes ran over them, again and again. "There was no foreign enemy," Nina said, her eyes closing. She pushed at them with the heels of her hands. It was her own people. They were Idia's own countrymen, Patrick read beneath his breath. He looked up at Nina, imagining her forearms bleeding again, the wounds ripped open. "Bellavarians killed the 3 daughters and took the magic," Nina said, still in a far-off voice. "Those were the first artisans." They all stared at the sloped writing, shining wetly in the glow. Patrick imagined a woman who looked something like Nina, not mounted on a horse and armoured, riding off into battle, but a woman with soft skin and warm eyes. A woman whose blood was pulsing in the milk of her wrists, in the slope of her neck. He imagined a woman cornered by her own countrymen, the pieces of her harvested and bled and burned. Polly, Rose Harrow, Nina, Joan, Dione, Idia. "It doesn't say where, though," John bleated, taking Patrick's wrist in his hand. "It does," said a small voice. Nina swayed where she stood, bending slightly at the torso, as though her middle was crumpling. She looked at Patrick as she spoke, the hazel of her eyes barely discernible in the dark. "Widow's lace," she said. "Only one place it grows on the continent. Those soft hills of widow's lace." Patrick's heart thundered. Nina's eyes dulled. "Scotty," she said. In the distance, the screech of metal rent the air in time with the fracturing of his mind, an uproarious crash of iron he couldn't place, sending larks into the night. The Trench Tribune. Head of house survives train crash. Startling reports from the National House confirm that a train derailed yesterday in the continent's south, with the newly appointed head of house, Lord Terence Sharp, aboard. In a statement scribbled to the Trench Tribune, the House stated that Sharp survived the accident with minimal injury, but that his son, Lord Theodore Sharp, was killed. This, alongside a scribbler, Polly Prescott, and several train workers and soldiers also aboard. The House and this Tribune extend their deepest sympathies to their governing leader. From his recovery bed, the head of house extended assurances that, despite the tragedy, he was determined to remain a force of strength in these trying times. Long live Bellavere. Kenton Hill signs truce pact. Issued today to Bellavere Press was the announcement that Kenton Hill, the self-proclaimed rebellion capital, has today signed a treaty agreement with the House to cease strike action. A tremendous breath can be felt in the east this winter as the temperatures drop. Kenton Hill will deliver its coal quota to the capital in hopes to encourage fellow parishes to continue their own labours for the greater good of the continent.
Chapter 52. Nina. We arrived in Scurry in the same way my mother once left it. Patrick helped me out of the bows of a passenger boat, his cap pulled low over his brow, adjusting my own hat to keep my face in shadows.
Ready?
He asked. But there is no readying for the assault of one's childhood, particularly if one was a child in a town like Scurry. John let the boat float away, and there was no one to pay us any mind as we made our way onto the sodden banks, slipping in the slush, skin already mottled with the cold. John sniffed at the air and looked about the town.
Smells like home,
he said.
Horse shit and smoke,
Patrick muttered. But I thought he meant the bite in the air, less stinging than Kenton. Never cold enough to freeze the ground, but enough that snowfall melted as soon as it touched the earth, all of Scurry turning to mush underfoot. The roads were the colour of molasses. The roofs dripped from their eaves in a perpetual rhythm, sagging under the burden of it. Everything sagged in Scurry. Women lugged laundry and children in baskets that seemed intent on breaking bones. Men bowed in their miners' coats, shrinking inward from the chill, bent almost double before they turned 30. By 50, their noses skirted the puddles. Most of Scurry was set atop a hill, cut off like an island between the river and its mines, so we had to walk the slope, slipping the entire way. I was hounded by sour memories, and some sweeter ones. Ma dragging me up the hill, while I sat on a wide tin oven tray, then pretending I was too heavy and letting me slip back down the slope, right to the culvert next to the river. The days I'd spent on this slope, watching the river for boats mooring and pulling away, my mother not aboard, the boatmen watching on with obvious pity. I thought of the resilient red flowers that dared to sprout heads among the dust in the spring. Widow's lace, only there for a short while. You had to be quick in the picking before they sagged too.
No one but us has this,
Rose Harrow would say, twirling the flower before my eyes.
The city might have its own beauties, but no one else gets this.
Midwinter, and the flowers had mostly decomposed. The hills were brown and sullen, but I wondered if perhaps, when Idia lived here, the land was beautiful, before the hills were plundered and the flowers squashed. Patrick's arm caught me as I stumbled, his fingers tightening around my forearm.
Easy,
he said. I tugged the heavy hem of my skirt away from the ground. Women in Scurry did not wear long skirts in the winter. They wore their husbands' trousers, or their brothers'. Practicality and warmth outweighed fashion. Patrick took the folds of skirt from my hands and held it aside for me as I walked. He watched me warily. Likely he was noticing the strain taking hold of me as Scurry grew closer. I was trembling a little. Sickness spilled into my belly.
Do you want to hear a story?
I looked at him. What?
A story. See if I can't take that pin out of your ass.
I grinned, though I didn't want to. You're a pig. Have I ever told you that?
He nodded. Among other things. Now, when I returned home to Kenton after our siphoning, I promised myself I wouldn't mention your name, not even to my father.
He looked up toward John, who was 10 paces ahead.
But I told Gunnar. Couldn't help it. You were banging about my skull, and I wanted to brag to someone about you. So I told him your name. I told him that I knew the Earth Charmer was the same girl from that courtyard, and that I'd held her hand and kissed her stupid.
You barely touched my cheek.
Well, the way I told it, there was a lot of skillful tongue work.
I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't contain a chuckle.
No, Gunnar don't look like he gossips, but trust me, he's worse than a widow in a tea shop. He told Donny, and Donny told our ma, and the first thing she did was cuff me about the head and tell me that a man never kisses a girl so soon into courtship. I had to confess my lying so she wouldn't think her son was a tail-chasing scoundrel.
A genuine laugh slipped free. I could picture him cowering beneath Tess Coulson's scorn.
She told me the next girl I kissed better ask for it first, or she'd find out and flog me.
He twisted my skirt up in his hand. I grinned. And did you honour her?
I waited for you to ask me in Kenton Hill,
he said.
Nearly killed me, but I waited.
I looked up at him, his hair more overgrown than I'd ever seen it, a thickening scruff of beard shadowing his jaw. But still the same boy underneath it, still the man I loved, even if he tried to smother it.
You're impossible to ignore, Nina Harrow, he told me. You're cunning and powerful. Grown men have to hide their fear around you.
He said it softly, seriously.
Whatever lies in wait here, you've faced worse. Remember that. You're stronger now.
I nodded once, a tight soldier's nod, the kind that hid the quaking and cracking of one's chest. We reached the summit of Scurry and ventured inward, and imbued as I was by Patrick's warmth, a chill slunk over my shoulders. Scurry was unchanged. Identical slate roofing conjoining one flat to the next. A sea of brick chimneys, soot-encrusted and coughing. Scurry was twice the size of Kenton Hill, with triple the population stuffed inside its flats and all their waste dumped in the alleys. There were no hanging lanterns, no gleaming pipeworks, trolleys, canals, drains, no cobblestones or flower boxes. Just the flat exteriors of homes. And then, further inward, the shop fronts, the trading post, the church, and the school in the westernmost part of Scurry. We passed a bulletin board, its notices peeling away from the cork in reproach. Upon it, over and over again, was my face. Did the house expect I'd return here after I'd disappeared 7 years ago? I supposed most people's first thought in times of trouble was home. And I had to admit, there had been those awful nights where I'd lain awake, suffocating in fear, and I thought of this town. Dreary as it was, there was comfort in the familiar. Still, I'd never returned.
Never did get this far out, did we, Pat? John said casually. Ground's too fucking unstable for tunnels. Too many coppers besides, Patrick replied. Crawling with them. Always was. Too much terranium lying about for it to go unguarded. Or at least, there used to be. Reckon all those hats ain't got much to do nowadays,
John muttered. And indeed, the town did seem to have an air of complacency about it. There was an eerie silence, a hum of activity now missing, the miners short of terranium, and the coppers short of remit. A man passed on horseback, and a woman with 3 baskets stacked one on top of the other overtook them. A group of grubby-looking men stood clustered on a stoop, lighting 3 cigarettes with 1 match. They kept their noses down, their eyes never wandering, not even to the young boy who sat a few feet from them up against the bricks, with his hat out for coins, his feet bare and his gloves bitten through. A skinny dog lay at his side, one stray warming himself against another.
Poor bloody kid,
John muttered too loudly, patting his pockets for coins he didn't have.
Ain't they got hearts in Scurry?
Bleeding hearts bleed out, my father used to say, and he wasn't often right, but about this he might have been. There were too many hungry mouths in Scurry to feed. We'll pass a dozen more yet, I muttered. A few paces later, there were 2 more, then a whole family.
Bloody hell,
John cursed, shaking his head.
Can't imagine a place that don't take care of their own.
I wanted to tell him that the people here were so troubled by their own poverty, that it was dangerous to take on the burden of another's. The drowning often drowned their rescuers. But in truth, there wasn't much to be said in defense of Scurry. I'd once knocked on doors that refused to open, pleaded with strangers who ignored me.
"We're headed to a hotel?" he asked. "A pub?"
I shook my head. They'll be full of police.
"Where then?"
John insisted, rubbing his chapped hands together.
"Wouldn't mind a nip."
I sighed, turning a corner I hadn't believed I'd ever take again, past Mrs. Penhaligon's and my childhood neighbours.
"Where are we headed?"
Patrick asked warily, though I was sure he already knew. There was never another place to hide when I was a kid. Stood to reason it would be no different now. To call on my father, I said, if he isn't dead yet. The door to the attached townhouse, in an endless oblong row of townhouses, now had its brass numbers missing. The faded impression of the number 348 remained. The doormat was missing. A rat fished scraps from an overturned bin beneath the window. I swallowed. Knocked. And Patrick, who perhaps sensed that my heart was lashing itself against my ribs in some last spasm of self-preservation, took my hand in his, enveloped my fingers with his own, and pulled me just slightly behind his left shoulder. He took on that indecipherable expression, the one he used in moments of bad business. There was a grunt from within, the sound of wood whining against tile, heavy, discordant footfalls, a racking cough. The door opened, one hinge pulling free of the frame. Fletcher Harrow, a man who was 50 but looked 70, stood at the threshold, as though the past 14 years hadn't gone by at all. There was still the apparent sense that he flirted with death, as though he was already half gone. Leathery skin pulled down towards some grave he was destined for. The blonde of his moustache, now stark white and untrimmed, covered his lips. The scruff of his beard was encrusted with what might have been decades of soot. Likely bluff, too. The hair on his head was thinning, his eyelids impeding his pupils, the capillaries beneath threatening to burst. When one opened the door on Fletcher Harrow, they opened it to one of two men. The first was sedated from top to toe, tongue still wagging, eyes rolling, the venom slow-moving. He slept in fits and spurts, never conscious long enough to be of any trouble. The second was a possessed man, a frenetic one. The tips of his fingers pulling at the tangles of his beard, twisting the hair behind his ear until it broke off, tongue darting out to wet his cracked lips, eyes moving over you, past you, hardly seeing you at all.
"What do you want?"
he said, Eastern accent so thick it was barely understandable. He didn't look at me long enough for recognition to dawn. But then, had it been so different at the age of 12? How many times had he confused me for an intruder? For my mother, weeping to know why I'd left him. I shivered back into that old skin, stung myself on 1,000 thorns to do it. "It's Nina, Dad," I said loudly. Those who were closer to hell than earth didn't hear so well. I bent slightly to put my face in his line of sight. He was looking to the street, then down it, as though something beckoned him.
"He's strung out,"
John grunted unnecessarily, scowling.
"Lord, he ain't got a gun in there, does he?" "You coppers,"
said my father, his eyes oscillating to Patrick's hands now, then John's, then mine, as though expecting shackles. "Dad, it's me, Nina." Finally, he looked at me.
"Karenina,"
he mumbled.
"Like the singer."
"Yes," I nodded heavily. "Like the singer." Patrick pulled me farther back, as though he could drag me out of this pit and spare me. "Do you remember me?" I asked. My father's eyes narrowed, moving over my face too fast.
"Nina,"
he said, mouth gaping. Then again, as though he was trying out the sound.
"Nina."
John stepped forward then, his patience apparently spent. He skirted Patrick and stood an inch from Fletcher's face, leaning down to accommodate the height difference.
All right now, lad. Mind if we come in for a nip?
John spoke loudly too. Fletcher Harrow startled, some reflex shrinking him. He blinked spasmodically.
Ain't got none. Not a beer or brandy?
John inquired, looking over his shoulder at Patrick.
Working man likes you needs a pick-me-up.
John pulled a bottle of whiskey from his coat, shook it. Fletcher's eyes fell to the bottle, and then he was backing away from the door, leading them inside. My father was skeletal. His shoulder bones jutted outward. His waist was too narrow with a double-looped belt. When I passed him, his sunken eyes skirted over me, and I shivered.
Just needs a little weight in the gut,
John was saying conversationally, finding a mug on a shelf, the same shelf my mother had put up. He wiped the grime from the inside with his finger and poured in an ample amount. Patrick took his hat from his head and looked around the single room. It was smaller than I remembered, dingier. It stank sweetly of rot. The counter was laden with every dish and utensil Fletcher seemed to own. Flies hovered lazily, as though even they were sobered by the mess. I was ashamed to bring Patrick here, to have him see it.
Here you are, lad.
John pressed the mug into Fletcher's hands, and the man looked down at it in the way I wanted him to look at me. Patrick seemed to note the shake of his wrists as he drank, the tremble in his legs. He turned sympathetic eyes on me, and I hated it.
How long has he been on the bluff for?
I shrugged. Long before me. Patrick nodded, then regarded the man sitting now on the one kitchen chair. With a heavy exhale, he stepped forward, leaned down on one knee.
Get that in you, man, eh? He said. You ain't got a shift today. Ain't a shift to be had, said Fletcher from the depths of the mug. Mine's a baron.
With every sip my father took, he seemed to come back into himself. Patrick grimaced.
And what of the coppers? How many stayed? They guarding the pubs now, guarding the liquor and sitting on their asses. Fucking dogs.
Patrick watched the spittle leak out the side of Fletcher's mouth and descend into his beard.
You got any food in here, lad?
Fletcher slugged the whiskey and winced. Then he looked up and around, his eyes landing squarely on me. They stuck, held. He seemed to stutter in a barrage of thought.
Rose,
he said, eyes narrowing and widening, as though I was expanding before him.
Is that my Rose?
A tear came free. I let it wheedle its way down my face. I hated this house. I wished I were anywhere else. It's Nina, Dad, I said yet again. And like some wire had reattached, recognition struck him. He stood slowly, the way an old man gets to his feet.
Not my Nina,
he said. I nodded once. Yes.
Nina's some fair artisan now, he said disjointedly, waving a hand. At school.
I've come home, I said, trying to stand taller, to shake off the feeling I was regressing into a little girl. I was more afraid of being a child again than anything else. He left the mug on the table and came toward me, hands out. And I thought, for one foolish moment, that he might take my hands in his and check they were real. That he might turn them over and view the lines gouged into them over time, the brand burned out of my forearm, the scars puckering the skin. But he didn't do that. Instead, he kept them outward, proffered like a beggar.
You got any coin?
He asked with renewed fervency.
Anything?
Another tear fell. I had feared he would be unrecognizable. I hadn't known to fear him being the same. No, I said.
Nah, you got something,
he said, hands at the lapels of my coat now, shaking it out for proof I carried nothing. I didn't tear his hands away. Not yet. I don't,
Swank bitch,
was what he muttered, his teeth baring themselves, his hand fishing the inside of a pocket. And then he was yanked away. Patrick had the scruff of his neck in his hand the moment the words left his mouth, his expression having morphed into that of the devil. He pulled Fletcher Harrow back into his chair, with the ease one dragged a dog to the back door. "Patrick," I warned, "he doesn't know himself." But Patrick was already standing over him, his body a barricade, a wall of bricks.
"That ain't the way to speak to a lady,"
he said, hand pinned to Fletcher's shoulder, thumb digging into his collarbone, holding him there.
"Patty, he's off his rocker. Nevertheless,"
Patrick growled, eyes promising violence,
"he'll mind his manners, or I'll mind 'em."
Fletcher's eyes rattled around his head, directionless.
"Get your wits about you, digger,"
Patrick said now, tapping Fletcher's cheek harder than he ought to. John poured more liquor into the mug.
"Here, lad,"
he said, passing it to my father.
"Take the buzz out of your head."
That's how it once was, killing the clang of his skull with the booze and the bluff, until his head was swimming. If I could crack him open now, I'd find nothing but mush. Fletcher drank and drank, and what came over him was a nimbus of deadening quiet, a boneless peace. He slumped further and further into his chair, as though he might fuse himself to it, as though he hadn't known relief for days, weeks.
"Thank you,"
he said, his tongue too slow now. He panted like he'd reached the summit, finally resting after a long climb. He patted the air as though he was stroking the head of a dog.
"Thank you kindly."
Patrick and John moved him to the cot in the corner, before he slid off the chair, taking either arm in a practiced way. Fletcher's feet hardly moved. He let them lift him across his own kitchen, feet scraping the tiles, and collapsed gladly atop the foul mattress. His eyes shut immediately, a snore already escaping his open mouth.
"Lord Almighty,"
John said, taking the cap from his head and swiping it through the air as though he could rid the room of its sour smell.
"He's pickled. I hate to say it, darling, but he ain't long for this world. Bluff well and truly has him. Men like him can't come off it once they're on."
No one knew it better than I. It was once me escorting him to the pub to load him up when the bluff ran out, me pouring liquor into a mug to keep his mind soft between doses. The only times I could remember him sober were the times my mother had tried to clean him up. She'd grit her teeth and block the door with her body. Sometimes he heeded her. More often, she found herself knocked aside. "He'll swallow his tongue," I said, as though I was someone else. "Turn him over." Whatever Patrick saw in me that moment, it seemed to haunt him. He looked at me like he wanted to lift me into his arms and run off with me. Instead, he turned to the heap on the bed that was my flesh and blood, and rolled him onto his side.
"We'll find a room somewhere else,"
he said decisively.
"A miner's pub, maybe. Dad, can you find one that's friendly to union members?"
"It's too risky," I argued. But already I wanted to turn for the door, launch myself over those steps. We might be recognized.
"It's all right, darling. We'll find a room somewhere else."
He said it with finality, turning me away from my father while I proceeded to fall apart.
"Even if we have to climb in through the fucking window."
Chapter 53. Donnie. Donnie heard the trench tribune scrunch up in the ball of Gunner's hand. "Fuck!" Gunner yelled over and over. For the first time, Donnie wished they had Bluff on hand to knock his brother off his arse. The sound of a copper frying pan falling told Donnie his brother had broken into a rampage, something he would never risk in the presence of Patrick. Patrick would have him out in the cold, freezing his bollocks off. Tell him to cool his blood or stay out with the chickens in the yard. "Bloody hell, Gun. Sit down before I'm forced to trounce you." "By a blind man?" Otto asked,
Seems unlikely. It'll make it all the more embarrassing, Donnie insisted. Gunner, Tess warned. You mess up my kitchen, I'll knock you flat myself. How old is the issue? Donnie asked Otto and Scotty. The two men had brought it down the tunnels just this afternoon, having dredged it out of some dust yard on the east coastline. 2 days, came Scotty's grave voice. They all sounded this way now. Thick, with increasing despondence. Their luck worsening by the day. Just this morning, they'd received a telegram from Dunwich, threatening retribution on Kenton Hill. The trades had choked altogether. Kenton Hill was marooned in the north, on its own desolate island. Winter's end was still so far away. It ain't true. Gunner was fuming. Donnie could practically feel the heat he was emitting, hear the turn of his heel as he paced. Patty would never surrender to the house. Of course it ain't true, Tess snarled. But at the notion of surrender, rather than at Gunner. But it'll be enough to disband the last of the members, and we ain't done a single thing to ease their minds. No, Donnie thought. We've only worsened the tension. Tess was right. This would be the final straw that broke them. And it seemed horribly tragic, poetic even, that years of work, of fortification, could be dismantled with a few pieces of newsprint. What do we do? Otto asked, throwing a rope out in hope someone would snag it and reel it in, as the Coulsons always did. But the right Coulsons weren't anywhere close. And Donnie sat heavily in a chair, head in hands, feeling the first waves of defeat finally crash over him. A terrible blankness washed in. It reminded him of deep water. What do we do, Donnie? Otto repeated, his voice so thin it might snap. Suddenly, the door to the kitchen burst open. Sam appeared, in an oversized coat his father used to wear, snow sticking to the fibres of his cap. Someone's coming down the western line, he said, winded, chest heaving. In his hands, he held a rifle, knuckles already white around the barrel. Shit, Gunner intoned. Another pot collided with the brick. Donnie heard the sound of feet shuffling in the snow before anyone spoke. 3 sets. By his estimate, they were outside the haberdashery in the old town, where the lane turned to dirt and led up to the very edge of the quarry. Donnie heard the click of Gunner's pistol, felt the chill of early morning cut into him. Briggs! Gunner called ahead, his voice swallowed some by the wind. Who've we got? Dunwich miners, Donnie guessed. Lads who drank too hard in the night and got the notion they'd ease their boiling blood in Kenton, start their own uprising, with naught but a couple of Union-issued guns. These were fraught times indeed. Soon, Kenton would wake. The early risers would pull back their curtains. Old Mrs. Ernest would open her haberdashery. Best they get this sorry business done before the whistle for first shift blew. You'll never believe it, Briggs replied, still a way off. Donnie thought the drag of their feet sounded laboured. Surely the snow hadn't piled so high in the night. Holy shit, Scotty mumbled. Donnie heard the clack of his rifle as it lifted to his shoulder. You don't fucking say.
Gunner had taken 2 paces in front. Hostility crackled through the air and raised goose flesh.
Now just what business do you two have, walking back in here, eh?
He growled. The words curled in fury. Donnie sighed.
If someone doesn't tell me who the fuck it is, it's a bullet apiece.
A heavy body crumpled to the ground like it had been shot, crunching into the snow.
Don't shoot, said a broken voice,
as though the bearer hadn't drawn a proper breath in days.
Please, just listen to me.
It was a voice that sent a shock through Donnie, momentarily paralyzing him. He lifted his own gun.
You'd better speak quick, Swank,
Gunner snarled.
I've been itching to cut someone, and the scribbler is first on my list.
Polly? Otto said aloud, stumbling forward.
What happened to her?
Theo. Polly. Here, in Kenton Hill.
It couldn't mean anything good that they were here.
She's been badly hurt. She needs bluff. Please.
Then you've come all this way for nothing,
Gunner said, no less menacing.
Don't have a drop.
Wouldn't spare none on a traitor either. Now would we? Beside Donnie, Otto shuffled, as though battling the urge to go to Polly.
She has a fever, Theo continued in that breathless voice. She's been unconscious for hours now. Please, help her.
You don't look in no better shape, Scotty said. Looks like you've been through a war, lad.
Why should we help her?
Donnie asked. Gunner scoffed. Over my dead body. Best we can do is put her down.
No,
said Otto. His breaths had shortened.
Please, Gun. She's the reason, Otto,
Gunner thundered, his mind already made.
She's the reason we're in this mess. They both are. These two and that fucking earth charmer.
I want to hear what she's got to say, Otto continued, his voice stronger now. I don't ask for hardly anything, Gunner, do I? But I'm asking for this. I need to hear her explain how she could. Here, emotion took hold.
How she could do it,
he finished. Donnie lifted his chin again.
Why should we help her?
He asked once more. He pictured the water charmer reduced in the snow, the outline of him fading. But Donnie also remembered how he'd saved him and Patrick from the fire charmers, how he'd washed out the entire square. They might all be dead, if not for him.
Because I know where your brother is headed,
Theo said now.
And he's in danger.
A second body crunched into the snow. It took some time for either Theo or Polly to wake. They took them to the hotel, to their old rooms and lit fires. Their clothes were damp and freezing, but when Donnie suggested to Tess that they change their clothes, his mother spit on the hardwood and walked out of the room, slamming the door behind her. They were lucky she'd let them over the threshold at all.
It was Otto who cleaned and bandaged Polly's hands.
I can't look at her face, he said to Donnie, as though he needed to justify his actions. I just can't stand to look. Donnie doubted she'd have much use of those hands once the flesh healed. Some burns, some cuts. They went too deep, muddled all the feeling. Gunner said they were hunks of meat, and they smelled to Donnie like something fouled. In number 14, Theo dragged his body upright as Donnie and Gunnar entered, sounding like he housed a reluctant skeleton that he dragged from place to place, like he was caved in by sleeplessness. "Right," Gunnar said with no preamble. "Tell us all of it." And he did. He started with their escape from the National Artisan House. He, Patty, Nina, and somehow their living father. He told them about Idia's seam and Polly's translation of the Steward's Testament. "That's what Patty meant," Donnie said aloud, when he said there was a lead on Turanium. Theo described how they'd fled to Lavnanshire and how Polly had been captured in the library by his father, the new presiding head of house. How Polly had scribbled the translations to Patrick before she'd been bled of her ink. "He played us," Theo said like he was spitting rocks. "And now Nina and Patrick are likely crossing the countryside towards the seam. And the house will be right behind them, ready to take possession of it once she uncovers it. They can't reach the seam without Nina." He looked to them pleadingly. "And Patrick and Nina don't know it. They think this is a race, them against the house to reach the seam first. And there's no way to warn them. Nina can't uncover it. If she does, she becomes dispensable, you understand? She'll be shot like any other rebel." He pressed the heels of his palms in his eyes. "It might already be too late. I didn't know where else to go. Who else to call on?" Donnie felt his urgency. "Easy, Teddy. Tell us what the translation said. Where are they headed?" "I don't know," Theodore said, panicked. "I don't know. I wasn't able to read it. And Polly has been unconscious. Whenever she wakes, she mumbles something about widow's lace." "Widow's lace, you say?" said Scotty, his tone curious. "You sure, lad?" Theo inhaled. "Yes." "Only one place it grows," Scotty said assuredly. "East Central. Right in the bloody middle. Scorry." Something pulsed between them. "You sure?" Gunnar asked him. "Been all over the place," Scotty said, and Donnie pictured his great shoulders shrugging. "Every parish, whether by tunnel or boat. About the only remarkable thing about Scorry. Bloody red flowers everywhere in the spring. Fucking pollen makes my eyes water." No sooner had he said it than Theo had demanded, "You should leave for Scurry now. Take all the fighters you have. Does Scurry have its own Union presence?" Together, both Donnie and Gunnar deflated. Donnie could practically hear his brother ripping hair from his own head. "There's hardly a Union presence there at all," Donnie said in a voice that already screamed of defeat. "What?" Theo said. The bed springs groaned. "What do you mean? Scurry is a mining town." "A mining town we never reached," Gunnar said. "Never traded with. When we dug the tunnels, we couldn't chance the gas pockets in Scorry. The ground there is wrought with them. Ain't no better place for a gas explosion than a Scorry mine. Our only contacts there are now dead," Donnie added. He didn't mention how their deaths came about, or how it would likely get Patrick killed if he announced himself on Scurry soil. "Then call on the other parishes," Theo said, frustration taking hold. "Whoever you can reach." The silence that followed this plea was so thick it coated the walls of Donnie's throat, made it difficult to speak. "There ain't no one to call on, lad.
Donny said. No one but us. And it'll have to do, Gunner said, turning on his heel so that it squeaked on the hardwood. Get your rest, Swank. We're headed to Scotty before nightfall. We'll leave sooner, said a voice by the door. Donny imagined Tess standing with her hip pressed against the frame. Her expression would be grim. Her voice was too weak to belong to his mother. I'll tell Otto that he and Briggs are to hold over until we return. Ma, you can't come with us, Donny said. But it was more pleading than authoritative. It'll be a long journey, and you're already unwell. That's my son walking into an ambush, she growled. And I've got quite a lot to say to your father. Heaven forbid he's breathing when we get there. Donny frowned. Ma? But she was gone. Her feet already pounding down the stairwell, fading into the floors below. Chapter 54. Patrick. Nina led them to a grubby drinking hole with few patrons beyond the windows. He guessed there wasn't much coin to spare for a pint of late. Coulson and Sons had been the same in the winter before the rebellion. Tess had given people a cup of tea and a stool anyway. They stayed for hours and played cards and didn't buy a single drink. Sometimes it was just the warmth and company they needed. Something told Patrick this bar wouldn't be as hospitable. John procured some coins from his pockets and flashed them before Patrick's and Nina's eyes, likely pinched from some sorry artisan's pocket in Lavernshire. He gave them a wink and disappeared inside the pub, only to give Patrick a nod through the window several moments later. With their hats pulled low and noses down, they followed John inside. No music, no fire in the hearth, just a handful of men at the bar. One other playing checkers alone by the window. The air was so full of tobacco smoke, he could hardly see their faces. Up the rickety stairs they went, and into the first pair of rooms they came to. John gave a key to Nina, then used another one on one of the doors, holding it ajar for Patrick to follow. Patrick found himself shaking his head. I'll be a moment. John sighed knowingly, then shut the door. Nina seemed in a trance. She tried the lock 3 times with no success. He had to take the key from her. Here, he said. Let me. He let her into the room and watched as she drifted inside, her fingers already pulling at the men's cap she wore, letting her hair out. She pulled off her coat and left it on the skinny bed, its mattress sunken in the middle, the coverings on top wrinkled. She said nothing, did nothing more, just stared at the coat as though she couldn't recall whose it was. Patrick stood at the threshold, feeling horribly unsure of himself. The cogs of his mind clanked an assault. No fix in sight. He ran his fingers through his hair and sighed so audibly he thought the building sighed with him. He had watched Nina retreat into herself, incrementally, from the moment she stepped off the boat, disappearing into the realms of memory. Now, beneath this roof, she resembled someone much smaller than he knew her to be. At 12, she'd come into that courtyard 10 feet tall
and stolen all his bravado. In Kenton Hill, she'd come down that tunnel, spitting fire at him. But somewhere between the clutter of her childhood home and this hovel of a pub, she had faded into the grey of scurry. A voice told Patrick to take her away from this town, to shut her eyes and not let her open them again until they were long gone. He wanted to return her to Kenton Hill and walk her among the yellow hills and show her that there were still parts of the world not all bad. He was swelling with premonition, an omen. "Is there something I can bring you?" he asked, almost desperate for it. She looked up, as though just now realizing that he stood there. She shook her head. No, I'm all right," she said in a voice that barely held, each word breaking away from the last. "Really, Patrick." She dusted her hands together as though concluding some sort of business, nodded in a perfunctory way at the wall, then went to the waiting basin bowl on the credenza, half filled. She took the pins out of her hair, one by one, her lovely face growing wetter with each. There was something strange that happened to Patrick when Nina cried. Like God had grown tired of giving him chances and was demanding his toll. How else to describe the rupture of his heart? Or perhaps it was just evidence that she'd changed him irreparably, made him a man possessed of something more than anger. He went to her and took the towel from her hands. He turned her by her shoulders and gathered her in his arms until he felt her bones against his. He tried to absorb from her the pain. There was no fix for this, but he thought he could ease something in them both. With her head beneath his chin, his fingers against her lower back. He pushed his brow into the crown of her head, breathed in the scent of her for a moment. He felt her cling to him, shake. "Just breathe, Scotty girl," he said. They stood there like that for a long time, for as long as it took for her heart to break and piece itself together again. Patrick wiped the backs of his fingers over her freckles until the tears ceased. "If you tell me you want to leave and never come back, I'll take you away," Patrick told her. "You only have to say it." Nina took a moment to answer, armoring herself bit by bit. "The last time my mother really spoke to me was in that house, in this town," she said. "She left it to try and find a way to dig me out, and she died for it." Nina looked at Patrick with steely eyes. "There are people all over the continent, with their last hope in our hands. What you saw," she said, and he knew she was imagining her father, deteriorating into that cot. "It's not just in that house. It's everywhere. You and I. We can change it," she said. "It's about time I did something to change it." He paused, not knowing if he should say what he was about to. "I need you to survive it," Patrick said. "I can't see you hurt," though he feared she had already been hurt in all the ways a person could be. "When I was under the artisan's roof, they wanted to weaponize me," she said. "When I hid from them, they found me. What is there to do but fight back?" She squared her chin, pushed her shaking lips together, and Patrick felt relief overtake him at seeing this strength return to her. "I'll do the fighting, darling," he promised her, looking from one hazel eye to the other. "But you'll be the one to change everything for good." He pressed his lips to her forehead and held them there. Felt heat and hurt and 1,000 other things transfer in that touch. And then he backed away from her, wishing, as he had innumerable times, that the two of them were any other pair. "Good night, Nina." "Would you stay if I asked?" she said. "Just to sleep?" She paused. I don't sleep well anymore. Not since Kenton Hill, where they'd shared a bed. He should deny her, but what man could bring themselves to? He sat in an unforgiving wicker chair all night, pulled close to the bed, where Nina slept fretfully. But when his hand rested against her forehead, she quieted. Her eyelids settled. Her lips parted and released a breath, like it had been trapped in the cage of her. So he kept it there, until his arm deadened, and until his own eyelids drooped shut, and he dreamed of yellow hills, yellow hair, and a girl who felt like the sun.
Chapter 55. Nina. I woke the next morning in a frigid and unfamiliar room. I recalled tangles of nightmares all evening, holes opening up in the earth, and me pinwheeling into them infinitely, bracing for a shattering end that never came. There was mercy in the sunlight touching the little window. I turned my head to find Patrick still in that chair, his head hinged back, his mouth slack, purple eyelids unmoving. He didn't flinch when I slipped out of bed. I leaned down to touch a wave in his hair, to push it off his brow, and for a moment I was captured by how peaceful he looked in sleep. It was the only time there was no edge of tension on his face. Someone had slipped a fresh newsprint beneath the door, or rather, jammed it beneath. I had to edge the door open to pry it free. I held it up to the light, shook open the paper, and froze at the headline. My eyes sped over the rest, stopping at certain points, reading and rereading, but not fully absorbing. Lord Theodore Shop, killed, alongside one Ms. Polly Prescott. For an endless moment, I looked down at the front page, trying to make sense of it. A train crash? Trains driven by artisans didn't crash. Not unless they were blown up. Not unless... Lavnonshire, surrounded by water and swamp, came rushing to mind. Then Theo aboard that train. There was nothing about what had caused the accident. Only that Theo and Polly, not so long ago standing beside me, were now dead. I dropped the newsprint to the floor and left the room. I found myself slipping out of the now empty pub into silent streets. I followed them down a familiar route. A strange sound was welling up inside me, spilling over, a keening. I pressed a hand against my mouth and bit down on it. Theo. Dead. Theo and Polly. There was an empty chicken cage strewn to the side of the road, and I kicked it hard. There was a roar, and it took several seconds to realize it had come from me. I walked until I found myself somehow back at the front door of 348 Cobbler and Brum, row 5. The door opened without protest. My father remained exactly as we'd left him, and I approached with caution. Mornings had always been easiest. Dawn brought with it a naive hope. The film over his eyes would be thinner. His mind pounding but clearer, the drink sitting stale in his gut. Not so far gone that it consumed his thoughts, not so fresh that it made him unreachable. Dad, I whispered, and shook him once, twice. He rolled over the third time I called to him, blinked like his eyelids were made of cement. At one point, my mother must have been taken by those eyes.
Rose,
he murmured, like he was praying. I shook my head. Nina, I said. He looked struck for a moment, his eyes tracking over my face. And then he exhaled in a gust that I thought might cave in his chest.
Oh, he said. Oh, love.
He reached out to me, thin arms lifting on either side, tears shaking off the rims of his eyes. I went into them, like I was a girl again, savoring those only good minutes. His hands clasped over my back.
You went and grew,
he said into my shoulder.
You grew well and strong.
I let loose a sob that seemed to have come from my bones. I let him console me this one last time before his mind was stolen. I sat with this version of him, while it lasted. I had to leave, I whispered, so softly I wasn't sure he'd hear it. Didn't much care if he did. I had to. I was only 12, and the cupboards were empty, and the wages went to the bluff, and I needed someone to look after me.
You went and got big,
he repeated, patting me over and over, his voice fading.
Big and lovely.
Moments later, he was asleep again, his breaths coiling into my hair, his arms slipping away to the mattress. But my forehead remained pressed to his shoulder, and I gripped the front of his shirt in my hands, like I could draw sustenance from it. I found Patrick awake when I arrived back at the pub. I already had my boots on. I'd found a hat my mother used to wear that covered most of my hair, and could be pulled low over my face. I'd changed into her clothes too, trousers and a coat and scarf. Patrick was standing expectantly, like he'd been awaiting the moment I walked back in. Discarded on the chair he'd vacated was the newsprint, its headline now facing down. He took one look at me and grimaced.
I'm sorry, scurry girl.
I had the vague sensation that I wasn't really there, that I was wax all the way through. I wouldn't feel a knife if it plunged into my stomach. You shouldn't be, I said. I was surprised to find that I was, once more, crying. There was bad blood. Patrick came and tipped my chin up to his.
They were allies in the end, however reluctant, he said, and you cared about them.
I didn't.
You cared about them.
Patrick said again simply.
You don't need to try and understand any more than that. You cared for them, and now they're gone. Of course, you should mourn them.
This gentle permission was enough to unbolt the grief, the confusion, the guilt. How did one reconcile the deaths of those who weren't always friends, but weren't quite enemies? I cried silently, while Patrick simply sat there with me, waiting, until the world seemed to empty itself and fill with something else, a restlessness, a need to do something.
Do you want to eat?
Patrick asked me quietly, around the snores of his father one room over. No, I said. I want to find the seam.
It can wait a moment.
I want to find the seam, I said with finality. Moments later, John was struggling down off the stoop while we waited in the street. He pulled his coat around him and groaned.
Oh, too fucking early,
he said, squinting into the weak light.
Where are we headed? To the hillside,
Patrick said, rubbing the cold out of his hands.
We'll see what there is to see.
The rest of Scurry was slow to wake. We hardly passed a single soul as we left the town limits, back to the slope, and down into the soot-filled gullies by the crumbling hillside. It was black and pockmarked, as though it had been decimated by giant vermin eating at its sides. The exposed seams were empty now, long ago quarried by hand. Pickers, we'd call them. Those daring enough, or daft enough, to steal little specks of geranium out from under the coppers' noses. When I was a child, I could see the glinting specks of geranium all the way from the schoolyard fence. It reflected the light in the afternoon, like the incline was made of diamond. Russell Stacker had his arm broken by a copper who'd caught him picking. Another classmate had been found with her feet sticking out of the dirt after the small cavern collapsed on top of her. Even in my most desperate moments, the idea of picking never took my fancy. The coppers were too brutal, the risk too high. I wouldn't have even known who to sell the geranium to. Now, the hills were dull and ugly. The coppers didn't bother to watch them for pickers. We walked through the deep gully, with the face of the hill leering over us, throwing us into shadow.
Lord, John said, chewed up the entire hill.
He looked into the burrows and caverns with intense interest.
Bloody hell. They've got some big bollocks in scurry. Wouldn't catch me worming my way into any of these.
But this wasn't half the danger. The real test was fathoms below them, where the shafts led to the deep seams. It didn't take long before the gullies became wooden tracks, abandoned geranium carts still sitting upon them, shovels and picks left to rust. The main pit entrance was twice the size of any they had in Kenton Hill. I used to think of it as a kind of monster, men walking willingly into its jaws. A chill descended that had little to do with the weather. I watched as Patrick and John grew rigid, weary, as though donning some cloak that allowed them to keep moving forward when they wanted to turn back. The pit diverted into several different tunnels, and we took one at random. There were no lamps in the pit, no strange hats like they'd fashioned in Kenton. We moved forward with only the flame from John's lighter. The shaft lift groaned as though disturbed from its deep slumber, the lantern within just barely flickering to life when John touched his flame to it. It seemed to take an age to reach the bottom. Patrick and I kept our sights on each other, anchoring ourselves to something. When it seemed the shaft might be taking us into hell itself, it finally met with the bottom. We walked the first tunnel with Patrick's hand pressed to the walls, John and I trailing behind him.
Well, John said. Nothing, Patrick answered. Not a single fucking thing.
It went on like that in the other tunnels, each shaft taking us deeper than the last, each tunnel barren and pitch black, but yielding not a single nod from Patrick. No indication that any geranium lingered here. For the first time since arriving in Scurry, I began to fear that Theo had been right. The idiosyme was a hopeless endeavour. Perhaps it had already been harvested without anyone realising what it was. These mines were surely as deep as a person could reach. By the last tunnel, dejection came swarming in. There was no geranium here. This was a fool's errand, a treasure hunt, just as Theo had tried to tell us. And who did I think I was, that I'd be the one to uncover such a thing? We had sunk to the deepest fathom, then taken a hand-cranked minecart down the tunnel, where the air was horribly torrid and thick. We were in unstable earth, and I felt the warning of it all around, bearing down on me. "Patrick, we should turn back," I said. The fear was overwhelming now, beating in my ears. "Patrick, shh," he said in the dark, and I couldn't see him, but I could feel the heat of his breath. I could hear the sudden tension in his voice. Another moment passed without word. "Patrick?"
There's something here,
he said. I heard him move from one wall to the next, travelling farther in.
Something big.
John held up the lighter, and it threw into relief the shadow of Patrick pressing his ear to the wall, as though he could hear something on the other side.
It's distant,
Patrick said, his voice energised, refuelled by something unseen. He pointed a finger to the spot on the wall, as though he were placing a pin on a map.
But I can feel it.
A laugh of exasperation left him.
Oh, it's big all right,
he murmured again, hands sweeping over the earth wall. John hooted, laughed along with him. His hand came clapping down over my shoulders.
Ha ha! Ain't nothing to it then, eh? These bloody scurry miners stopped digging too soon. We'll need a canary,
Patrick was saying, pulling his arms free of his coat, as though he meant to start digging right this moment.
Find someone who can listen for the gas pockets. There ought to be a few good men left in this sodden town, John said spiritedly. How far in, Patty?
I couldn't say, Patrick mused, pulling the cap from his head, looking at the wall like it was the gate to heaven.
But it's here, Dad. Never felt anything else like it.
He seemed to come alive, his hands trembling. I knew the feeling well. I was suffused in it that very moment, the idiom in my blood drumming in my veins.
We'll need to round up a crew, even with Nina here,
John said. Patrick nodded.
It'll have to be Union boys, assuming Scurry's got some left.
John scoffed.
The payoff will make believers out of him. They'll be sworn in by sundown.
Patrick nodded.
Let's find a foreman, he said. If anyone can corral a team, it'll be their foreman. 12 diggers, I reckon.
John looked around in a knowing way.
12 who can keep their mouths shut. Ain't no way we're getting that ore out of the parish otherwise. We'll have to go about it carefully, Patrick continued. Make sure none of them are friendly with the coppers. Shouldn't be difficult,
John said, and clapped his hand over my shoulder again, already celebrating. All around me, the walls spoke.
Chapter 56. Patrick. They walked back to the pub in broad daylight. A risk, certainly, though they'd not yet passed a copper. A blessing. He supposed with the terranium in such short supply, there wasn't much need for them. Likely they were holed up somewhere, waiting out the winter and keeping their boots clean. Scurry moved with a sort of lethargy not found in Kenton Hill. The crafters went about their business with invisible millstones tied to their ankles, kicking through the slush. A church bell rang. In Kenton, they'd repurposed them. It must be Sunday. Nina's eyes lifted to the steeple in the distance and held. He wanted to ask why she was smiling, but thought better of it. Back to the hovel and its bar, past a skeletal dog tied to a standpipe, growling at them as they went by. John would charm the bartender into giving over names. They'd make their careful plans from there. They would have to tread lightly, send notes of an ambiguous nature, while they felt out the potential in these scurry miners. Likely, it would take days to confirm a decent crew. Their one good fortune was that Sharp was miles behind. No signs yet of his approach. But that window was closing. Any day, a train would come clattering through the hills. For now, though, there were no coppers, no infantry, and the townspeople kept their heads down and minded their own. Patrick thought it all seemed rather too easy. John opened the door to the pub ahead of them and stepped inside. Patrick let Nina in before him. Then he followed, pulling his cap off and shaking out his wet hair. The door was pushed closed behind him. A lock slid into place. A miner's shiver, arriving too late. He looked up slowly. The bar wasn't as vacant as it had been the night before. Now there was a man on every stool, a weapon on every man. All of them turned in the direction of Patrick, Nina, and John. Spitting tobacco hit the pots. Barely touched lager turned stale. A man, larger than the rest, sat closest, his legs resting on the table, boots clad with mud. He had a bulbous forehead, 2 missing teeth, and a thick brown moustache. The others sat back from him, as though they guarded his flanks, like a resting pack. Patrick's chest tightened. An ambush. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket as he stepped forward, made it look like he only meant to approach John for a light as he stepped in front of Nina. He held his hand out, and his father slapped a matchbox into it. Patrick lit the stub, then shook out the flame. "Boys," he said, releasing a cloud of smoke to the ceiling, "to what do we owe the pleasure?" The pack leader let loose a groan and pulled his feet off the table. "Now that's funny, ain't it?" he asked his men. "'Cause we was waiting to ask you the very same." He stood, and Patrick saw that he was taller than even him, than Gunnar. Patrick clicked his tongue. It wasn't clear yet if he recognized any of them. "Visiting," he said simply. "Seeing the sights, eh?" the man said. "Strolling through the mines, I hear." So then, the mines were guarded, just not by the coppers. He recalled the glint he'd seen on the hill. "Scurry mines are famed," he said. "Thought we'd take a gander." "I'll bet," the man said darkly. He had a voice like gravel. "Looking for some straight uranium, were you?" he said. "Something of the sort." The man glanced over his shoulder. "Search 'em." Two men came to shove hands into their pockets and feel along their sleeves. "Ah, this one's got a tender touch," John said, chuckling. The miner with his hands entrenched in John's back pocket withdrew quickly, grimacing. Patrick balanced the cigarette between his teeth and held his hands out to the side. "Pulls out too quick, though." John barked a laugh. This was a performance they'd perfected. When they got to Nina, Patrick resisted the urge to knock them flat. But it wouldn't serve to show his hand like that, so he grit his teeth. "Nothing," one of the young lads mumbled, then retreated. "You're as unlucky as the rest of us, then," said the man Patrick wagered was once a foreman. He'd fit the shoes proper, imposing. Head full of gas, stature like a block of flats. A puffed-up, cock-swinging boar of a man, strong-arming the pack. Gunnar would have him on his arse in the space between two breaths. "You can hop the next train back to your own parish now," he said to Patrick. "Stick to your own holes. Don't see none of us bent over to welcome you into ours, do you?" So then, he didn't recognize them. Patrick grinned. "What's your name?" he asked. He lifted his chin. "Kicker. That ain't your real name. It's the only name you're getting." "His name is Harlan Seymour," Nina said, clear as a bell. Patrick groaned internally. Patrick felt her step to his side so that her face was visible, and he felt the stern exteriors of several men buckle. They shifted in their seats, chuckled low. There was a slow whistle from the man named Harlan Seymour. "Well, well," he leered. "And who's that there? Hard to see your face in the dark, darling. I didn't father no bastards by you, did I?" It was met by snorts and hoots. Nina stepped farther into the glow. Harlan's face turned from mocking to incredulous. A name formed on the man's lips, the rounding of the letters all wrong. "Rose?" he murmured, brow pinched. No putting the genie back in the bottle now, and no point if this man was in fact the foreman they sought. "Close," Patrick said. "Have another go." Harlan's eyes swept warily to Patrick and away. Not the kid. His eyes widened at Nina. Nina inhaled deeply. "Hello, Uncle," she said. Harlan Seymour flinched like he'd been stung by a hornet. For several moments, he simply sealed his great jaw back together, considering Nina from afar, while his men grew wary. "Your pa says you went off to Swank City," he said. "I did," Nina replied. Harlan chewed on that a little longer. "Never believed him, if I'm honest. Thought he'd probably gave you to some orphanage in the West." It was Nina's turn to sneer now. Would have been the only good thing he ever did. "She looks right like her kicker, don't she?" said some faceless miner. He shut up immediately with one look from Harlan. He addressed Nina with a guarded expression. "Thought yourself too good for the likes of us, eh? Just like your ma." Nina started forward like she might slug him. Patrick took her wrist in his hand as she passed. "What choice did she have?" Nina spat at him. "What help did you lend her?" Nina's uncle grunted good-naturedly. "We all got our problems, Missy. The moment she married Fletcher, she became someone else's." Nina stared furiously at him for several moments. Then she turned to Patrick and said under her breath, "You can't trust him." "Wait a minute," John interceded, stepping forward. "Perhaps we ought to let the men talk, eh? Temper all this hot blood." Patrick took his gun from his coat and checked the barrel. "Say that again for me, Dad." His eyes slid to his father, whose hands came up. "All right, Pat," he said. "You know what I meant." But Patrick's attention was already on Nina's long-lost uncle. "You're a foreman, I presume?" "And you're trespassing," said Harlan. "I'm acquiring," Patrick corrected. "Oh, are you?" Harlan chortled, and his men followed. A flock of mockingbirds. "A man here on business, then?" Patrick nodded once. "Of a sensitive nature." Harlan shook his head in amusement. "Go on, then. Give us your pitch. Must be no good if it's brought you all the way out here." Patrick sighed and brought the gun into view. It remained clutched at his side, but the effect was immediate. Harlan's face morphed into something menacing. Two of his men stood. "Haven't decided yet if I should bother. The lady here says I can't trust you." He watched Harlan's eyes flicker to her. "And she ain't hardly ever wrong. Don't even know yet what it is you're trusting me with, do I?" Harlan said. "You've got a swinging dick on you, kid. Pulling guns in this parish." He tusked, pulling a bent cigarette from his pocket and straightening it with his fingers. "Sizing me up like I'm some fucking tart." Three of his men suddenly produced their own handguns. They pointed them directly at Patrick. Predictable, Patrick thought. Gas heads were always the predictable sort. "Why don't you tell us what's brought you to Old Scorry?" Harlan continued. "I'm certain it ain't the family reunion." Patrick felt Nina watching him, silently pleading, and he hoped she understood that this was only a game, only the flex and jostle of business, nothing more. "My name is Patrick Coulson," he said. "This is my father, John, chairman of the Miners' Union." There was a beat of silence, and then a bark of laughter from Harlan. He nodded at John. "Don't seem like it," he said. John shrugged. These old bones ain't gonna hold out forever, he said. Gotta let the young lads take their place. Harland shook his head. Coulson, eh? He said. Heard about you in the paper. Don't believe everything you hear, Patrick said. Tell your men to put their fucking guns away. Lord knows they ain't got a single bullet between them. The men balked, confirming his suspicions. They looked to Harland for instruction. A deadly smile slid onto their foreman's face. Put 'em down, then, he said, and the guns lowered. You ain't daft, boy. I'll give you that. Are you men sworn to the good cause? Patrick asked. Harland lifted his arms. We're diggers, ain't we? Don't make you Union. Harland's smile slipped. You heard of a man named Jericho Burgess? Patrick faltered. He couldn't fathom the question. Can't say I have. Ah, well. Young Jericho were a devoted Union man. A good miner, too, Harland said, something rearing up between the words. Harland didn't say any more, and Patrick knew better than to try and fill the silence. Better to let the oath turn the cards over himself. But Harland didn't offer an explanation. Instead, he took a swig of his lager, then tried a different route. Union ain't rendered much help to us in these parts, he said, with no small amount of bitterness. But we certainly ain't bending the knee to the coppers. Speaking of which, Patrick noted, haven't seen a single one. They've been kept busy and content, Harland grinned. They've left scurry in my capable hands. And Patrick wondered what it was that kept them content. Only so many good things a man could use before he resorted to the bad. At dusk, our work is done. At dawn we fight, Harland intoned. Though the fight out here ain't been so successful, as you've pointed out. We're short on bullets. And what if I was to promise a loaded rifle for every man and woman in the parish? Patrick asked, seeing the flicker of interest in Harland's watery eyes. The man chewed his tongue for a moment, then said, I'd call you a ruddy swinder. We hear the whispers, Coulson. The Union's gone belly up. Whispers tend to be just that, Patrick countered. Nothing more. Heard other things too, he said. Like how you're working for the house now, he said. Made some kind of truce pact. Patrick clicked his tongue. The house grows more desperate by the day, he said. They'll say anything to cause divisions. They can always rely on the least intelligent to fall for the scam. Are you saying you ain't the alchemist, then? Oh, that I am, Patrick said, nodding. I'm saying I'll be your alchemist, if indeed you're a man to be trusted. Harland laughed, but there was a shiver of something passing over him too. Greed. So, his lordship falls off a train, and now you want to be my alchemist, eh? He said. You hoping to find some terranium here, boy? Already found it, he said. Just need a few miners to help us bring it up. Another man shook his head, backed away a step. We've mined every crevice of this fucking place, he said. Not every crevice, Patrick counted. The Far East Tunnel. If we mine down and due east, I believe we'll find more terranium than you've ever seen. But the men were already shaking their heads. Harland grunted. We don't mine no further in, boy. Why? John asked, his brow furrowed. 'Cause we'd be mining beneath town proper, he said. And if there's an explosion, which there surely will be, then the whole bloody parish caves in. This explained, at least, why Idia's seam had never been found. It was buried beneath scurry itself. And what if there was a way to mine it around the gas? Harland frowned. You got a way to sniff the gas from the other side of the dirt wall? No, Patrick said. I got a way to break through the rock without dynamite. When no recognition dawned, and one confused face turned to the other, Patrick nodded to Nina. This is Nina Harrow, boys, he said. Formerly known as Nina Clark, the Earth Charmer. Disbelief abounded. Patrick could almost see the cogs of Harland's mind shifting, piecing the bulletins together with the kid-turned-woman before him. His eyes narrowed. Prove it, he said simply. But his posture had already changed, his frame leaning forward just slightly, his fingertips rubbing together as though they itched. Nina shook her head and sighed heavily, then looked up as the surface dust at their feet rose, circling slowly overhead, then moving more rapidly as more particles joined. She waited until each of those men were gawking up at the ceiling before she let it all come raining down, dusting their skulls and getting in their eyes. They shook their heads like wet dogs and cursed their wonderment. No digging required, lads, Patrick told them as they blinked the grit away. All I need from you is an export operation. You'll get your cut once I'm sure you ain't full of shit. Here, Patrick looked directly at Harland. The guns in Kenton have bullets to spare, he said. In for a penny, in for a pound, you understand? Harland broadened his chest. I want me own idiom, for me and my men here, he said, and 25% of the bluff. Don't, Patrick, Nina said now, her face having grown sallow. She didn't lift her eyes from her uncle. He's a hawker, she said. He'll only water it down and sell it solid. Patrick thought of her father. So far gone he was a shadow. And it was enough to once more trigger a violence within him. Patty, John warned. But Patrick didn't lift his gun, but a coin, tarnished black. Tell you what, Kicker, Patrick said. I'll play you for the bluff, eh? Heads, and I'll give you 50%. Tails, and you get the scant offerings I'm willing to part with. Harland grew tempestuous. No deal. 75 then, Patrick offered genially. But if it's tails, you'll get nowt but the bluff your parish needs, and I'll come visiting once in a while to make sure it's not being fucked up with your hawker's shit. Harland rolled his jaw. Men like him were easy to read. They never turned down a gamble, never saw past the win to the possibility of a loss. He jutted his chin upward in acceptance. Patrick tossed the coin. It turned over on itself, rising but never falling. Instead, it hovered for an eternity, flipping over on itself incessantly, never slowing. The men watched it with mouths agape, Harland blinking stupidly. I'll come visiting with those guns and bullets, Kicker, Patrick said. You work for the Union now. The coin fell to the ground and rolled, all the way over the warped floorboards to Harland's feet, where it tapped against his boot and finally fell. The canary looked back at the man, black as terranium ore. John laughed once. "Welcome to the new world, lads," he said. "Kicker, you've got some arrangements to make, sharpish." "And in the meantime," Patrick added, "if you hear word of anyone in Scurry recognising an earth charmer or an alchemist, make sure they're quick to forget it." To this, Harland smiled. "That won't be a problem." He pulled his trousers up by the belt. "A drink then, to celebrate." Never mind that it wasn't yet noon, and that Patrick would rather drink from the puddles of the town than with the likes of this man. But this was the business. Pints with thugs and handshakes with criminals. When you wanted something kept hidden, you trusted those with something of their own to hide. The other miners were in fine spirits by Patrick's estimation, bumping shoulders and laughing like they'd placed a two-way bet on a winning horse. The bartender poured drinks like it was a foregone conclusion and didn't bother asking for coin. "I don't like this," Nina said at his shoulder. Patrick sighed and turned to find those fists balled up, thumb tucked in. He reached for the hand closest and pulled the thumb free. "It's just business," he said in an undertone. He held her gaze. "All will be well, Scotty girl." "You told Polly about the miner's shiver," she said now, imploring him with her gaze. "Back in Moorland. You said you'd know if the walls were prepped to cave in." "Well, I feel it now, Patrick, I'm telling you. Something isn't right." Patrick put his hand on top of hers and let her head fall briefly onto his chest. Behind them, John was indulging Kicker in a spirited toast. When Patrick lifted his head, he'd fashioned a grin of sorts. "None of it's right, Scotty girl," he admitted. "But it's as good a hand as we'll get. I'm asking you," she said now, her eyes going to her uncle, at the black circles beneath his eyes. "And I know you don't trust me, Patrick. I know that. But this is the only shot we have, Nina. I know that. And if it's not that man, then it's another just the same. Some bastard with dirty hands and a trail of sin to his name. If he's got the cuppers under his belt like he says he does, then we need him." Nina shook her head, perhaps in disbelief at Patrick, perhaps at the inevitability of the disaster she was sure would come. "Fine," she said, quietly seething. "Fine."
Chapter 57. Nina. The men drank into the afternoon, and then the evening, in a nauseating display of masculinity. There seemed to be a contest to see who could outdrink the other, the men from Kenton Hill, or the ones in Scurry. By nightfall, most of them were falling off their stools. More unneeded, restless miners had come to fill the empty spaces, and Harland demanded free beer for them all. I could have retreated upstairs and spared myself this scene. This was the same drinking hole my father had sat in. These faces were the same gnarled second-shift men, stomping and seething and seeking out bluff. They slurped at their free lager and threw vitriol at the barman when he lagged, a man who himself seemed moments away from knotting his noose. I stayed and endured it, because there was no sleep to be found on the floor above while Harland lurked below. I would stir and pace and imagine what words were being exchanged between him and Patrick, what deals were being made. I couldn't stand to think of Harland banding his arm over Patrick's shoulder, of Patrick shaking his hand in camaraderie. Harland Seymour had fed my father every dose of bluff. He'd pocketed our coin, watching his own sister try to fill the gaps with sewing and laundering. He'd seen my mother in church with bruises on her jaw, and still take her husband's money on the next shift. Patrick seemed strangely balanced for the amount of pints he'd pulled. John, too. I wondered if they'd found a way to water it down. Careful observation led me to believe they were tipping half their drinks into the scurry men's undefended glasses. It was quick-handed. Blink and you'd miss it. Anyone glancing would see a couple of drunks sloshing liquor over their rims. But their eyes were too steady, while Harlan's turned glassy and reeling. Patrick and John affected the posture and talk of the inebriated quite convincingly. The scurry men wilted, but Patrick and John kept their seats. They traded covert glances with one another and took stock of these men who would soon delve into the earth with them. Patrick looked at me most often, though, and he grew more and more agitated with each passing hour. Twice he'd urged me to go upstairs, and twice I'd denied him. "I'll leave when you do," I said. I'd succumbed to my own drinks. The beer was tasteless. I had a mouth coated in venom, and it dulled the flavour. With every sip, I grew more tempestuous. What right did Harland have, remaining fit and well in scurry, while my mother rotted in an unmarked grave, and my father faded between his four walls? A witless, overgrown bastard, flouncing through this town as though he were its ruler. He barked laughter into the air and shoved one of his men off a stool, puce-faced and pulsing with barely suppressed violence. Lord, but I wanted Patrick to take out his legs. But Patrick only laughed at his jokes, warned me away with silent glances. Harlan crowed and scratched his balls and beat his chest. He spat on the floor and asked the barman for a woman good for cleaning it. He mimed crudely what he would do to such a woman if she were to materialize. I downed the last dregs of my pint and stood from my corner, feeling full and lopsided. Equal parts hate and beer, just like a miner. I let all that blood and loathing in my head tip me forward in Harlan's direction. I didn't see Patrick stand as well. He intercepted my warpath before I could collide with Harland, and I bounced off the wall of his chest. He said, blocking my view. I blinked stupidly at the buttons of his shirt. He took the glass from my hand, and until then, I hadn't been aware I was clutching it like a weapon.
"And just what are you going to do with that, eh?"
I glared up at him. I think I could get in a few good hits. Patrick's frown faded into bemusement.
"You think?"
"I know."
3 beers, and she thinks she can take on a pub full of miners.
Patrick scrubbed his face.
"Nina, please, go to bed."
"Don't fucking tell me what to do." I tried to skirt around him.
"Woman, I'm begging you."
"Hey!" I shouted to Harlan's back. He was singing uproariously with the rest of his crew, a scurry limerick about a beggar and a prostitute. He didn't notice my braying. "Harland, you hawking piece of scum!" Patrick's arm closed around my waist like a vice, and I was immediately lifted off my feet. The room blurred, faces passing, my feet kicking. Seconds later, I was in the stairwell. The noise had dulled.
"Always promised I'd throw you over my shoulder, didn't I?"
Patrick said, and without further warning, he hefted me just so, my view now upside down, his arm banded around the backs of my thighs. I kicked to no avail, pushed at his back. "Put me down!"
"So you can scamper off and pick a fight?"
he asked. "Someone ought to," I spat. "He has it fucking coming."
"He does, but didn't I tell you I'd do the fighting?"
I heard him kick open a door.
"You can put that scurry tongue away."
I found myself flopping gracelessly atop a bed. The springs squeaked. "You're defending him!" I spat, trying to get up. The room was distending. Beer retraced its path from gut to throat. Patrick caged me in, kneeling on the floor at my feet, an arm either side of me, his chest pressed against my kneecaps. No escape.
"You don't need defending," Patrick said. "But if you slug him and he retaliates, I'll be defending you, and a brawl ain't what we need."
He was far closer than I'd bargained for. Blue eyes, fans of lashes, the sharp line of his brow. I tried to look menacing. I don't need you to defend me. I swiped at his arm, but with startling speed he caught my wrist.
Don't mean I won't do it anyway, he said. I'd cave in his head, and we'd be run out of town. We've got to keep the peace.
Why?
His pupils flexed. There ain't another choice.
That's not what I meant, I said, freeing my wrist from his grasp and pushing at his chest. I might as well have resisted a brick wall. Why would you defend me? My hands turned to fists in his shirt front. He frowned at me, seemingly oblivious to his proximity. Or perhaps not. The tendons in his neck were visible. He seemed to be taking pains not to look at my mouth, not to touch my thighs. His hands fisted the bed linens.
Why wouldn't I?
Because I broke your heart. He exhaled heavily.
Yes,
he said slowly.
You did.
My chest was on the verge of splitting. I twisted his shirt in my hand, hardly aware I was doing so. You should hate me.
No one should hate you.
He said it so forcefully I was taken aback. My breath stalled. He closed his eyes as though he were banishing something, a thought. He untangled my hands from his shirt and stood upright.
No more talking. You're going to sleep.
I blinked a few times. The ceiling and its water-damaged paint loomed above me. I'm not tired at all. In fact, I was thrumming with something no longer violent, but urgent all the same. Patrick sighed. I sat upright to see him collapse back into the same chair he'd attended the night before.
Well, I am,
he groaned. He turned the chair to the door and settled back into it.
And the longer you resist sleep, the longer you keep me from my own. Do us both a favour, Scurry girl.
I crossed my arms over my chest. You're my warden now. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back, resting.
You're entitled to your fantasies.
I huffed. You're the one who insists on watching me sleep.
Right now, I'm watching you prattle.
He slitted his eyes open. He must have seen the heat in my cheeks, because a grin found its way to his face.
You need a lullaby.
I groaned. I need another fucking drink.
That I cannot accommodate,
he said.
You're a violent drunk.
I let out a noise of frustration and threw myself back onto the bed. Better than seeing his smug, handsome, infuriating face.
Handsome, eh?
He murmured.
Yeah, well, at least there's that.
I threw my forearm over my eyes. Did I say that aloud?
You did,
Patrick answered, as though he weren't just in my chest, but in my head too.
You're also a rambling drunk.
You could always leave.
I could, but I'd need to put a bell round your neck, he said, and something tells me you wouldn't be willing.
I was fuming. I made a break for the door. He caught up to me, of course, closing his hand around the doorknob before I could, once more caging me with his body without taking hold of me. I whirled around, my back pressing into the door, and was immediately overwhelmed by the nearness of him.
Nina.
But I was hitting him now, blows that didn't make a dent. I pushed and shoved and growled at him, that void in me yawning wider and wider. And I was as much taken by the anger as I was the comfort of him. I wanted to fall into something, to find some kind of cliff I could throw myself off. When he trapped both my hands against his chest, having finally grown weary of the assault, I pressed my mouth to his. There was a moment of shock, his lips unmoving beneath mine, and then he disengaged. He pulled away as though he'd been stung. He cursed beneath his breath and looked up at the ceiling as though summoning restraint from it.
No, Nina,
he muttered slowly, closing his eyes.
Don't do that.
Why? I asked, my voice too loud and too urgent. He was tortured now, praying.
I've told you why.
Because you're afraid, I asked, of falling in love with me again. He laughed, exasperated.
Again.
He murmured as though he were tasting the word, inspecting it.
Nina, it's looking like all the men who loved you once are cursed with it for the rest of their lives.
I went slowly to him and took his jaw in my hand, pulled his gaze down from that ceiling and back to me. Is that so? I asked. The cerulean of his eyes whirled and whirled. I swallowed. Then you might as well surrender now,
Nina.
because I'm cursed too. I love you, Patrick Coulson. He seemed to quake, that shield of his cracking.
You're drunk.
Then I'm drunk, and I love you. His chest deflated beneath my hand, a yielding. I was somewhere in the deepest blue of his eyes, already under. He said nothing, just stood with my hand running over the rasp of his stubble, the last of his restraint twitching in his jaw. My fingers went unbidden to my own shirt, unbuttoning the front, my fingers sliding down to my belly. The tendons in his neck tensed, but he didn't stop me. I pulled my arms free of the sleeves and let the blouse fall between us. Then I tugged the strings of my bra loose, and with deliberate slowness, I pulled the material down over the hills of my breasts, inhaling as it caught on my pebbled nipples. It was a disciplined thing, measured. I wanted to see the shadows descend over his eyes when he saw me bearing myself to him. I wanted to see the familiarity in his eyes, the memories of my body imprinted in his irises, in his hands when they clenched. And as that hunger washed over him, something in my chest exulted. He stepped forward, perhaps without meaning to. It was difficult to tell which part of him ruled the rest. I felt the door against my back once more, but still he didn't touch me. He only watched, warring with himself. I didn't take my eyes off his. I wouldn't be the one to break. I pulled at the ugly trousers, let them bundle at my ankles. I stepped out of them in the little room I had, my knee sliding between his legs. I revealed that I had no underwear beneath. His tongue ran over his bottom lip. The muscles of his shoulders contracted. I was melting into the door behind me, my body sinking into it. Candlelight flickered along the edge of his cheekbone, the rim of his ear, the column of his neck. And I was losing whatever battle we were trapped in, unraveling. Something thrashed in my core and bid my fingers to slip over my pelvis, to touch the space at the apex of my thighs, to cup the ache. I rubbed the pads of 2 fingers over that tight bundle of nerves, and still I didn't look away. I was awash in him. A moan escaped me. He watched, hypnotized, it seemed, tormented and enraptured all at once. His hands flattened to the door either side of my face, and he watched my fingers slide in and out and over, slowly at first, then faster. It was too much. The expression he wore, the reverence in it, the pleasure and pain coalescing. My hand moved of its own accord, quite apart from my mind. I whimpered, and he watched the sound leave my lips. "Patrick," I whispered desperately. He exhaled, and it was more a growl than a breath.
Fuck it.
He took my mouth, and he was not gentle.
Chapter 58. Patrick. She met him with teeth and nails. His tongue swept over the points of her canines, and she groaned, dug her fingers into him, tried desperately, to find purchase on something. And his own hands? They were finally free of shackles. He set them loose, and they fled from him, sprinting over the land of her, starved. He let his thumbs weigh the underside of her breasts, let his fingertips trace ribs, felt the breath collecting in her sternum, the heat of her thighs, the swell of her hips. All of this he mapped again, as though recounting favoured haunts. Relieved to have arrived. Relieved to languish there, a weary traveller. He collected her gasps and stored them away in his lungs. And he thought, this is what greed is, what hunger is. He felt as though he could drink those sounds of hers until they drowned him. Only when he could no longer bear it did he let his hands venture down her body, over the soft plains of her stomach, the breath filling there and expending, and finally, into the valleys of her, the slick, hot centre of her sex. He made sure his mouth had closed over hers, so that he drank that whimper too. Her spine arched under the persuasion of his hand, curved into her lower back. Their foreheads jammed together, and her hands pulled at his clothes, wrestling buttons away as though disconnected from thought. You'd better tell me to stop. He thought he might die if she did. Don't, she said, with an urgency that bordered on madness. Please, please. And he was helpless to her. Had been from the beginning. He was too drugged by her proximity to know if it was right or honourable, or if he was merely sating a need. And afterward, he'd feel like she owned yet another piece of him that he'd never retrieve, and he, a piece of her. But he was just a man like any other, and not a very good one. Had never pretended to be. He flipped her around so that her hands were pressed against the door, her arse to the aching ridge of his cock. He groaned without restraint. He leaned down to her ear, and she whimpered. Don't beg, darling, he said. And his hands ran over her backside. Hard to stay gentlemanly when you beg like that. I don't want a gentleman, she growled. No, he said, playing with her clit now. Her head tipped back. A keening sound came from her chest, and he exploited it for a moment. Do you want me to fuck you like this, then? Yes, she said immediately, trying to turn her mouth around to his. He could have taken her against that door. Lord. But she looked like heaven, arching back, her bare arse already rubbing, seeking, her breasts flattening against the door. But it wasn't what either of them needed. He withdrew his touch. Get on the bed. She moaned in sufferance, but she went. She only ever listened to him when he had her like this. Wound tight, thrumming, balanced on the tip of a blade. He watched her perch herself on the mattress edge with that straight artisan posture, that defiant, scurry chin. The blush betraying her courage, creeping up her breast to her throat. He strolled languidly toward her, and it tormented them both. He undressed as she had, without hurry, undoing his cuffs first, then one shirt button at a time. The suspenders next. Impatient, she reached forward and took hold of his belt, pulling it free from the buckle, and he chuckled. Eager. She was always too fucking eager. Always testing the bounds of his control. But those bounds were obliterated when she freed his cock from his trousers and pulled it past her lips. He gripped the back of her head on instinct and sucked air through his teeth. "Fuck," he snarled. The sound seemed to break through the cage of his chest. She pulled him further, her mouth too hot, too wet, her cheeks hollowing, and he felt it in every nerve ending of his body. The muscles of his stomach contracted. Her wild curls freed themselves from their pins as his fingers delved into her hair. She had the tenacity to look up at him, her tongue running over the underside of his length. It was almost his undoing. He groaned. "When you look up at me like that, darling," he said in warning, "it's like daring me to ruin you. You understand?" She pulled him deep then, so that he could feel the moan in the back of her throat. And he could take it no longer. He pulled himself free of her mouth and fell to his knees, spread her thighs apart before she could stop him. Her legs were already shaking, her lips glistening. Before he pushed his mouth to the inside of her thigh, she was already falling back onto the bed. "Please," she was murmuring again, always fucking begging. Lord, but she'd be the death of him. Then he closed his mouth over her clit and sucked, tasted her again. Finally. Every moment until now, he'd been deprived. He understood that now. How he'd only ever been fighting a losing battle. Nina exhaled his name, and it was the sweetest song he'd ever heard. Before long, she was trembling, her legs clenching. He felt her thighs contract beneath his hands as he held them apart. "Patrick, She broke beneath him, pulsing against his tongue, her fingers in her own hair. He waited for the waves to subside before he stood. Patrick thought it wouldn't matter if he saw her like this another 100 times, another 1,000. The wonder of it would never dim. She was so beautiful, so utterly perfect, that it sent pain through his chest and into his stomach. His cock ached unbearably. He feasted on the small eruptions of desire in her eyes, need returning with every passing second, desire doubling. He'd never be strong enough to resist her again. "You need to work some of that anger out, darling," he asked, and she nodded. "Then you work it out with me." She made to back away then, slid herself farther up the bed, lay herself out for him like a goddess. "Ah, no you don't, Scotty girl," he said, and he scooped her up easily, felt her soft body slide against his, and he carried her to the windowsill, the lip just the right height, its position opposite the mirror, where she could watch him fuck her over his shoulder. He planned on doing so until she was mindless, until she was slivers of herself. He planned on showing her just how ungentlemanly a miner could be. Her back pressed to the glass of the window, and he rubbed the head of his arousal down her slit. "What if someone sees?" she whispered, tits heaving with each breath. Nipples so delectably rosy, he could hardly keep from devouring them. "Let him see," he said, and he pushed himself inside her. watched her eyes widen and glass over. He pushed his hips up. She gasped a curse, clawed for purchase on his back. He groaned at the feel of it, deep within her again. All of her surrounding him. Lord, I'm a weak man when it comes to you. He pulled out slowly, to the edge, then rammed in again, right to the hilt. Her legs squeezed at either side of his abdomen. Fuck, she cursed, her head falling back to the glass. Patrick pulled her chin down so that she could see where they were reflected in the mirror, his whole body at her disposal, bending to her will. You'll keep your eyes open, he said, and watch what you do to me. He took her without apology then, pounding into her over and over without mercy, her mouth hinged open in that breathless oh. Her moans growing louder and louder each time he pushed inside. Patrick, she said, her cheeks reddening, scandalized. But moments later, she murmured, more. Then it came louder, something awakening inside her. More. He pushed her thighs back, angled her to his advantage, growled in her ear all the ways she drove him to madness with nothing more than her presence. He told her she was the strongest person he'd ever known, ever would know, and that he promised they'd find what they were owed. He'd restore what was taken. In answer, she kissed him, unrestrained, pulling him closer, her body undulating and meeting his with every thrust. The window rattled, their pace increased, and he drove inside her like a man possessed. Felt the walls of her sex compress around him in response. And he exulted in the knowledge that this intensity between them had not been taken with everything else. That some of what they'd built in Kenton had remained. He imagined a time and place where the tethers of their souls had somehow restored, coalesced in the heat of her. It did not seem like such a wild fantasy. Time became meaningless. Beyond the window, the sun was toppling over roofs. Somewhere in the trench, the infantry were circling, closing in. Patrick had forgotten it all. Patrick, I need to. Her body was keening, rising. Just a little longer, darling, he told her. You can take it. Her thighs squeezed around him once more, her moans increasing in volume. He felt heat burst in his lower abdomen, his own climax swelling in response to her, back arched, hips rolling, completely detached from reality. He reached down to where they were joined and pressed the pad of his thumb to her clit. She became frantic, her eyes pinning to his. Patrick. His mouth came over hers so that he could swallow her release, taste all that fire she was now made of, just like him. She was burning alive, the walls of her cinching tighter, tighter until she exploded. Every muscle in her body taut with pleasure. His name, a prayer on her lips. Unable to stand the rapture of it, Patrick allowed his own release to follow. They came back to themselves slowly, but fused, their limbs still wrapped tightly. He did not allow her feet to touch the floor again, as though she might descend through it and disappear. And she didn't try to detach herself. She only wrapped her arms around him, shaking slightly. Puffs of breath fanned over his shoulder. "I love you," she said again, then pressed her lips against his collarbone and stayed there. Eventually, Patrick took her tenderly back to the bed and laid her down. He covered them both with a blanket, as though he could hold the rest of the world at bay with it. Their mouths stayed connected for a long while after, neither willing to allow the havoc of the night to rush in. With their lips sealed, nothing that ought to be said could escape. In his mind, whirring like a siren, Nina told him again and again that she loved him, and it felt like a salve, a drug, a trap, and a liberation. In her sleep, she said his name. Wide awake, he whispered that he loved her.
Chapter 59. Nina. Harlan took a day to secure whatever boat passage could be found between Scurry and the surrounds of Kenton Hill. In the interim, I pretended I was in some other room with Patrick, perhaps the Cherry Blossom room in Coulson & Sons, my face pressed to Patrick's chest for most of the day, and neither of us willing to leave the realm we'd carved. Every so often, the need would eclipse me again, and he sated it as though helpless to resist. Sometime near midday, he laid his ear to my bare sternum and said,
"It never slows."
I could feel it too, the bounding of my heart.
"One day it's going to break out and make a run for it."
"It goes where you go," I told him simply. Patrick listened, enraptured, waiting for the tempo to come back down. But I didn't have that kind of heart. I had the kind that stampeded onward, always vigilant, bracing for the next blow. The blood surplus might have been armor. It took hours for my heart to think itself safe. When I was a child, it never did. The blood raced, and I was perpetually shielded. Children like that had hearts that grew accustomed to the quickening. They became adults who would let any fool in, mistaking the racing of their hearts for love instead of danger. How to consolidate that with the way Patrick made me feel safer than I'd ever been? "Do you think there's still a chance?" I asked him. It had taken half the day to build the courage.
"A chance at what?"
he asked, his fingers skimming down my spine, back up again. "At a life together," I said. "At happiness." He sighed, his breath skittering over my skin. Why must his body fit so perfectly around mine?
"I don't know,"
he said sadly.
"Couldn't say."
"You'll go back to Kenton Hill soon, after this business is settled?"
"I will."
"And that'll be it," I said, chancing a look at him. He was looking over the crown of my head, frowning at the walls. "We'll part ways." He grimaced, but didn't argue it either.
"I need to think," he said. "I need to talk to my brothers, to my mother."
I shook my head. "They'd never take me back," I said softly. Patrick was quiet for a few moments, then said,
"They might have to."
The following day, rain sifted through a platinum-coloured sky, carving networks of rivers through the slush and down into gullies. Patrick, John, and I walked back to the rails between hills and followed the tracks into the pit. John looked energetic. He was coaching Patrick through the personalities of each of the miners. It seemed he'd spent much of the previous day with them.
"Now, Kelsey, he's got not a single thought between the eyes, and his family's long gone, died years ago. He's dependent on the bluff in any case. Ain't gonna stick his neck out and risk Kicker chopping off his head. Now, Trip, he's another story. Young lad, can't get a solid read on him. He's listening to everything, though, clocking it. Don't know if it's for Kicker's benefit or his own, but someone's got his ear, you can be sure of it."
Patrick pulled his collar up to keep the rain off his neck. He'd given me his coat to hold over my head. Trickles of water were running off his hair and down the sides of his face. He seemed unperturbed by it, like his skin was made of something hardier.
"I'll keep an eye on him,"
was all he said. The other men were waiting in the pit in their work collars and peaked caps and mud-caked boots. They had a cart already laden with pickaxes and shovels. 2 were pushing it down toward the tunnel entrance. Harlan Seymour stood smoking, leaning against an overturned cart with the rest of his men. Each stood straighter when they laid eyes on Patrick and John. All except Harland.
"Morning,"
he said on an exhale.
"You Kenton boys don't wake on the whistle."
Patrick tusked.
"We Kenton boys have repurposed the whistles back home."
John lit his own cigarette.
"We let the kids kick him round the dirt."
He chuckled at himself.
"If you're all caught up on your beauty sleep,"
Harlan grunted.
"then how about a little wake-up, eh?"
He pulled from his coat a flask.
"That'd better be whiskey, Kicker,"
Patrick said.
"'Cause if it's junk you've cooked in the same pot you piss in, you can put it away. No dope."
Some of the men looked suddenly stricken.
"No dope?"
one of them voiced.
"None,"
John reiterated.
"You're going down with a clear head, boys, and coming up just the same."
A shiver seemed to pass through them.
"Some'd call that cruel,"
Harlan said with no small amount of agitation.
"Putting men in a hole with naught to distract 'em. You must have repurposed the miners in Kenton too." "Some,"
Patrick agreed.
"Repurposed the hawkers as well. We put 'em in the pig troughs as feed now. Thrown their vials of shit into the canals."
Harlan gazed at Patrick as though he were gazing upon a competitor in the ring. His eyes sparked with the challenge.
"All right then, big man,"
he said, tucking the flask back in his coat.
"Don't gotta get hysterical if it offends you."
He gestured to the mouths of the tunnels.
"Down we go."
The shaft sank, and we jostled like swine in a stockyard, too close together. The lantern was dim enough to cast shadows over every face. 13 ghosts in a box. Patrick had made sure to corral me into a corner, then stood in front of me with his hands hooked through the top of the cage. His positioning didn't seem to go unnoticed by my uncle.
"Ain't ever had a lady in the pit,"
he said conversationally. A few of the men snickered.
"She ain't gonna faint, is she?"
The shaft clattered to its stop, and the men swayed with the shudder, their bodies long used to these mechanisms, while I stumbled into Patrick's back. Harland laughed.
"You'd better hope not, Kicker,"
Patrick told him.
"She's your only hope of getting out of here alive."
That sobered the man instantly. Patrick led the party down the tunnels, the path wide at first, but closing as it continued. The cart had been abandoned at the end of its tracks, the tunnel too narrow to push it farther. They stopped when Patrick stopped, and I couldn't tell if it was the same place he had determined before. The walls were still bracketed by the same timber. The tunnel curved at the same angle. Every inch looked the same to me as the last. But Patrick stood with his fingers pressed to the dark rock, as though something beyond it were whispering to him. He cocked his head at it and concentrated, the back of his neck suffused in goose flesh. He tapped the wall with his knuckle.
"Here,"
he said, knocking at it as one knocked on a door.
"Here is where we start."
"It's a straight shot beneath town," said one of the men, the youngest of the group, and the scrawniest by far. He had golden ginger hair and wore a miner's bandana round his neck, a smattering of freckles over his nose and green eyes. He was considering the wall shrewdly. "A fork in any direction, and you'll pass right under."
"Aye, well, that's what my dear niece is here for, ain't she?"
said Harland.
"We ain't using bangers."
Dynamite would blow the rock, but ignite the gas pockets. But those gas pockets could still erupt if a pickaxe struck flint, or if one of the idiots before me decided to light a smoke. The gas, if not avoided, could still suffocate us all.
"Off you go, Swank,"
Harland said, shooing me along.
"Work your magic."
He rubbed his hands together, maybe to stave off the cold or his own greed. a thief at the vault's door. The miners stepped aside as I passed them, trepidation slowing my steps. Patrick still remained engrossed by that black rock wall, and whatever he felt on the other side. I stood as close to him as I could get. "Please don't give him any idiom," I whispered. Patrick looked down at me, his trance broken. He grimaced. I felt Harland rearing up over my shoulder, as though he could feel his name in my mouth.
"Now, you wouldn't be trying to underhand me, would you, Nina?"
he asked. I didn't turn, didn't trust my self-control. I hated the man, relation or not.
"A deal's a deal,"
Harlan continued, speaking to Patrick now.
"And that little boat to Kenton ain't leaving the docks unless I says so." "You'll get your dose," said Patrick, "and then you'll keep your end of the deal."
Patrick nodded to me, pointed to a spot on the wall, and backed away from it.
"Slow and steady, Scuddy girl,"
he said into my ear.
"If it is resting somewhere in here, we don't want to wake her."
Harlan crossed his arms expectantly. I blinked grit out of my eyes and stared ahead. I could feel the density of the earth here, trillions of particles compacted to stone. I suspected dynamite wouldn't have rendered much of a dent. The idiom prodded at it, testing, feeling its weight in invisible hands, feeling how unwilling it was to move. But my mind was expanding to several times its size. It could shift this weight no matter how reluctant it was, no matter how fiercely Idia guarded it. The rock cracked, and I felt Harlan flinch at my back. Then I crumbled it to dust. It collected in mounds at my feet and filled the air with soot. I had to lift Patrick's coat to my mouth to keep from breathing it in. There was no hope for my eyes. They began burning immediately. The wall opened. The smell of methane gas assaulted me. I stopped when Patrick took my shoulder.
"Whoa there,"
he said. I was already swaying. The men, some ways behind in the main tunnel, were swearing, spitting. A canary tittered lethargically.
"God almighty," someone said. "Gas, lads! Stay here!"
Harlan barked.
"A single one of you tries to scamper away, and I'll be coming to find you. She's gonna get us fucking killed, Kicker!"
I looked at the progress I'd made. 20 feet, perhaps.
"We have to let the gas find its way out,"
Patrick said now, breathing like there wasn't enough oxygen to harvest. And he was right. We breathed through the fabric of our shirts for long moments, until our heads cleared some, until the air became tolerable.
"Get to work, boys,"
Patrick called once our chests stopped fighting for each breath.
"Kicker, get your strutters in here."
It went on like that for some time. The men shoveled out the debris with increasing listlessness and carted it back up the shaft. Others, including John, framed the tunnel, strutting the ceiling, moving as though through molasses. They marveled as John held the beams with his mind, while they were nailed into place. I charmed the earth aside at Patrick's instruction, burrowing deeper and deeper inward.
"We're close,"
Patrick said, hours and hours later, sweat dripping off his chin, down the column of his throat.
"You got one more push left in you, Nina."
I swallowed thickly, feeling like I was halfway filled with soot. My nostrils and eyes stung with it. I could hardly remember what the point of it all was. For what did we toil? I resorted to pushing my hands against the rock, thinking, in a detached way, that I'd scratch a hole through it with my fingernails. My mind slackened. The rock gave way dispassionately. My energy waned. A cloud of gas seemed to swarm me. But when I looked up, it was not a wall of ash that bore down on me. It was studded with something jagged and glistening, black as ink. The tunnel reeled. I stumbled back and crouched down, my neck sagging. A hand came to my back, hot and familiar. Patrick. I felt his mouth suddenly on mine. I blinked slowly, and his face swam. His eyes were sparkling.
"You've done it,"
he was saying, perhaps shaking me. I felt it moments after the fact. A great glittering wall of black. We looked at it, all of us, almost serenely. Every man in the tunnel was still, silent. A miner's shiver. Starbursts erupting, blinding me. That hole in my chest sang triumphant. A breathless laugh broke free. "Turanium," I said.
"Idiot's seam,"
Patrick said. Behind us, the canary fell off its perch and went silent forever.
Chapter 60. Patrick. They came topside victorious. Patrick held a bag of turanium ore, the other miners singing their songs up the shaft until the light came. By the time they funneled out into the mouth of the pit, the men were soot-painted and red-eyed. Their throats bobbed in laughter. They were drunk already on the Triumph, heads full of gas. Nina looked ill, soot hiding the blood in her cheeks. But she was smiling too. She looked at Patrick every so often and shook her head in wonderment. Even Harland had lost his menace. He took one of his men in a headlock and mussed his hair. Patrick set the coal bag down and pulled forth the first piece of turanium, a substantial size, bigger than he'd ever seen. He went out into the day, where the sun fought valiantly through cloud cover for just this moment, and held it high. The turanium devoured light and revealed its true color, blue, like the deepest parts of the sea. A slow, falling night. "Idiom," Patrick said with a grin. The miners whooped and cheered. John came to take Patrick's shoulders from behind and shook them. "We did it, son," he brayed. They had indeed. Patrick took the rock between his hands and felt for the hollow inside. "Get your flask ready, Kicker," he said. The man emptied the flask of whatever garbage he'd been storing there and offered it to Patrick. The turanium ore left his hand and hovered there in the sun, glinting blue-black. Patrick held up the flask beneath it. The rock split down its middle slowly, as though the tip of a blade were tracing its equator, separating cleanly. The idiom within trickled out. It collected on the lip of the flask and plinked off its sides. Specks of it colored the dirt below, but the flask was left with enough mouthfuls of ink for all of them. Patrick stared at it for a moment, his mind already ahead of himself, picturing more victories in a long line. Dominoes falling, one after the other. He screwed the flask shut and threw it to Harland. "Your payment," he said. And he didn't miss the lust flashing in the man's eyes, to be holding that which crafters rarely did. "Hold up your end of the deal, Kicker," Patrick said, pointing a finger at him. "Or you'll see no more of it." There was still work to do, of course. More of the seam to expose. And these men didn't have a hope of getting to it without Nina's help. Patrick figured they'd return in the morning, dig out what they could, and strut the tunnel. Make it sound. With Nina's tunneling miles in a day, they'd uncover enough to last them a few years or more. It would be up to the scurrymen, then, to harvest what they'd found. Tons upon tons of turanium ore to be picked from the walls and ceiling and shipped to Kenton Hill. They dragged their weary bodies back over the tracks and up the hill, the scurry miners pulling ahead. Patrick let them. There seemed little need to hurry now. All urgency had fled him. He wrapped his arm around Nina's waist and took most of her weight. She looked up at him, covered from head to toe in dirt. Golden hair turned ashy. And he wanted to kiss her like that, covered in grit and sweat. He had plans on bathing her from head to toe, of massaging every sore muscle in her body. Scurry in twilight had never looked so charming. He felt, for the first time since Kenton Hill, like he might be strangling some good from the world after all. And it was upon this thought that he heard it. Before they could make it past the first houses, there was a bang. In the distance, some disturbance sent people running. Kicker and his crew hurried down the lane. A fountain of water spurted into the sky like a geyser.
"Now just what the bloody hell do you think that's about?" John asked, coming up behind them. "Burst standpipe?"
Another went off farther in distance, matching the first plumes of water in the air. And Patrick's blood went cold.
"No," he said. "Artisans."
Chapter 61. Donny. They arrived in Scurry after days aboard an overfull longboat. Driven alternatively by both Sam and Theo, the latter of whom stayed standing by sheer force of will. In an unspoken agreement, Donny and Gunner minded Theo like wardens, but the boy seemed single-minded, determined only to reach Scurry as quickly as possible. Donny shared his urgency. He'd picked the skin around his nails to shreds. The canals curved and turned inefficiently, rounding hills and mountains and other parishes. Pure torture. Tunnels, he thought, were far quicker. But finally, on the third day, Gunner crowed as the empty docks of Scurry emerged. Scotty groaned in relief and cracked his neck.
"May I never see a fucking boat again," he said, rubbing his eyes.
"Can't stand the rocking, Don."
"It's a long walk home," Donny answered. "Unless you plan on becoming a Scotty lad."
"God, no," Scotty grumbled. "You seen this shithole? I'm blind, cockhead."
"Kenton weren't much better," Tess intoned, having risen from the cabin,
"before your father took it over." Donny couldn't see it, rearing up beyond the river, but he could smell it. Smoke and fumes and despondency. Even the river turned sluggishly, as though it too were weighed down by the smog.
"Anyone about, Gun?"
"Not a one," he replied, lighting a cigarette and passing Donny one. "What's the plan?"
"Ain't got one, truth be told,"
Donny replied. "Scotty, you don't pay me for my thoughts."
"Nor your looks."
Donny nodded.
"Lord,"
Tess intoned.
"Ain't a single wit between you."
Her boots clopped over the deck, and she hammered on the cabin door. "Charmer," she beckoned, voice full of splinters and something else, something desperate. "Get out here." Theo came on lead feet. His was moving the way soldiers marched on their last legs.
"Rise and shine, gorgeous,"
Gunner said.
"You're going to create a diversion,"
Tess told him. Theo's voice was brittle.
"Why?"
There was the sound of someone's hand, Tess's most likely, cuffing a skull.
Wake up, boy. Use your head. A ragtag bunch of strangers creeping through in the middle of the bloody afternoon?
We've got no idea where we're going, and we need time to look around. You can put your swank bullshit to good use. How? Theo asked, relenting quickly. There wasn't any point arguing when it came to Tess Coulson. There'll be a standpipe somewhere, probably. A few, with a town this size, Tess said. The river will pump water to them, burst the tops of them, let them flood. How do you know they'll have standpipes? Scotty asked, curiously.
This ain't Kenton, Tess responded. No running water, just a river and some wells.
The boat bounced off the sandbags and ground along the pier. They each stumbled dangerously over the deck.
Fuck me, Sam,
Donnie near shouted.
Missed it by an inch,
the kid said.
I thought you called yourself a practiced driver. Had plenty of practice, Sam said defensively. My dad taught me himself. Round the Kenton canals, at least.
Just throw us the rope, Gunner grumbled. And stay with the boat, you hear me? Anyone comes knocking, you scamper off without us. The slope to Scurry was covered in sludge, and they stayed low to it. Donnie holding onto Gunner's belt loop like they were kids, sneaking through the streets after dark, looking for trouble. Scotty had taken Tess's arm, and still, she seemed to struggle to keep up. Her breaths were too harsh, too laboured. She coughed often. Donnie felt a shudder of fear pass through him with every rattle of her chest. At the edge of town, Gunner turned. Right, Swank, he said to Theo. You see that pipe in the middle of the lane? Yes. A silence, and then, You need an invitation, Teddy. Fire in the hole. Theo sighed. But there was a loud crack, and the spray of water, volumes of it shooting skyward. Within moments, they heard the pounding of feet. Donnie heard the shouts as those nearest tried to temper the geezer, calling for a wrench, a spanner. That ought to do it, Gunner said. Fine work, Teddy. They travelled quickly through the parish, over sodden ground that moved underfoot. When they passed a standpipe, Theo blew it up, and they moved on as the residents came from their houses, suspicious in their shouts. Where the fuck are we going? Donnie asked, once it seemed they'd made a dozen turns, blown a dozen standpipes. We ain't got a single fucking clue where Patty'd be. Shit, Gunner said, and he struck Donnie in the chest, hurtling him backward into a brick wall. Coppers? Donnie asked. A fleet of 'em, said Scotty. They remained still and silent as feet thundered by, and Donnie felt a familiar panic rise. He didn't know this place. Didn't know if he faced east or west, if the walls of this alley were an arm's width apart or closing in. He had the sensation that the world was turning too fast, that soon he'd find himself hanging upside down, falling. Feet approached. They each turned toward the threat. Paddy? Scotty said. God damn. A gut, deep voice replied. A voice Donnie thought he'd recognize, with his head in a canal. A voice that immediately righted the world and held back the walls. And he thought he might buckle right here, let his knees hit the filthy ground. Instead, He clawed toward the supernova of gold now erupting. That shining spectre. "Pat?" he said. Arms caught his shoulders firmly, shook him. "Fuck me," Patrick breathed. And then he pulled Donnie to his chest so tightly that their ribs rebounded off each other, and Patrick's hands pounded at shoulder blades. Donnie laughed, felt relief seep from his eyes. Patrick held him at arm's length again, mussed up his hair, and slapped his cheek. "You fucking crying, Donnie?" Donnie took Patrick's coat lapels in his hands and shook him. "You roddy bastard," he laughed. "We thought those swanks must have put your head on a pike." "Worse," Patrick said. "They put me in the house." Patrick released him, but Donnie only dropped his hand to Patrick's elbow, pinching his sleeve like he had when he was a kid. He only let go of Patrick as he caught Gunner up in another back-slapping hug. "Good to see you alive, Gun. Stealing my words, brother," Gunner grunted, the emotion clear in his voice. "Fucking hell. It's good to see you." There hadn't been another time in life when they three had been apart so long. Donnie felt something that had been constricting his chest pull free. "Ma?" Patrick said next. The sound of two bodies colliding again, their mother's breath escaping in a whimper. "What the hell are you doing out here?" "Standing in a fucking alley with coppers a few feet away," Tess said tearily. "Take us to the hole you've been hiding in, son, before we're shot, if you please." Patrick sighed. "Don't cry, Ma." There was a sniff and the swipe of a hand. And then Tess said, "Where's your father and the girl, waiting round the corner?" Patrick said, "We thought you might be swanks." Donnie registered the sort of grim silence only his mother could exude. "Let's get some walls around us," she said. "There's a few things we need to discuss." Donnie didn't release Patrick's sleeve. He let his brother guide him down the alley and around a corner, where their footsteps echoed off the tight brick walls, and water dripped from eaves discordantly. There came a voice he hadn't heard in more than 2 years, a voice he revered more than gods. "Donnie boy," it said fondly. Donnie remembered 1,000 mornings greeted just like that, a warm voice beckoning, making him promises for a future that hadn't yet arrived, and screwing together broken parts. "Dad?" he said shakily.
Chapter 62. Nina. John was as bold and encompassing as ever, thrusting himself into Donnie's midst and heaving him off his feet, colliding with a wide-eyed Gunner, like he was returning from a trip.
"My boys," he said over and over. "Pick your jaw up, lad. You haven't forgotten me, have you?"
I wondered if the Coulsons had ever been apart for longer than a day in their lives, or if the spirals of their genes were so intertwined. They were not many people, but one. They came crushing back together like thunderclaps. Around the corner came Scotty, looking nervous, and a quiet Theo, 3 shades paler than I remembered him, and gaunt with exhaustion. My mind reeled. "Theo?" I said, more surprised to see him than I was any of them. For the 3rd time in my life, I'd believed we had parted ways for good. And I knew that I'd told him to leave, and that there were things severed between us that couldn't be fixed. But without thinking, I went to him and embraced him. His arms encircled me just as fiercely. "Lord," I said wetly, some well of emotion I couldn't identify leaking through. Just can't shake you, can I?
I'm persistent,
he said weakly, his whole frame leaning into me.
You've got to give me that, at least.
Gunnar shook his head, incredulity giving way to a smile so wide, his beard crackled like burning paper.
Can't hardly believe it,
he laughed, eyes travelling over his father like he was a mirage.
Patty sent that scribble, but we didn't dare hope it were true.
John laughed and looked Gunnar's neck in the crook of his arm. The two of them seemed so alike. Reflections.
Didn't I tell you I'd be back, eh?
You're a fair bit late, said Tess, who was standing apart from the reunions. Her face was more thunderous than I'd ever seen it. She looked between me and John as though she couldn't decide which of us she found more detestable, and I realised that Theo's hand still rested on my shoulder. I disentangled myself quickly. John smiled toward his wife, but I thought there was something strained about it, something wary.
Hello, darling,
he said tentatively. Her eyebrows lifted.
You fucking dare?
She asked, shrapnel in it. The Coulson brothers grew still and quiet, confusion brewing. Patrick, however, only sighed and sagged. Scotty smacked his lips together and cleared his throat.
Well,
he interjected, just as it seemed tensions would snap.
As much as I don't mind standing with the rats in the gutters, we ought to find some sort of cover, eh? Before we're pinched.
Patrick was looking between his parents as though watching an approaching disaster.
We've got a place, he said. A couple of rooms above the pub.
It needs to be somewhere private, Pat, Tess pressed, away from anyone who might be listening. And what other place was there to retreat to in Scurry, with ears that had long ago stopped listening? Patrick and John took my father upstairs and put him away like a coat, tucking him into the bedroom and shutting the door behind him. He'd hardly lifted his head when we arrived. Someone had left him with a bottle of liquor while we were away. John, I suspected. In the kitchen, animosity thickened. Tess had been given a chair to sit in, but she had refused it, opting instead to lean against the counter. She watched me with a contempt I could not fault her for.
I warned you, girl, she said to me finally. I warned you I would pull the trigger myself, didn't I?
I was grateful she'd said anything at all. Better than the silent contemplation. Better than the group of us, standing in the too small space and choking on unspoken wrath. I nodded. She tsked bitterly.
If you were smarter, you'd have scarpered while you could.
She eyed me with open loathing. Gunnar and Donnie did the same. Hot shame flooded me, but I knew better than to let my chin droop. If it helps, I told her. I love your son.
Then he's cursed, Tess said coldly, and I'll be aggrieved enough for the both of us.
I didn't much blame her. Patrick and John returned to attention so fraught it crackled in the air. Patrick seemed to ready himself for something.
Right, he said. Tell me the trouble.
Scotty straightened and adjusted his belt.
There's been some developments, Pat, not you,
Patrick said blankly. His eyes were on Theo.
I've got a feeling this story comes from the dead man.
It was said with no malice, no heat. Theodore exhaled in a gust.
Did you find the seam?
He asked, eyes turning from Patrick to me. I hesitated, nodded. Theodore inhaled sharply.
And is it now exposed?
Patrick carefully watched the emotions playing across Theo's face.
Yes.
The room seemed to withdraw, shrink.
Idia, save us,
Theodore said, the stalk of his neck falling. He ran a hand through his hair and closed his eyes.
You have to bury it, he said, as soon as you can, tonight.
What? I blurted, frowning at the fear in his face, the dread pulsing from him. Why?
Because any moment my father is coming on a train,
said Theodore urgently.
He'll be bringing an army with him.
Patrick's expression was neutral.
We're well aware,
he said.
But he's too late. By the time he figures out where to go, we'll have already taken control of the seam. If Polly is dead, then...
She's alive, Pat, Donnie said. She's banged up, but she'll live. Teddy brought her to Kenton. I let out a breath of relief I couldn't make sense of. I turned my eyes to Theo. She's all right. He nodded. And what were the odds that they'd both made it out? That the train had crashed at all? You derailed it, I guessed. Over the marsh? He nodded again, slower this time. His father could have died in that crash. He and Polly might have too. My throat tightened. Does your father know where we are? He shook his head.
I can't know for sure, but he seemed confident that he'd soon learn, Nina. It was like he meant it to play out this way exactly. He wanted you to find the seam. He wanted you to dig it up. That's why he let you and Patrick go back at the library. He's only waiting to hear word of your whereabouts. The way he was talking, he's got ears and eyes everywhere.
Theo looked to Patrick.
For all we know, his army is sitting on a stalled train in the next parish, waiting to funnel in and take control of the seam. It ain't a fight we're ready for, Patty,
Gunner interjected.
We'd lose, badly.
Patrick didn't look away, not even to me, who stood with my heart lodged in my throat, feeling as though a wire had been tripped, the seconds ticking down.
It was a swindle, Pat,
Gunner said somberly, grasping his brother's shoulder.
That bastard needed an earth charmer to dig up the terranium for him. After that, Nina becomes expendable, and the house will string you up and take you back to the city.
Patrick looked at his brother darkly. Then he went to retrieve the coal bag he'd left by the door. He hefted it up and set it down on my father's kitchen table, making the timber legs groan. Terranium ore tumbled out. A breath shuddered through the house.
There's enough for every man and woman in the brink down there,
Patrick muttered.
Enough in here for every crafter in Scurry.
He looked more violent than he ever had.
Let them come. Patty, it won't be enough. Then we'll call on our comrades from Dunwich and Dorset. Put out the call all the way to Baymouth if we have to.
Patrick looked to each of them, to his father, who said nothing.
The revolution is here. Everything we've prepared for, it's now.
Donnie looked stricken, eyes shaking in their sockets. He spoke with apology.
Patty, we've lost the comrades in Dunwich and Dorset. In Hessen too,
Gunner added.
And Trent.
John swore softly. My breath abated.
What?
Patrick uttered, stepping forward, swelling to twice his size.
How?
It's winter, Pat, Donnie pleaded, and we had no bluff to trade with.
We give 'em coal when we can't give 'em bluff.
Patrick gritted out.
There weren't enough coal by half, with the eastern mine buried and half the miners dead or injured. We tried to hold 'em at bay, Patty, I swear it, but they were insistent that you owed them. They kept mentioning debts to be repaid.
Patrick ran his fingers tightly through his hair, lips moving as they did when he was consulting with himself.
Fuck,
he said once. Then he kicked a chair.
Fuck!
The newspapers haven't helped, son, Tess said. There's been doubt, discord.
I've got the bloody rock here in my hands,
Patrick said to himself, his voice reduced to cinders and smoke.
We've got the fucking seam beneath us. I feel it.
It was a good shot, Pat, Donnie said, voice paper thin.
But we can't win. That train ain't here yet,
Patrick muttered.
They ain't here yet.
He looked out the window, as though he expected to see the enemy thundering down the lane.
But they will be, Pat,
Theo reiterated, trying to break through his reverie. He put a hand on Patrick's shoulder, but he was shoved aside. Theo set his jaw and tried again.
They're coming, Pat, at any moment, and if the seam is uncovered, there won't be enough crafters in Scurry to fend them off. Our only hope is to bury it again.
Patrick paced the kitchen. John stayed mysteriously quiet, watching the conversation unfold.
I'll siphon all night, Patrick said through his teeth. We'll distribute to every willing crafter in Scurry by morning. That train could arrive at any moment, Pat. Gunnar and Donny will go to the seam. They'll bring up as much rock as they can carry. Enough.
It was his mother whose voice seemed to reach him when no other could. The word was spoken softly, sadly, eyes glossing over, connecting with Patrick's and communicating something no one else could read.
Enough, son, she said. I'm not asking you this time. I'm telling you.
Patrick locked onto his mother's gaze, something devastating falling over him.
It'll be fine,
Tess said, so gently it felt like the rest of us were intruding.
You won't,
Patrick argued, and his face broke slightly. I couldn't make sense of the torture in his expression, or what the winning of Terranium should mean for his mother in particular.
What are you talking about?
Gunnar said, eyes sweeping over his mother, who stood colourless, then to Patrick, who looked like he'd been asked to point a gun at Tess and fire.
Ma, what's he saying?
Finally, John shuffled in from his corner, hands deep in his coat pockets.
It's her lungs, son. You know they ain't right.
Gunnar looked at his mother uncomprehendingly, but Donny had turned alabaster.
She's tough,
Gunnar said.
She always pulls through, with a dose of bluff every other day,
Patrick said then, bracing himself on the back of a chair, turning himself away from his mother while she stared after him, sorrow written all over her.
Sometimes more.
Something no system of rations would provide, unless it were run by him. Gunnar turned slowly wretched, realization first reaching his limbs, which froze in place, then his jaw, his eyes. Donny put his hands on his hips. Scotty rubbed his jaw and murmured,
"Have mercy."
And I watched Patrick Coulson with new understanding. The man who said it was all just business. The man who had taken on the burden his father had left him, and gave work to fatherless boys and hawkers, and delivered bluff to the raided parishes. The man who blew up schools for his father's war, who led his brother around on his shirt sleeve, and kept an old dog at his heel. A man who would do what was necessary to keep his mother alive. He was, and had always been, a constant battle of scales that wouldn't balance. The cost of need outweighing the cost of failure. Bad deals and bullets and me, digging out Terranium with a guillotine hanging above. Saving his mother, at the mercy of an approaching ambush. I looked at Patrick, inhaled deeply. I can do it, I told him. Patrick turned to face me. He only seemed further pained. No, Tess said, pushing herself off the counter.
Ma,
Patrick said, his knuckles white.
Please, this is exactly why I came here myself, Pat,
she said, pulling her cardigan closer around her.
To talk some fucking sense into you. If I hadn't, you'd forge ahead no matter the cost, and your brothers would let you. Your father would let you.
She looked to her husband then.
Not a damn thing is worth the cost of my sons,
she said, nailing John to the wall with her eyes. He looked unwilling to face up to her.
Sometimes a risk has to be taken,
he said warily.
You were never able to see that.
And you were never able to see past your own ambition, she said in return, barely withholding her temper,
even if it meant trading in your loyalty.
Gunnar looked to his father.
What's she talking about, Dad?
He told you lot that he'd go to Bellavere City and capture their alchemist, Demelius Becker. But that ain't all he was there to do. My heartbeat doubled. I heard Patrick's voice in my head, telling me the story.
Something went wrong,
he'd said, never able to pinpoint what that something was. You went to the house, Tess said, a tear sliding down her cheek, and you offered them a book, the Steward's Testament. Patrick went eerily still. So still that I went to him, touched his hand, and felt how cold it had become. In the lines of his dark face, I thought I saw him fracture at his core. "That book came from the archives," I said.
"It came from the brink," Tess retorted, "where the stewards always intended it to be, safely in the hands of a craftsman named Sullivan Prescott."
Another blow.
"Polly," Theo realised aloud, eyes bulging. "Polly,"
Tess nodded.
"Girl should have shut her mouth. But she came to Kenton Hill homesick, and she told stories about her grandfather. The second my husband learned of the book's existence, he went hunting for it. He killed Sullivan Prescott in his home, and he dug out that damned book."
Tess spoke of it like it were a curse.
"Brought it back to Kenton Hill, and told me it were a map to the biggest seam of terranium that had ever existed. Only he couldn't read a fucking thing it said, and he was too much a coward to ask Polly, to admit to how he'd come by it."
Tess laughed mirthlessly.
"Need to keep her in our good graces," he said. But he figured there were a bunch of scholars in the city who could translate it. "So, you took it to the artisan capital,"
Patrick said, closing his eyes.
"and tried to sell it to the house." "Dad,"
Donnie said, something dark in his voice.
"Tell her she's got it wrong."
John was silent. He expelled a breath and braced himself against the wall, shaking his head.
"Tell her, Dad,"
Gunnar said, his voice breaking on its way out. He rocked where he stood.
"Say something."
Patrick seemed frozen in stasis, his eyes on his father.
"I tried to find a solution," John said. "For the Union, no,"
Patrick argued, the pieces finally falling into place.
"No. You tried to find a solution for yourself."
Donnie and Gunnar looked stunned.
"What do you mean?"
Gunnar asked.
"I mean, Dad promised those parishes more bluff than we could give him. Found his head on the chopping block, and he ran off to the house to save himself. Traded one evil for the lesser, and left behind a mountain of debt."
Something new reared its head in Patrick.
"A debt I became well aware of when he didn't return from the city. A debt I've been repaying ever since, to keep the Union members compliant."
Donnie took off his cap and screwed it into a ball. Gunnar simply looked dumbstruck.
"God, Patty,"
his older brother said.
"You never said nothing."
I looked at John, detesting every part of him. Upstairs, my father faded into the mattress by degrees, but I thought there'd never been a sorrier excuse for a father than John Coulson. He stared back at us all like we were all mirrors, reflecting the ugliest sides of him.
"You boys never understood,"
he said to Gunnar now, to Donnie.
"Never had any idea how delicate the balance is."
All the levity in him winked out of existence. There was no spark in his eye, no flash of teeth, only shadows.
"Rebellions need fighters, and fighters need incentive. Something more than their own anger and frustration. Otherwise, they're content to keep whining over their booze."
He scratched fingers through his own beard like he might rip it right from his neck.
"Kenton Hill was full of 'em. Lumps of men moaning in your mother's pub. Not a single pair of bullocks between 'em. You want men to march?"
He pointed a meaty finger at his sons.
"You've got to give 'em something they can't live without. And you've got to make sure you're the only one who can give it to 'em. You left your son with a target on his back," Tess spat, "with the rest of the Union breathing down his neck, threatening to cut off their trades and end their strikes. Why do you think I went to get that fucking book, eh?" John shouted. "Why do you think I took it, hat in hand, to the fucking house? I meant to find a truce for us." "And turn your back on the Union,"
Patrick added in a deadened voice.
"To give up the fight."
John looked at Patrick as though he were an insolent child.
"You think this was all for the workers, son? For the miners and the factory tinkers and the orphans?"
He straightened, and there was no shame there, only cold conviction.
"Everything I did, the travelling and the tunnels and the fucking rebellion, it was all for us!"
His arms lifted to gesture to his sons and slapped down on the table, the wood audibly cracking.
To give us a better life than the one every brink man and woman suffers. To keep you boys out of the fucking mines. And look at him, John, Tess growled. Look at him. Below ground every fucking day. Yeah.
John nodded manically.
So I took their alchemist, didn't I? And I made my son into the only fucking artisan that matters.
You never asked him, Tess responded acidly.
You never asked Patrick once what he wanted. You only ever did what you decided was best, and you let your sons fall in behind you. Tanner couldn't translate the book,
Patrick murmured, frowning, still untangling the pieces. John's expression darkened.
No, didn't much believe in it either. He was more interested in where I'd put Demelius Becker. I had to let him think the man was still alive and being held hostage somewhere, or he'd go tearing into Kenton Hill to find him. He didn't understand the book's worth. Short-sighted bastard. But Shop did,
Patrick finished.
He was willing to make a deal.
John's silence was confirmation enough.
I thought you'd understand the sense in it, he said, in what he was willing to give us. He came to me when the Terranium crisis peaked and proposed a plan, a way for us both to move up in the world. It were only a matter of time before the bluff ran out altogether. He was offering us a fair chance. And all you had to do was give up the alchemist, Patrick said. Only Demelius Becker was dead.
You gave up Patrick's name? Donnie asked, his foundations visibly crumbling. John opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again, reconsidering. He looked to Tess, and with a strange intensity said,
There weren't nothing else left to do.
Tess pressed her lips together, her eyes filming over. A line of tension spun between her and her husband.
The Terranium mines were empty, John continued. Your ma needed bluff, and sooner or later the house was coming for Kenton Hill to put a stop to the Union. Patrick would have died fighting while they looked for Demelius Becker. They had to know who he was. Being an alchemist guaranteed him protection.
To Donnie, he said,
There's always a bad and a worse decision to make in this business, son. I chose the one that protected my family.
I recalled the scribbles Polly had received before the attack on Kenton Hill. The house moves to strike. Provide safest routes to the heart.
You chose to dig graves for our fighters back home,
Patrick said.
You're a traitor.
He sounded hollow. It frightened me. John swallowed, averted his eyes.
It ain't how I wanted it, son,
he said. Gunner suddenly advanced, pulling a gun from his coat. But when he waved it at the walls and the ceiling, and everywhere but his father. Scotty wrapped his arms around his torso, while he brayed and shouted at John.
You fucking bastard! He screamed. We did everything you asked us to do. Everything!
Donnie had walked backward until he hit a wall, sliding down it so that his knees bent up around his shoulders. He cradled his hands in his lap like a child in hiding.
Put the gun away, brother,
Patrick said, his voice sounding disconnected. Gunner went still and looked at Patrick with utter despair. John shook his head once more.
Patty, listen to me. We're so close now, son. The house will see sense in bargaining with us. They need you. You'll walk out of here,
Patrick said to his father without looking at him.
And you'll keep walking in any direction that ain't home.
John mashed his lips together, as though he held the truth of the world, and we were too naive to hear it.
We're almost there, Patty,
he implored, as though these revelations could all be left in the dust.
I was wrong. I know it now. I have you to thank for that. But there's still hope left, son. Walk away,
Patrick said again.
And don't ever again entertain thoughts that I'm your son.
In the silence that followed, John hitched up his trousers. He looked at his sons, his wife, like they were statues that might come to life at any moment.
You don't know it all, Patty. I raised you. Go,
Patrick said with finality. John swallowed, and slowly seemed to see that there was nothing more he could say. No words to fix it.
I'm sorry,
he said to all of them. Before he made it to the door, Gunnar had freed himself from Scotty's hold and fired a bullet into the wall, if only to let off a sliver of his rage. Donnie sat there with his face pushed into his hands, and Tess started forward, reaching for Patrick. Without another glance back, John Colson was gone.
He wouldn't talk of home,
Patrick said in a disconnected way, his eyes filming over in the wreckage.
Like it didn't matter to him.
Tess gripped Patrick's forearm in both hands, like she could stop him falling over this cliff.
Pat, let's go home, she begged. Please, son.
He closed his eyes, and one stray tear fell down the valley of his nose and over the ledge of his mouth.
Chapter 63. Patrick. It was decided that they should leave at first light, after the flooding in the streets had subsided and emptied some. After Tess had had time to rest and eat. The journey to Scurry had wearied her, and she coughed soundly until she was bent double. It hurt to look at her. She had deteriorated so much in the time he'd spent away. How long? He thought. How long could she hang on before that grey fever returned and stole what was left of her? Nina moved like she was made of engine parts, collecting blankets and making a pallet for his mother on the kitchen floor. She brewed tea and passed each of them a cup, found bread for sandwiches, and did what she could. They took her offerings without a word, the shell shock of loss still ringing. The men would go back to the boat docked in the river and sleep in its cabin. It was more comfortable than the floor of the Harrow house. They left with leaden limbs. Gunnar and Donnie looked at Patrick as they passed, as though they wished to say something, but couldn't find the words. If they had any, Patrick couldn't bear to hear them. There was only a handful of hours left in the night. Not enough to find sleep. Not enough to piece together the wreckage of the day in his mind. Dawn would soon hunt him down. A million new problems for which he had no solution. He'd failed his family. Kenton Hill. The Union. He sat at the kitchen table and kept so still he might have been turning to stone. He could hardly find it within him to lift a hand, to lift his eyes from the half-eaten sandwich on its cracked plate. "Patrick?" Nina said to him in that melodic way. He couldn't bring himself to rise even to this. "I have to bury the seam," she said. "We could go now and take whatever we can carry first." Patrick nodded. He could feel his failure crowding in from every corner, threatening to suffocate him. Best to retreat before he made any more mistakes. He'd been fooled countless times. By Shop. By his own damn father. "God damn it," he muttered quietly. And he leaned forward, head hanging. "I've fucked it all up, Scurry girl. Look at me," she said. And when he couldn't, she went to the floor between his legs, placed her hands on his thighs. "Not you," she said. "Them." He pushed the hair away from her lovely face. A face that didn't belong in a place like this, in a life like this one. "I promised you I'd fix it all," he said. "I'm sorry." She shook her head, cradled his hand to her face. Tears were falling. "I think you and I were meant to carry on as we are, broken parts and all. What do we do now?" She shrugged, as though he were asking her to hold his hand in a courtyard, to come home with him on a train to Kenton. "We keep going," she said. "I could put you on a ship out of Hoagland," he told her. And it sounded off-handed, but the offer was real, if you asked. She tusked. "I've got a miner in the north," she said. "He'd be forlorn if I left." Patrick placed his other hand against her cheek, whispered his fingertips across her soft skin. "Pretty girl like you, with a miner. Such a waste." She grinned sadly, then kissed him. And he melted against her, wondering if there was a place inside her where he could stay and never resurface. The Trench Tribune. New Turanium found in Brink. The head of house, Lord Terence Shop, urged Bellaverians in every parish to celebrate this morning, as a rich new Turanium mine has come to light. It was discovered by none other than the former rebellion leader and hidden alchemist Patrick Coulson, who informed the House late last evening that a seam was uncovered deep in the Brink, in the mining town of Scurry. This, as miners' union strikes fall in the north and east. Lord Shop promised that this was just the first victory to come from his new alliance with Coulson. He assured this print press that the Earth Charmer, Nina Clark, will carry out her sentence under the watchful eye of the Lord's army, exhuming that which Idia left for us to find. Surely, Lord Shop said, God has heard our prayers. Long live Bellavere. Bulletin. To the attention of Scurry. The parish of Scurry is hereby held under occupation by the National House and the Lord's Army of Bellavere. The House thereby orders all residents of Scurry to vacate to open country. Chapter 64. Patrick. At the workers' whistle, Nina and Patrick left the townhouse. Tess, red-eyed and gripping a mug of tea, as though the plate of the town was tipping, and she would go sliding off with it. After they buried the seam, they had just yesterday etched from the belly of the earth, Patrick would take his mother home to Kenton Hill. They entered a quiet lane, most of Scurry not yet waking to the cold, grey light. Newsprint was left in bundled stacks on the stoops of flats, slowly soaking in the frost. The only ones awake were the night soil man returning from his shift, a skin-and-bones goat tied to an iron gate, the paper boy and his satchel, pinning a new bulletin to the board in the distance. Patrick couldn't make the headline out from here. Nina pulled her collar more tightly around her neck and nodded to him. He took her freezing hand in his, buried them both in his coat pocket. Back down into the black they'd go, undo all they'd done. "Pat?" said a voice. It was John. He stood at the edge of an alley, cigarette glowing red between his lips. He pulled his hat from his head as though he were stepping into a church. Instead, he only stepped into the street. Patrick looked away from him and kept walking. "You ought to be halfway to the tracks," he said. Something wretched swelled in him again. Something he'd hoped to keep buried until he was home and he had a room he recognized surrounding him, so he could bring war to the walls and windows and bellow all of it out.
Train don't leave for another hour, he said. I wanted to give my apology now, before I left, Pat. Please. Patrick came to a slow, reluctant stop, his breath fogging as his head tipped back. Let's keep going, Patrick, Nina murmured quietly from his side. Come on.
You gonna make me beg, son?
John said. A moment, and then I'm gone. And Patrick realized how desperate he was to hear some remorse from the man he'd followed into every dark corner of the world. A single, redeemable thing. He could spare a minute. Patrick looked down at Nina. I won't be long, he said. She looked like she might argue, but the night had been fraught enough. Come back soon. Always do. He left Nina at the corner, chickens pecking at her feet, an empty milk crate overturned and stacked high with broken flower pots. She leaned against the wall there and watched him go. Hems of light fought through the gutters to find her. Patrick looked back at her once more before he followed his father down the alley. They didn't trail far, just around the corner and out of sight, where John lit another cigarette and passed it to Patrick. Patrick relented. He dragged smoke into his lungs, felt the irresistible burn of it. Lord, he muttered, closing his eyes. It felt rapturous. John lit his own. I didn't mean for any of this to take the turn it has. He started. I don't care much for what you meant. Patrick replied. Only what you did. John looked to the blanket sky. Swallows flying south. Even the birds shied away from scurry. I'm hoping that one day you'll understand. You'll see that I'd do anything for you boys, for your ma. I always promised you that, didn't I? That one day we'd have everything. You promised more than just us. You promised the Union. You promised every crafter, man and woman. His father said nothing to that, only flicked the ash of his cigarette to the ground. The thing is, though, Patty, all those people, they ain't my kin. A man takes care of his own lot first. Gunner nearly died in that fight in the square, Patrick said coldly. Should have seen them all, Dad. Hundreds of navy blue dogs, all of them armed. Fire charmers and smiths. So many of our own throwing themselves on the blades to stop them from breaking out into the lanes. Patrick closed his eyes on the memory. If he'd died, it would have been your doing. John grimaced and hung his head, finally contrite. Walk with me, he said. They rounded chicken coops and garden stakes and overflowing tomato bushels. The grass here crunched underfoot, the frost setting in but not holding. The very last wilted stems of widow's lace lay flat to the ground, red petals still somehow attached. That girl of yours, John said, his breath puffing out in small clouds. She truly is something else. Patrick did not show any outward reaction. He watched John pull on his cigarette. Will you marry her? Don't know if there's much choice in it. John nodded. Well, marriage ain't for the faint of heart, let me tell you. Your ma, she got under my skin early on, when we were hardly grown, and she never left, you know. Not a thing I could do about it, when that fever took her. That fever took her while you were venturing around the countryside, rallying troops in a war you insisted upon," Patrick said in a deadened way. "You should have been there." John looked at him with more remorse than Patrick thought him capable of. "The thing is, Pat, I ain't all-powerful. And I made the mistake of thinking I was. Of thinking I could fix anything, so long as I was willing to do what other men wouldn't. To accept what other men would never, never accept. So long as I was willing to cross the line as many times as I had to. Now you've crossed so many, you can't see straight," Patrick said. "Wouldn't you do the same?" John said. "Ask yourself, what wouldn't you do for someone you loved?" Patrick didn't answer. In truth, he wasn't sure he could. He'd already done things, crossed so many of his own lines. But none of that mattered against the promises he'd made to Nina, to his mother. Promises to take care of them. What sort of man was he, if he couldn't keep his word? That girl. John was shaking his head now. "I couldn't have foreseen it. When you arrived at the house with Nina, you and her undid everything." John wouldn't meet Patrick's eye now. "You and the Charmer boy, neither of you were willing to let sense prevail when it came to her. So, you see, you and I have made the same mistake, son." Patrick felt his blood heat, but he said nothing. He only waited. He sensed his father hanging over a cliff. "That fucking Charmer boy," John said again. "He went and broke us out. Stole that damn book. And I knew I wouldn't talk you out of rescuing her. You were too far gone already. You would have burned down any bridge I tried to build. It wasn't meant to go like this, Pat." "What are you talking about?" Patrick said, dread bubbling up in his chest. His father wouldn't look at him. 2 years I spent holed up in that city," John spat bitterly. 2 years of building something more than we'd ever dreamed of, and we only needed the key. We needed Nina. But you'd gone and fallen in love with her. Squandered it all for the sake of a girl. He shook his head. "But there's still time to right it all, Patty. The army were always going to march in. They were always going to take control of the seam. But they don't have an alchemist's son. They don't have you." Patrick pulled his gun from his pocket and pointed it at his father's head. He was shaking. "What did you do?" "I've salvaged us a victory," John spat, looking maddened, like the years in captivity had finally caught up to him. "And it was my call to make, son. You ain't the chairman. You ain't the head of this family." Patrick cocked the gun. "Tell me," he said, "or I shoot you here, where you stand. That'll be the line I cross." John rocked on his feet, the capillaries in his eyes straining. He looked once more to the sky. "You won't, Patty. I know you won't. Your bullets are spent, and I can't let you bury that seam," he said. "One way or another, that terranium is coming up." "And you plan on forcing Nina's hand?" Patrick said. "You think I'd let you?" John shook his head manically. "I'm sorry, son. I had to do it. You understand? They need her. And we're the ones who can deliver her to them." Tears now, streaking into his beard. The gun shook in Patrick's hand. "No," he whispered desperately.
John looked at his son as though he was seeing his own reckoning. "It's too late, Pat," he said. "They're already on their way. One day you'll thank me. You fucking bastard." Patrick lowered the gun. He meant to turn, to run back the way he'd come. Back to Nina. But John grabbed his collar in both hands. The action pleading. Manic, rather than confrontational. He clapped a hand around the back of Patrick's neck, and Patrick fought against him. "You know the funny thing, Pat? Get off me. No, listen. The funny thing is, your ma, she ain't perfect neither. She's crossed her own lines, Patty. And I've looked the other way. She..." But there was the click of a gun hammer pulling back. A shadow emerging from an alley. A figure Patrick knew like the back of his hand. "Ma?" he muttered. But the sound of a gunshot rent the air. Smoke blew from the muzzle of the rifle she held, and John toppled to the ground, blood seeping from a hole in his neck. A terrible sound expelled from him. He blinked slowly, once, twice, then went completely still, but for the blood gurgling out. Somewhere overhead, birds took flight. A siren, wrenched from the depths of Patrick's nightmares, permeating muscle and sinew, shaking his ribcage. The siren wailed and wailed. His father bled. Tess Coulson, shotgun still in her hand, looked upon her husband and did not utter a sound.
Chapter 65. Nina. The shop across the way had once been a confectionery. The lady who owned it would spare me a butterscotch toffee every so often, if I looked forlorn enough. Now the windows were barred, and the lettering read, "Fulton Brokers." A kid slept beneath it, back pressed against the coal bin, which had no doubt gone cold in the night. I crossed to her. She was maybe 12, a 12-year-old who wouldn't board a train to the city and attend her siphoning ceremony. What did the boys and girls of the Brink hope for now? If not the scratch of a scribbler's letter, if not the prospect of magic. The girl slept with her ruddy face half hidden in blanket. I took off my coat and laid it over her. Scurry was waking around me, doors opening, reluctant feet dragging. I backed away from the girl and stumbled over the pile of newspapers, still bound in twine at the stoop of the brokers. "Shit," I mumbled, righting myself before I fell. I looked down at them. The headline blared back at me. "New Terranium found in the Brink." And there was something about the energy in the air, some change in Scurry. The doors that opened snapped back on their hinges. Voices called loudly down the lane. Feet ran, bolted. A siren wailed. "Raid!" called a faraway voice. "Raid!" My stomach fell away. No, I thought. And I could picture that train rattling down its tracks, thundering into the station, the platform teeming with soldiers, just as the square in Kenton Hill had. "Raid!" more screamed, bashing their fists on doors. "Raid!" And I ran. I ran and collided with bodies, everyone scrambling in the opposite direction, some half-dressed, still in housecoats, feet bare. When the sirens blared here, all of Scurry ran for the river. I ran for the alley, for where I'd last seen Patrick, tearing through the stream of people. But as its mouth reared up, another body met with mine, this one shoving me sideways. I fell, my head hitting the icy ground. "Got her, kicker!" A shout. Something heavy pressing into my back, pinning me down. "She's here, kicker!" All the air squeezed from my lungs. I tried to cry out and couldn't. The siren heightened, growing louder, more insistent. The lane was full of pounding feet, none of them stopping for me. I tried to free myself, my fingernails digging into the dirt. Then the weight was gone, replaced by a hand on the scruff of my neck, a vice on my hair and collar, pulling me off the ground. I cried out, and it was drowned in the chaos. Harland stood before me, his face so close I could see the flecks of colour in his irises, smell the fury on him.
"Now, where are you going?"
he growled, teeth bared. Years of drinking showed in the veins of his cheeks, rivers of them. He looked rabid.
"Fucking worthless swank!"
He struck me. I didn't see from which direction it came, only felt the slosh of my brain collide with my skull, saw the light burst in my vision, felt the pain moments later.
"Where's Coulson?"
Harland yelled.
"Hey, where the fuck is he?"
My lips sealed themselves shut. I wouldn't give him another fucking thing. I pulled at his arm uselessly, but he held me too close. I reached outward, visualized dirt rising up and funneling into his eyes and nose and mouth, but he struck me again, and I lost my hold on it.
"Little birdie John Coulson told us you sent a little scribble to the house, bringing the fucking army into my parish,"
he said, spit flying over my mouth, into my eyes. He pulled a blade from his pocket and held it against my neck.
"Told us you were planning to cut us out. But I'm thinking the house will make some nice concessions in exchange for their earth charmer. You ain't cutting me out, Harrow."
He turned his head to someone out of sight.
"Find John Coulson,"
he growled.
"He'll have Patrick in hand by now."
There were hands at my legs picking me up, men on my arms taking me away from the alley. And Patrick. They dragged me down the middle of the lane 1 foot at a time as I struggled to remain awake. I fought against the rising black tide threatening to swallow me. My hair was yanked back, wrenching my neck painfully. A blow hit my side. I blinked, panted. Residents came to their doors to peer at the commotion. "Please," I called weakly, "help me." But there had never been any help in Scurry. They locked their jaws and averted their eyes the moment they saw Kicker. The sirens churned on. And I was 10 years old again, knocking at each house and begging for scraps. I was 11, and fishing through their garbage bins. My own uncle dragged me on limp legs as my doped father faded away in the same house my mother had left me in. And there was no help in this world. You didn't get what you deserved. You got whatever was handed down by those more powerful. You lost what you weren't willing to take. They carried me all the way to the church, the only statue in Scurry standing before it, encrusted and blackened with mould and soot. Impossible to tell who the statue depicted. Desecrated now and left to erode, just like everything else here in Scurry. But there was enough of it left that they could tie me to it. They could wrap rope around my ankles and stomach and bind my hands at the back of it. I heaved and screamed and felt the blackness encroach, waiting for me to fall into it, my fingers clinging to the ledge of consciousness. Harland drew monstrous breaths from the air, possessed by something I couldn't hope to fight.
"Those fuckers can try,"
he declared, foaming with rage.
"But they can't run us out of our own fucking town."
Idiom was suddenly there in my veins, awakening while the rest of me went under.
"And I'm betting they can't lose the key to their fucking vault, can they?"
Me. I was the key. Then something sharp sliced through, something horribly familiar. The feeling that I had been stripped away to raw materials, that I was a tool, a piece of machinery, a weapon. In another lifetime, hundreds of years ago, a woman not so different from me stood here, tied as I was, when this place was still full of wildflowers, and she let the ground devour the men who came to take her. The church loomed, the same one my mother dragged me to every week to pray to Idia, to beg her for something more.
"We're meant for bigger things,"
Ma whispered.
"Fucking witch!"
My uncle spat. Hide the witches. Then, one last voice. Patrick's.
"Bury them all."
There was no part of me that hadn't been stripped and cut and picked to the bone. Wet lips at my ear now, panting into it.
I'll set you on fucking fire if I've got to.
I laughed. Then let me be fire. I closed my eyes. At first, it started as it always did. A tremble in the earth that might have passed as a figment of my imagination. But it grew. It grew until my mind expanded beyond its bounds, frequencies ringing to holy hell, my blood screaming, rejoicing. It grew until my captors' voices became distant, the rot of their breath dissipating. I heard the screams rise, and it intertwined with the ringing, a symphony. The earth shook and feet pounded, as though we were all the contents of a jar, picked up and rattled, and in my mind, or perhaps in reality, I saw them run from me, looking over their shoulders as the first cracks split the earth beneath that cursed church, then through the lane. The fissures spread down the street, dividing the houses, then branched off in new directions, weaving through the town like tributaries of a giant river. The sound was monstrous, cataclysmic, the tearing of the town so violent even the buildings screamed. The church toppled in on itself like it was made of paper. Then, silence. The ground stilled, scurry now cleaved in two. And I had let out a scream that had long been trapped in my lungs, gave flight to it. I looked down at the crevasse in the earth before my feet, and I thought of how cruel it was that I couldn't simply step into it and let the ground swallow me, no matter how hard I pulled at my bindings. But then came the only voice that might bring me back from the edge.
Nina!
It called. And finally, I crumbled.
Chapter 66. Patrick. Tess dropped the rifle as though it burned her, her breaths sharp. Her hand went to her chest, where her heart was, and the ground shook in a way that had become familiar to Patrick. He looked at his mother. "Ma," he said. Her eyes were pinned to the man on the ground behind Patrick. "Better that I do it," she gasped, tears slipping down over her cheeks. "Better it be me." Patrick looked down at his shaking hands. A pool of blood sank into the earth. He covered his face and sank to his knees. "Lord Almighty, Ma, what did you do?" "Had to," she murmured, her lips trailing on senselessly. "Had to be done." Patrick shook harder now. His father dead. His mother with a rifle at her feet. "Why?" Patrick asked, eyes cinched shut. "Had to," she said again. Tess fell to her knees, pushed her face into her hands. "Lord," she moaned, "your brothers." Patrick felt a wave of nausea come over him. "Look at me," he said, hauling her against him for support. She coughed in a stream, panted for air in a way that frightened him. Just listen. I can fix this." "Lord, I didn't mean. I had to." A wrenching sob left Patrick's chest. He gripped his mother's frame and rocked her. The ground shook. Pebbles danced around them. "Nina, listen to me," he said, though his heart had shaken free of his chest and sunk to his stomach. "Go down to the docks, right now. You hear me? 1 foot in front of the other." She seemed to shrink in his arms. A low, keening sound was coming from her. "Don't think," Patrick told her. "Don't think of anything else. Just 1 foot in front of the other. Come on." He lifted both of them off the ground. He shouted the names of his brothers as loud as he could. hoping the sound would carry down those hills to the river. "Go," Patrick told Tess, placing a hand between her shoulder blades and leading her away from the body. "Don't think. Say nothing. You hear me?" She nodded continuously, like her head was trapped in the motion. With her fists clenched to her chest, she moved forward, momentum carrying her, as though she was very slowly falling. Patrick left at a sprint, back down the alley to the street. But Nina was nowhere. All around, Scurry was alive and running through the street. The siren chased them onto the hills beyond. Sallow-faced mothers, with wide-eyed children at their hands, men hauling suitcases. No Nina among them. "Fuck," Patrick intoned, turning in circles to catch a glimpse of her. Perhaps she'd retreated to her father's house, or to the hills with everyone else. The tremble beneath his feet became a quake that shook buildings. No telling where it was coming from, but it meant she was in trouble. "Nina!" he yelled, running toward the main square as though she was calling directly to him. People were suddenly screaming, running in the opposite direction. Then he saw what they were all running from. The ground cleaved, separating, toppling the townspeople left in Scurry. They screamed and fled. Facades cracked, and the clay tiles shook free, falling in cascades and exploding on the frost-hardened ground. He ran like there were walls caving in around him, like the crumbling earth chased his heels and the light was just ahead. And then the ground stilled, quieted. The houses settled back on their foundations. Ahead, a cloud of dust plumed where the church had been. He heard her cry before he saw her, tied to a post. Nina. Her head was down, hair sticking to the soot and sweat on her face. "Nina!" he shouted. He moved faster still. There were tear tracks over her cheeks, a tremble to her chin. He finally reached her, ripped at the bindings around her. "Come on," he said to his own hands, begging them to hurry. There it was, the miner's shiver. No canary in sight. But he could already smell the gas. When the last binding was freed, Nina fell into his arms, barely conscious. "We have to run," he told her, already lifting her arm over his neck. "Listen to me. The ground is full of gas. We have to—" Thunder roared. Not from the sky, but from the ground as it began to break beneath them. "Let's go, Scurry girl," he said, pushing her ahead of him. "Run!" She ran and fell as the earth shifted off its axis, as the town's buildings broke and crumbled, Idia rising from her grave. Gas explosions sent the ground cratering inward, morphing the hills around them, sending rock crumbling down the hillside. Patrick picked her up, shoved her onward. "Go!" he yelled as they left her birthplace for good. They passed the town limits, over a fallen fence, and into the hills, the earth still rearranging. Patrick felt fire at his neck, the heat of it blistering his skin. He didn't turn to see Scurry cave in on itself. Idia swallowing the parish whole. The dirt and debris reared up behind them, spilling over the sunken hill, and they couldn't outrun it. couldn't hope to make it all the way to the river. Nina turned to grab his collar, to pull him down as the dust clouded around them, swallowing everything in sight. They went to the ground together, his arm around her waist, hers over his head, and Patrick held his breath, waited for that wall of dirt to barrel into him, to bury them both. But it didn't come. He felt the rock and dirt slide by, but it never touched them. When the ground finally settled and the roar died, Patrick lifted his head. All around them, a curtain of dirt and dust hung in the air, refusing to fall, and Patrick could see nothing but her. Nina was panting, shaking, one hand outstretched to the nimbus of dirt. With a gasp, she let her hand fall, and the wave of earth flew sideways and tumbled down the hill. It did not touch them. Nina blinked like she was waking from a nightmare, her lips waxen and shaking. She finally returned his gaze. Patrick felt a titanic breath leave him. His forehead fell to hers. "I'm sorry," she whispered. But Patrick shook his head, already absolving her, and she faded out of consciousness, her breaths mingling with his. He carried her the rest of the way down the slope, now filled with the former inhabitants of Scurry, who looked back at their town with gaping mouths and horror in their eyes. He walked past them like a ghost. At the dock, Gunnar paced. He called out to Patrick the moment he and Nina came into view. "Ma," Patrick panted. "Where's Ma?" "She's here," Gunnar grunted, running up the hill to meet Patrick. He nodded to the smoke and fire of Scurry on the hill. "Was it her?" he asked, awe in his voice. He looked down at the sleeping form in Patrick's arms. "Yeah," Patrick answered. "It was her." He tried to draw a breath. "We have to leave," he panted. "Now." Theo, Sam, and Scotty were waiting on the deck, their caps in hand, jaws limp at the sight of the sunken town. Theo's attention drew to Nina as Patrick came aboard with her. "Is she hurt?" Theo asked Patrick, going to them. "Nina," he said softly, trying to rouse her. Patrick felt like he might collapse where he stood. "In more ways than you could imagine," he said. He looked right at Theo. "I need you to get us out of here," he said. Something passed between them, a truce of sorts. Theo glanced down, one last time at Nina, then nodded. He went to the till. "We're going home," Patrick said. "Pat, Ma said Dad was shot. She said I shot him," was Patrick's reply. He kept his eyes down. "I shot him myself. He's dead." He felt the repercussions met out slowly. First to Gunnar, then to Donnie. They seemed unable to voice any response. Calamity was all that remained now. They each swayed amongst it, barely keeping their feet, their breath. They glided upriver against the pull of the water, Theo charming it to part at the stern. The morning around them finally relieved and turned ashy, then ice blue. Behind them, a whistle blew thinly. The call for first shift miners in Scurry, its relentless mechanism somehow having survived the dust. and another whistle that Patrick thought might only exist in his mind. This one from a train, rattling into the brink from the city. Epilogue. Trip. When Trip was a child, he'd been allowed to sleep in the church. Not always, and not on Saturdays. But Pastor David had found it in his heart to let him in from the cold, he and the other scurry orphans. On Saturdays, Trip had to break in through a door in the back of the nave. The wood was so rotted it bent under pressure. Enough for a skinny hand to fit through, just enough to slip the bolt. He thought God probably didn't mind. He never stopped him, in any case. And as for Sunday mornings, well, there weren't many in Scurry who worshipped. In the winter, there were none. Except the Harrows, the mother and the girl, Nina. Trip watched them often. The church was full of shadows, full of places to hide. He found there was no need to go out into the cold if he was still and quiet. They would come, sit, pray, talk, then leave. Trip thought they must have been the good, devout sort, which explained his immediate trust in Harland, the mother's brother. These things, religion and goodness, they ran in families. Harland Seymour had been a saving grace when Trip was a kid. He'd employed him in the mines, given him somewhere better to sleep. He found he liked the tunnels more than the other lads. He'd spent his formative years out in the open. Close spaces, he'd found, were a welcome change. He didn't need the bluff the way the other men did. This had been the only point of connection between himself and Harland. "This here," he'd said to Trip, smearing ink on his gums, "is the best cot you'll find anywhere." He was an easily insulted man, but his cuts made Trip feel ill, like his insides were eroding. He stayed clear of them. He kept his mind. He learned how to be a good miner for Harland, how to be quiet and still and watchful. Harland's shadow was a close space to occupy. Trip was safer there. The trouble was, of course, that boys, even orphaned scurry boys, outgrew their shadows. Trip lined up with the rest of the crew, Harland at the spearhead, and they faced the church. Strange, Trip thought, to see it sunken in and burning. To have seen that same Harrow girl destroy it. "Good evening, gentlemen," said the Lord before them. And who'd ever thought they'd see a lord in Scurry? It was a strange way to address 12 craftsmen, all with their hands bound, rifles pointed at them, 2 navy-robed artisans at the Lord's side, presumably fire charmers. "My name is Lord Terence Shop." Harland spat at the ground. His face was slashed by the most twisted snarl Trip had yet seen. "This is our fucking parish," he growled. "You ain't got no right." Trip kept his gaze on the Lord, saw the bored look in the man's eyes. Lord Shop watched them in the manner a man would watch a roving herd. The only intelligent creature among small-brained beasts. "Believe me," he said apathetically, "I don't intend to stay longer than is necessary. My generals tell me that you are fighting men, that you tried valiantly he said, with a slight sneer. To stop the infantry's procession from the station platform?
That's right,
Harland said defiantly, veins protruding in his neck.
That's fucking right.
They also tell me that you were seen using some very curious tactics to divert the infantry, Shop continued, his tone unperturbed by the force of Harland's. Levitating garden stakes, for example.
Aye,
said Harland, his breath fogging in a great cloud.
And now you find yourself evenly matched.
Oh, I doubt that, Shop said calmly. It'll take quite a bit of practice before that idiom you stole can be put to any use.
It ain't stolen, Harland said viciously. We took what was ours. Every bit of terranium here is ours.
I don't disagree. This brought Harland up short. He seemed to cease his rampage, eyes narrowing, the cloud of his breath evaporating. I'm here to discuss a business arrangement, Lord Shop said, one that I think will benefit us both greatly. Lord Shop seemed to wait for Harland to speak, which he didn't. But Tripp did. He lifted his head and said very carefully, You need miners. Shop turned to him and nodded with the air of polite surprise, as though Tripp were a dog who had just performed a trick. Well done, he said, nodding. I do indeed need miners. He turned to the group at large, all of them on their knees beneath him. I presume you've each helped yourself to a dose of idiom. By now, I dare say you've already felt the zeal course through you, that sense of potential, the vibrance and promise of it. None of them contested this. Even as the Lord spoke, Tripp felt his blood thrum, felt the world sharpen. If you want more, Shop said slowly, precisely, as though he were speaking to simpletons, the ore will need to be exhumed. Now that the concern of unstable ground has been neutralized. He perused the building, crumbled ruins of scurry. There should be nothing to inhibit you from doing so. And you will need to tell me where Mr. Coulson is hiding, I'm afraid. There's no need to harbour him any longer. I assure you, no harm will come to him.
Fled, hasn't he?
Harland grunted. The muscles of his latticed arms flexed.
Fucking coward.
At this, Lord Shop's face transformed into a glower. For your sake, I hope you're mistaken. Harland only fumed and pulled at his restraints. Tripp felt a reluctant resolve swell in him. And what if you don't need him? Lord Shop turned to Tripp. His eyes masked themselves once more. There can be no idiom without an alchemist, he said impatiently. Tripp steeled himself. Once it was done, it could not be undone. He felt the restraints at his back, and in his pocket, the hard-edged lump of terranium ore. He felt it as though it were an extension of his hand, felt his fingers close around it in his mind. Slowly, unsteadily, the rock lifted from his pocket. It rose, dropped, rose again. It turned in place before his eyes, before finally wavering and falling to the dirt. He could have sworn he saw something rabid in the Lord's expression. That'd be me then, Tripp said. Wouldn't it?
A Forsaken Prophecy, Book 2 of the Artisan trilogy was written by Stacey McEwan